This is Part 1, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The selections on this recording of William Jackson's The New and Complete Newgate Calendar are read and chosen by Roy Shreiber. Introduction. The wisest men, both in ancient and modern times, have agreed that nothing leaves so strong an impression on the human mind as a recital of those crimes for which many have forfeited their lives to the injured laws of their country. Such examples are set up as marks of the frailty of human nature, and may serve to teach us that let our station be whatever it will, we are not beyond the reach of temptation. And unless we keep the fear of God constantly before us, attending to our duty, as the allurements to vice will become so strong, that we may be led gradually to commit the most odious crimes, and end our lives with shame and infamy. The many atrocious offences which are daily perpetrated in different parts of the kingdom, in defiance of the laws, call for a publication of this kind, to put private persons on their guard against the designing cheat and the more open and daring robber. In former times, one notorious act of shocking delinquency was sufficient to furnish matter of wonder to the public for a long time. But of late years, vice has made such a bold and daring strides, that one act of enormity is swallowed up in another, and ere we cease our surprise at the first, it is re-excited by some newer and more atrocious villainy. New laws, new regulations, new modes of punishment have been devised, but almost in vain. Something seems wanting which may tend rather to prevent the offence than punish the offenders. At present, nothing promises so fair to operate as a preventive remedy against felonious acts as the frequent and careful perusal of the modes by which similar acts of felony have been perpetrated, and the horrid effects that have followed such perpetrations. The dissipation of this nation has multiplied the number of crimes, and occasioned new statutes to be framed for putting a stop to the growing evil. Because such striking incidents have happened in the course of the present century, as were not known nor even thought of for many years before, the multitude of places set apart for the entertainment of the gay and the thoughtless has contributed towards the ruin of many youth of both sexes. For pleasure is of so bewitching a nature, that in order to gratify a sensual passion, we are often led to commit the greatest crimes. Hence the ruin of many youth who, had it not been for the alluring temptations to vice, might have lived to the inexpressible joy of their relations, and been an honour and an ornament to their country. But it is not youth alone that are blamable, for many who have lived to advanced years are either destitute of virtuous principles, or so little masters of their natural tempers, that they are often hurried both into excesses and crimes, without reflecting on the fatal consequences. To prevent our fellow subjects from committing crimes, and to promote their interest and honour in the world, this work is offered to the public, on a plan entirely new, and more comprehensive than any ever published on the same subject. For a great variety of authors, both printed and in manuscript, have been selected the lives of the most notorious offenders that have suffered from the year 1700 to the present time. In all the works of this nature that we have seen, the materials are so jumbled together, without order or method, that the readers are disgusted rather than entertained or instructed. Instead, therefore, of repeating the dull formal repetitions used on trials, we have thrown the whole into the form of a narrative, and at the end of each life deduced such practical inferences as cannot fail to make a lasting impression on the minds of our readers. Every difficult term is likewise explained without interrupting the narrative. And as great pains have been taken to make this work acceptable to the public, the author doubts not but he shall receive the warmest approbation. This entire new work is therefore offered not only as an object of curiosity and entertainment, but as a publication of real and substantial use to guard the mind, by striking reflections on the conduct of those unhappy wretches who have fallen sacrifice to the injured laws of their country, from the allurements of vice and the paths that lead to destruction. It is extremely natural to wish for the approbation of the public, but, however anxious we may be for that, yet we desire it no further than the merits of this performance shall entitle us. Conscious that nothing has been neglected by the authors, they doubt not but those of discernment and sensibility will give it the preference to all books of the same subject yet ever offered to the public, for whose benefit it has been undertaken, and parents and guardians will find it one of the most useful books to be put into the hands of the rising generation, before their tender minds have been led astray from the practice of virtue. It will also become extremely useful for families, and be a fund of entertainment as well as instruction for those who have a few leisure hours to spend in the evening, or such as go on long voyages to sea. Those who live in the country, and at a distance from large towns, will find it very useful as a work of entertainment. And although the greatest number of crimes are generally committed near the metropolis, yet the reader will see we have given the lives of the most notorious offenders throughout every part of England, Wales, and Scotland, with as many in Ireland, as we could procure authentic accounts of, so that this work is calculated for the use and advantage of all our fellow subjects. Introduction signed by W. Jackson. Circumstantial account of the trials, declarations, and executions of Michael Van Bergen, Katherine Van Bergen, and Gerard Dromulus of East Smithfield, for the murder of Oliver Norris. The wretched subjects of this narrative were natives of Holland, but having settled in England, Michael Van Bergen and his wife kept a public house near East Smithfield, and Dromulus acted as their servant. One Norris, a country gentleman who lodged at an inn near Aldgate, went into the house of Van Bergen about 8 o'clock in the evening, and continued to drink there till about 11. Finding himself rather intoxicated, he desired the maid servant to call a coach to carry him home. As she was going to do so, her mistress whispered to her, and bid her return in a little time, and say that a coach was not to be procured. These directions being observed, Norris, on the maid's return, resolved to go without a coach, and accordingly he took his leave of the family. But he had not gone far before he discovered that he had been robbed of a purse containing a sum of money, whereupon he returned and charged Van Bergen and his wife with having been guilty of the robbery. This they positively denied, and threatened to turn him out of the house, but he refused to go, and resolutely went into a room where the cloth had been laid for supper. At this time Dromulus entered the room, and treating Mr. Norris in a very cavalier manner, the latter resented the insult till a perfect quarrel ensued. At this juncture Van Bergen seized a poker, with which he fractured Mr. Norris's skull, and in the mean time Dromulus stabbed him in different parts of his body, Mrs. Van Bergen being present during the perpetration of this horrid act. When Mr. Norris was dead, they stripped him of his coat, waistcoat, hat, wig, and etc. And then Van Bergen and Romulus carried the body, and threw it into a ditch which communicated with the Thames. In the mean time, Mrs. Van Bergen washed the blood of the deceased from the floor of the room. The clothes which had been stripped from the deceased were put up in a hamper, and committed to the care of Dromulus, who took a boat and carried them over to Rotherhithe, where he employed the waterman to carry the hamper to the lodgings which he had taken, and in which he proposed to remain until he could find a favourable opportunity of embarking for Holland. The next morning at low water, the body of a gentleman was found, and feveral of the neighbours went to take a view of it, and endeavoured to try if they could trace any blood to the place where the murder might have been committed. But not succeeding in this, fome of them, who were up very early in the morning, recollected that they had feen Van Bergen and Dromulus coming almost from the spot where the body was found, and remarked that a light had been carried backwards and forwards in Van Bergen's houfe. Upon this the houfe was fearched, but no discovery was made, except that a little blood was found behind the door of a room which appeared to have been lately mopped. Inquiry was made after Dromulus, but Van Bergen and his wife would give no other account than that he had left their fervice, on which they were taken into custody, with the maid fervant, who was the principal evidence against them. At this juncture the waterman who had carried Dromulus to Rotherhithe, and who had known him very well, appeared, and was likewife taken into custody. On the trial, all the circumstances above mentioned appeared fo ftriking to the jury, that they did not hesitate to find the prifoners guilty, and accordingly they received fentence of death. The prifoners were tried by a jury of half Englishmen and half foreigners, a generous and candid mode of proceeding peculiar to the criminal courts of this country. Dromulus, after condemnation and a fhort time before the day of execution, affured the ordinary of Newgate that the murder was committed by himfelf, and was preceded and followed by thefe circumstances: that Mr. Norris being very much in liquor, and defirous of going to his inn, Mr. Van Bergen directed him to attend him thither; that foon after they left the houfe, Norris went into a broken building to eafe himfelf, where, using opprobrious language to Dromulus, and attempting to draw his fword, he wrested it from his hand, and ftabbed him with it in feveral places. That being done, Norris groaned very much, and Dromulus, hearing a watchman coming, and fearing a discovery, drew a knife and cut his throat, and thereby put an end to his life. In answer to this it was said that the story was altogether improbable, for if Mr. Norris had been killed in the manner above mentioned, fome blood would have been found on the spot, and there would have been holes in his clothes from the ftabbing, neither of which was the cafe. Still, however, Dromulus perfifted in his declaration, with a view to fave the life of his miftrefs, with whom he was thought to have had a criminal connection; and indeed he confeffed that he had been too familiar with this woman. Mr. and Mrs. Van Bergen were attended at the place of execution by fome divines of their own country, as well as English clergymen, and desired the prayers of all of them. Mr. Van Bergen, unable to fpeak intelligibly in English, converfed in Latin, a circumftance from which it may be inferred that he had been educated in a ftyle fuperior to the rank in life which he had lately held. He faid that the murder was not committed in his houfe, and that he knew no more of it than that Dromulus came to him while he lay in bed, informed him that he had wounded the gentleman, and begged him to aid his efcape; but that when he knew Mr. Norris was murdered, he offered money to fome perfons to purfue the murderer; but this circumftance, which might have been favourable to him, was not proved on his trial. Mrs. Van Bergen also solemnly declared that she knew nothing of the murder till after it was perpetrated, which was not in their houfe; that Dromulus coming into the chamber, and faying he had murdered the gentleman, she went for the hamper to hold the bloody cloaths, and affifted Dromulus in his efcape, a circumftance which would not be deemed criminal in her country. This was, however, an artful plea, for in Holland acceffaries before or after the fact are accounted as principals. Dromulus, when at the place of execution, perfifted in his former tale, but desired the prayers of the furrounding multitude, whom he warned to beware of indulgence in violent paffions, to which he then fell an untimely facrifice. Thefe criminals were executed near Hartshorn Brewhoufe, East Smithfield, being the neareft convenient fpot to the place where the murder was committed, on the 10th of July in the year 1700. The men were hung in chains between Bow and Mile End, but the woman was buried. Full account of the life, intrigues, and crimes, &c. of George Cardell, who was executed at Stafford for the murder of Elizabeth Price, his miftrefs. George Cardell was a native of the town of Bloomsgrove in Worcestershire, at which place he was articled to an apothecary, with whom he ferved his time, and then repaired to London, where he walked to feveral of the hofpitals to give him an infight into the art of furgery. Having obtained a tolerable proficiency therein, he retired from London and went to Worcester, where he lived with Mr. Randall, a capital furgeon of that city; and in this fituation he was equally admired for the depth of his abilities and the amiableness of his temper. Here he married the daughter of Mr. Randall, who died in labour of her firft child. After this melancholy event, he went to refide at Lichfield, and continued upwards of 2 years with Mr. Dean, a furgeon of that place. During his residence here he courted the daughter of that gentleman, to whom he probably would have foon been married, but for the commiffion of the following crime that coft him his life. A young lady named Elizabeth Price, who had been debauched by an officer in the army, lived near Mr. Cardell's place of residence, and, after her misfortune, fupported herself by her fkill in needlework. Cardell becoming acquainted with her, a considerable degree of intimacy fubfifted between them, and Miss Price, degraded as fhe was by the unfortunate ftep fhe had taken, ftill thought herfelf an equal match for one of Mr. Cardell's rank of life. This young lady now informed Cardell that a pregnancy was the confequence of their connection, and repeatedly urged him to marry her, to prevent her being a fecond time difgraced in the eyes of the public. Mr. Cardell refifted her importunities for a considerable time. At laft Miss Price heard of his paying his addrefs to Miss Dean, on which fhe became more importunate than ever, and threatened that if he refufed to confent to wed her, fhe would put an end to all his projects with that young lady by difcovering every thing that had pafled between them. It was on this unhappy occasion that Cardell formed the horrid refolution of murdering Miss Price, for he could neither bear the thought of forfeiting the efteem of a woman he had courted, nor of marrying her who had granted the laft favour to at least one other man as well as himfelf. This dreadful fcheme having entered his head, he called on Miss Price on a Saturday evening, and requested that fhe should walk in the fields with him on the afternoon of the following day, in order to adjuft the plan of their intended marriage. Miss Price, thus deluded, now thought the wound of her reputation would be healed, and on the following day fhe met him on the road leading towards Burton upon Trent, at a houfe known by the fign of the Nag's Head. Having accompanied her supposed lover into the fields, and walked about till towards evening. They then fat down under a hedge, where having spent fome time in converfation, he pulled out a knife and cut her throat, and made his efcape, but not before he waited till fhe was dead. Cardell, however, in the diftraction of his mind, left behind him the knife with which he had perpetrated the deed, together with his cafe of instruments. When he came home it was obferved that he appeared exceedingly confufed, though the reafon of the perturbation of his mind could not even be gueffed at. On the following morning, Miss Price being found murdered in the field, great numbers of people went to take a view of the body, among whom was the woman of the houfe where fhe lodged, who recollected that fhe had faid fhe was going to walk with Mr. Cardell, on which the instruments were examined, and known to have belonged to him, whereupon he was taken into cuftody, and committed to the gaol at Stafford, and foon afterwards tried. He was found guilty, condemned, and executed at Stafford on the 21st of July, 1700. Particulars of the life, atheifm, and remarkable execution of the Reverend Thomas Hunter in Edinburgh, for the murder of his 2 young pupils. This atrocious offender was born in the county of Fife, and was the fon of a rich farmer, who fent him to the University of St. Andrew for education. When young Hunter acquired a good fhare of clafical learning, and began to profecute his ftudies in divinity with no fmall degree of fuccefs. Several of the younger clergymen in Scotland act as tutors to wealthy and diftinguished families, till a proper period arrives for their entering into orders, which they never do till they obtain a benefice. While in this rank of life they bear the name of chaplains, and in this ftation Hunter lived about 2 years in the houfe of Mr. Gordon, a very eminent merchant, and one of the bailies of Edinburgh, which is a rank equal to that of alderman of London. Mr. Gordon's family confifted of himfelf, his lady, 2 fons, and a daughter, a young woman who attended Mrs. Gordon, and her daughter, the malefactor in queftion, fome clerks, and menial fervants. To the care of Hunter was committed the education of the 2 fons, and for a confiderable time he difcharged his duty in a manner highly fatisfactory to the parents, who confidered him as a youth of fuperior genius, and great goodnefs of heart. But it happened that a connection took place between Hunter and the young woman above mentioned, which foon increafed to a criminal degree of familiarity. However, the correfpondence between them maintained for a confiderable time, during which the family was totally ignorant of their affair. Thefe lovers had gone undetected fo long, that they grew daily lefs cautious than at the commencement of their amour, and on a particular day, when Mr. and Mrs. Gordon were on a visit, Hunter and his girl met in their chamber as ufual. But having been fo incautious as not to make their door faft, the children went into the room, and found them in fuch a fituation as could not admit any doubt of the nature of their intercourfe. No fufpicion was entertained that the children would mention to their parents what had happened, the eldeft boy being not quite 10 years of age. So that the guilty lovers had not the leaft idea that a discovery would enfue. But when the children were at fupper with their parents, they difclofed fo much as left no room to doubt of what had happened. Hereupon the female fervant was directed to quit the houfe on the following day, but Hunter was continued in the family, after making a proper apology for the crime of which he had been guilty, attributing it to the thoughtleffnefs of youth, and promising never to offend in the fame way again. Hunter from this period entertained the moft inveterate hatred of all the children. on whom he determined in his own mind to wreak the most diabolical vengeance. Nothing lefs than murder was his intention, and it was a considerable time after he had formed this horrid plan before he had an opportunity of carrying it into execution, which he at length in a great degree effected, as will be feen hereafter. Whenever it was a fine day, he was accuftomed to walk in the fields with his pupils for an hour before dinner, and in thefe excurfions the young lady generally attended her brothers. At the period immediately preceding the commiffion of the fatal fact, Mr. Gordon and his family were at their country retreat near Edinburgh, and having received an invitation to dine in that city, he and his lady propofed to go thither about the time that Hunter ufually took his noontide walk with the children. Mrs. Hunter was very anxious for all the children to accompany them on this visit, but this was strenuously oppofed by her husband, who would confent that only the little girl should attend them. By this circumftance Hunter's intention of murdering all 3 children was fruftrated, but he held his refolution of destroying the boys while they were yet in his power. With this view he took them into the fields, and fat down as if to repofe himfelf on the grafs. This event took place foon after the middle of the month of Auguft, and Hunter was preparing his knife to put a period to the lives of the children, at the very moment they were bufied in catching butterflies and gathering wild flowers. Having sharpened his knife, he called the lads to him, and having reprimanded them for acquainting their father and mother of the fcene to which they had been witneffed, he faid that he would immediately put them to death. Terrified by this threat, the children ran from him, but he immediately followed and brought them back. He then placed his knee on the body of the one, while he cut the throat of the other with his penknife, then treated the second in the fame inhuman manner that he had done the first. Thefe horrid murders were committed within half a mile of the caftle of Edinburgh, and as the deeds were perpetrated in the middle of the day, and in open fields, it would have been very wonderful indeed if the murderer had not been immediately taken into cuftody. At the time of the murder it happened that a gentleman was walking on Castle Hill of Edinburgh, who had a tolerably perfect view of what pafled. Alarmed by the incident, the gentleman called fome people, who ran with him to the place where the children were lying dead. But by this time the murderer had advanced towards a river, with a view to drown himself. Thofe who purfued came up with him juft as he reached the brink of the river, and his perfon being immediately known to them, a meflenger was instantly difpatched to Mr. and Mrs. Gordon, who were at that moment going to dinner with their friend, to inform them of the horrid deed that had been perpetrated by this wicked man. Language is too weak to defcribe the effects refulting from the communication of this dreadful news. The aftonifhment of the afflicted father, the agony of the mother's grief, may poffibly be conceived, though it cannot be painted. Mr. Hunter being now in cuftody, it is required that we give an account of the proceedings against him, and of the punishment that followed his offence. According to an old Scottifh law, it is decreed that, if a murderer should be taken with the blood of the murdered perfon on his clothes, he should be profecuted in the fheriff's court, and executed within 3 days after the commiffion of the fact." It was not common to execute this fentence with rigour, but the offender in queftion had been guilty of crimes of fo aggravated a nature, that it was not thought proper to remit any thing of the utmoft feverity of the law. The prifoner was therefore committed to gaol, and chained down to the floor all night, and on the following day the fheriff iffued his precept for the jury to meet, and in confequence of their verdict, Hunter was brought to his trial, when he pleaded guilty, and added to the offence he had already committed, the horrid crime of declaring that he lamented only not having murdered Mr. Gordon's daughter as well as his fons. The fheriff now paffed fentence on the convict, which was to the following purpofe, that, quote, on the following day he should be executed on a gibbet erected for that purpofe on the fpot where he had committed the murders, but that, previous to his execution, his right hand should be cut off with a hatchet near the wrift. Then he should be drawn up to the gibbet by a rope, and, when he was dead, hung in chains between Edinburgh and Leith, the knife with which he committed the murders being ftuck through his hand, which should be advanced over his head, and fixed therewith to the top of the gibbet." Mr. Hunter was executed in strict conformity to the above fentence on the 22nd of August, 1700. But Mr. Gordon foon afterwards petitioned the fheriff that the body might be removed to a more diftant fpot, as its hanging on the fide of the highway through which he frequently paffed tended to reincite his grief for the occafion that had firft given rife to it. This requifition was immediately complied with, and in a few days the body was removed to the skirts of a fmall village near Edinburgh, called Broughton. It is equally true and horrid to relate, that at the place of execution, Hunter clofed his life with the following fhocking declaration: quote, "There is no God. I do not believe there is any, or if there is, I hold him in defiance." End quote. The end of Part I, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Volume 1, Part 2 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Circumstantial account of the life, trial, piracies, and execution of Captain John Kidd, who was hanged at Execution Dock. The cafe of Captain Kidd, while in agitation, engaged the attention of the public in a very eminent degree, though the man himfelf was one of the most contemptible of the human race. The town of Greenock in Scotland gave birth to Captain Kidd, who was bred to the fea, and having quitted his native country, he resided at New York, where he became the owner of a fmall veffel, with which he traded among the pirates, obtained a thorough knowledge of their haunts, and could give a better account of them than any other perfon whatever. He was neither remarkable for the excels of his courage, nor for the want of it. In a word, his ruling paffion appeared to be avarice, and to this was owing his connection with the pirates. When Kidd was in company with thefe abandoned people, he ufed to converfe and act as they did. Yet at other times he would make fingular profeffions of honefty, and intimate how eafy a matter it would be to extirpate thefe people, and prevent their making future depredations. His frequent remarks of this kind engaged the notice of feveral considerable planters, who formed a more favourable idea of him than his true character would warrant, and procured him the patronage with which he was afterwards honoured. Before we enter into further particulars respecting this man, it would be proper to fay fomething of the situation of public affairs previous to and at the time he began to grow conspicuous. For years paft great complaints had been made of the piracies committed in the Weft Indies, which had been greatly encouraged by fome of the inhabitants of North America, on account of the advantage that could be made by the purchafe of effects thus fraudulently obtained. This coming to the knowledge of King William III, he, in the year 1695, beftowed the government of New England and New York on the Earl of Bellomont, an Irifh nobleman of diftinguished character and abilities. As soon as his Majesty had conferred this honour on Lord Bellomont, his lordship began to confider of the moft effectual method to redrefs the evils complained of, and he reprefented to Colonel Levington, a gentleman who had great property in New York, that fome proper fteps fhould be taken to obviate the evils fo long complained of. Juft at this juncture Captain Kidd was arrived from New York in a floop of his own. Him, therefore, the Colonel mentioned to Lord Bellomont as a bold and daring man, who was very fit to be employed against the pirates, as he was perfectly well acquainted with the places which they reforted at. This plan met with the fulleft approbation of his lordship, who knowing how defirous the king was that this neft of pirates should be deftroyed, mentioned the affair to his Majefty, who greatly applauded the defign, and recommended it to the notice of the Board of Admiralty. The commifsioners likewife approved it, but fuch were then the hurry and confufion of public affairs, that, though the defign was approved, no fteps were taken towards carrying it into execution. The tranfactions on this head being imparted to Colonel Levington, he made an application to Lord Bellomont, and informed him that, as the affair would not well admit of delay, it was worthy of being undertaken by fome private perfons of rank and diftinction, and carried into execution at their own expence, notwithstanding public encouragement was denied it. Lord Bellomont approved of this project, but it was attended with confiderable difficulty. At length, however, the Lord Chancellor Somers, the Duke of Shrewsbury, the Earl of Romney, the Earl of Oxford, and fome other perfons, with Colonel Levington and Captain Kidd, agreed to raife £6,000 for the expence of the voyage, and the Colonel and the Captain were to have a fifth of the profits of the whole undertaking. This plan was fo highly approved of by King William, who thought it would produce fuch great advantages to his fubjects, that he promised to contribute to its fuccefs, and therefore a referve was agreed to be made of a 10th part of the effects feized from the pirates for the ufe of his Majefty. But after the contract was concluded, the king could not fpare his fhare of the money, and therefore the whole was advanced by the above mentioned perfons. Matters being thus far adjufted, a commiffion in the ufual form was granted to Captain Kidd to take and feize pirates, and bring them to juftice. But there was no fpecial claufe or proviso to reftrain his conduct, or to regulate the mode of his proceeding. Kidd was known to Lord Bellomont, and another gentleman prefented him to Lord Romney. With regard to the other parties concerned, he was wholly unacquainted with them, and fo ill was this affair conducted, that he had no private inftruction how to act, but received his failing orders from Lord Bellomont, the purport of which was, that he fhould act agreeable to the letter of his commiffion. Accordingly, a veffel was purchafed and manned, and received the name of the Adventure Galley, and in this Captain Kidd failed from New York towards the clofe of the year 1695, and in his paffage made a prize of a French fhip. From New York he failed to the Madeira Iflands, thence to Buenavisto and St. Iago, and from this laft place to Madagascar. He now began to cruize at the entrance of the Red Sea, but not being fuccefsful in thofe latitudes, he failed to Calicut, and there took a fhip of 150 tons burden, which he carried to Madagascar, and was difpofed of there. Having fold his prize, he again put to fea, and at the expiration of 5 weeks took the Quetta Merchant, a fhip of above 400 tons burden, the mafter of which was an Englishman named Wright, who had 2 Dutch mates on board, and a French gunner, but the crew confifted of Moors, natives of Africa, and were about 90 in number. He carried the fhip to St. Mary's, near Madagascar, where he burnt the Adventure Galley belonging to his owners, and divided the lading of the Quetta Merchant with his crew, taking 40 fhares to himfelf. They then went on board the laft mentioned fhip, and failed for the Weft Indies. It is uncertain whether the inhabitants of the West Indian Iflands knew that Kidd was a pirate, but he was refufed refreshments at Anguilla and St. Thomas's, and therefore failed to Mona, between Porto Rico and Hispaniola, where, through the management of an Englishman named Bolton, he obtained a fupply of provifions from Curaçao. He now bought a floop of Bolton, in which he flowed greater part of his ill-gotten effects, and left the Quetta merchant with 18 of the fhip's company in Bolton's care. While at St. Mary's, 90 men of Kidd's crew left him, and went on board the Mooka merchant, an East India fhip which had juft then commenced pirate. Kidd now failed the floop, and touched at feveral places, where he difpofed of a great part of his cargo, and then fteered for Bofton in New England. In the interim, Bolton fold the Quetta merchant to the Spaniards, and immediately failed as a paflenger in a fhip to Bofton, where he arrived a considerable time before Kidd, and gave information of what happened to Lord Bellomont, then the resident governor. Kidd therefore on his arrival was feized by order of his lordship, when all he had to urge in his defence was that he thought that the Quetta merchant was a lawful prize, as fhe was manned with Moors, though there was no kind of proof that this veffel had committed any act of piracy. Upon this the Earl of Bellomont immediately difpatched an account to England of the circumftances that had arifen, and requested that a fhip might be fent for Kidd, who had committed feveral other notorious acts of piracy. The fhip Rochester was accordingly fent to bring him to England, but this veffel happening to be disabled, was obliged to return, a circumftance which greatly increafed a public clamour which had for fome time fubfifted respecting this affair. It is not to be doubted but that this clamour took its rife from party prejudice. Yet it was carried to fuch a height, that the members of Parliament for feveral places were inftructed to move the Houfe for an inquiry into the affair, and accordingly it was moved in the Houfe of Commons that "the letters patent granted to the Earl of Bellomont and others, respecting the goods taken from pirates, were difhonourable to the King, against the law of nations, contrary to the laws and statutes of this realm, an invasion of property, and deftructive to commerce." Though a negative was put on this motion, yet the enemies of Lord Somers and the Earl of Oxford continued to charge thofe noblemen with giving countenance to pirates, and it was even insinuated that the Earl of Bellomont was no lefs culpable than the actual offenders. Another motion was accordingly made in the Houfe of Commons to addrefs his Majefty that Kidd might not be tried till the next feffion of Parliament, and that the Earl of Bellomont might be directed to fend home all examinations and other papers relative to this affair." This motion was carried, and the King complied with the request which was made. As foon as Kidd arrived in England, he was fent for and examined at the bar of the Houfe of Commons, with a view to fix part of his guilt on the parties who had been concerned in fending him on the expedition, but nothing arofe to criminate any of thofe diftinguifhed persons. Kidd, who was in fome degree intoxicated, made a very contemptible appearance at the bar of the Houfe, on which a member, who had been one of the moft earneft to have him examined, violently exclaimed, "Damn this fellow, I thought he had been only a knave, but unfortunately he happens to be a fool likewife." Kidd was at length tried at the Old Bailey, and was convicted on the cleareft evidence, but neither at that time nor afterwards charged any of his employers with being privy to his infamous proceedings. He was hanged at Execution Dock on the 23rd day of May, 1701, but a circumftance happened at his execution that will be worthy of recital. After he had been tied up to the gallows, the rope broke, and he fell to the ground, but being immediately tied up again, the ordinary, who had before exhorted him, desired to fpeak with him once more, and on his second application entreated him to make the most careful ufe of the few farther moments thus providentially allotted him for the final preparation of a soul to meet its important change. Thefe exhortations appeared to have the wifhed for effect, and he was left profeffing his charity to all the world, and his hopes of falvation through the merits of his Redeemer. In this manner ended the life of Captain Kidd, a man who, if he had entertained a proper regard to the welfare of the public, or even to his own advantage, might have become a ufeful member of society, instead of a difgrace to it. The opportunities he had obtained of acquiring a complete knowledge of the haunts of the pirates rendered him one of the most proper men in the world to have extirpated this nest of villains, but his own avarice defeated the generous views of fome of the greatest and most diftinguished men of the age in which he lived. Hence we may learn the destructive nature of avarice, which generally counteracts all of its own purposes. Captain Kidd might have acquired a fortune, and rendered material fervice to his country in point of the most effential interest, but he appeared to be dead to all thofe generous fenfations which do honour to humanity, and materially injured his country while he was bringing final difgrace on himfelf. The hiftory of this wretched malefactor will effectually imprefs on the mind of the reader the truth of the old obfervation, that " honefty is the beft policy." Henceforth let honour's path be trod, nor villains feek in vain To mock the facred laws of God, and give their neighbours pain. Account of the Parentage, Life, Execution, &c. of Herman Stman, who fuffered at Tyburn for the murder of Peter Wolter. Henry Stman, who came of a good family, was born in Revel in Leefland, about the year 1683. His parents, who were of a religious difpofition, gave him a liberal and pious education. He was fent by his father to fchool at Lubeck in the year 1694, where he remained till Michaelmas 1698. At this period he went to Hamburg, where he continued fome months, and then, in company with a young countryman of his, named Peter Wolter, embarked for England; and on their arrival in London they were both bound apprentices to Messrs. Stine and Dorian, merchants and partners. Both thefe young gentlemen lived together in great harmony for a considerable time, but in the month of Auguft preceding the fatal tragedy, of which we are about to recite the particulars, Mr. Dorian was married to the fifter of Peter Wolter. Hereupon the latter began to affume airs of confequence, and behaved with fo much insolence to Stman, that his pride took the alarm. They had feveral quarrels, and Wolter beat Stman twice, at one time in the counting houfe, and at another before the ferving girls in the kitchen. Wolter likewife traduced Stman to his matters, who thereupon denied him the liberty and other gratifications that were allowed his fellow prentice. Hereupon Stman conceived an implacable hatred against him, and resolved to murder him in fome way or other. His first intention was to have poifoned him, and with this view he mixed fome white mercury with the white powder which Wolter ufed to keep in a glafs in his bedroom as a remedy for the fcurvy. But this happening to be done in the midft of winter, Wolter had declined taking the powder, fo that the other thought of destroying him by the more expeditious method of ftabbing. This fcheme, however, was delayed from time to time, while Wolter's pride and arrogance increafed to fuch a degree, that the other thought he fhould at length be tempted to murder him in fight of the family. Hereupon Stman desired one of the maids to intimate to his matters his inclination to be fent to the Weft Indies. But no anfwer being given to his requefts, Stman grew fo uneafy, and his enmity against his fellow prentice increafed to fuch a degree, that the Dutch maid, obferving the agitation of his mind, advifed him to a patient fubmiffion to this situation as the most probable method of securing his future peace. Unfortunately he paid no regard to this good advice, but determined on the execution of the fatal plan which afterwards led to his destruction. On the morning of Good Friday Stman was sent out on business, but, instead of transacting it, he went to Greenwich, with an intention of returning on Saturday to perpetrate the murder. But reflecting that his fellow apprentice was to receive the sacrament on Easter Sunday, he abhorred the thought of taking away his life before he had partaken of the Lord's Supper. Wherefore he sent a letter to his masters on the Saturday, in which he asserted that he had been impressed, and was to be sent to Chatham on Easter Monday, and put on board a ship in the Royal Navy. But while he was at Greenwich, he was met by a young gentleman who knew him, and who, returning to London, told Messrs. Stein and Dorian he believed the story of his being impressed was all invention. Hereupon Mr. Stein went to Chatham to inquire into the real state of the case, when he discovered that the young gentleman's suspicions were all too well founded. Stman went to the church at Greenwich twice on Easter Sunday, and on the approach of evening came to London, and slept at the Dolphin Inn in Bishopsgate Street. On the following day he returned to Greenwich, and continued either at that place or at Woolwich, and at the neighbourhood till Tuesday, when he went to London, lodged in Lombard Street, and returned to Greenwich on Wednesday. Coming again to London on the evening of the succeeding day, he did not return any more to Greenwich, but going to the house of his master, he told them that what he had written was true, for he had been pressed. They gave no credit to this tale, but told him they had inquired into the affair, and bid him quit their house. This he did, and took lodging in Moorfields, where he lay on that and the following night, and on the Saturday he took other lodgings at the Sun in Queen Street, London. Before the preceding Christmas he had procured a key on the model of that belonging to his master's house, that he might go in and out at pleasure. Originally he intended to have made no worse use of this key, but it being still in his possession, he let himself into the house between 8 and 9 o'clock on the evening of the Saturday last mentioned. But hearing footsteps of some persons going up stairs, he concealed himself behind the door in the passage. As soon as the noise arising from the circumstance was over, he went up a pair of stairs to the room adjoining the counting house, where he used to sleep, and having found a tinder box, he lighted a candle and put it into his master's dark lanthorn, which he carried up stairs to an empty room next to that in which Peter Wolter used to lay. Here he continued a short time, when hearing somebody coming up stairs, he put out his candle and fell asleep soon afterwards. Awaking about 12 o'clock, he listened for a while, and hearing no noise, he imagined that the whole family were fast asleep. Hereupon he descended to the room on the first floor where the tinder box lay, and having lighted his candle, he went to the counting house, and took a sum of money and several bills and notes. This being done, he took a piece of wood with which he used to beat tobacco, and going up stairs again, he hastily entered the room where Peter Wolter was asleep, and advancing to his bedside, struck him violently on the head, and though his heart in some degree failed him, yet he continued his strokes. As the wounded youth groaned much, he took a pillow and lay it on his mouth, sat down on the side of the bed, and pressed it hard with his elbows till no appearance of life remained. Perceiving Wolter to be quite dead, he searched his chest of drawers and pockets, and took as much money as, what he had taken from his masters, amounted to above £8. He then packed up some linen and woollen clothes, and going down one pair of stairs, he threw his bundle into a house that was uninhabited. He then went up flairs again, and having cut his candle, lighted both pieces, one of which he placed in a chair clofe to the bed curtains, and the other on a cheft of drawers, with a view to have fet the houfe on fire to conceal the robbery and murder of which he had been guilty. This being done, he went through a window into the houfe where he had thrown his bundle, and in this place he stayed till 5 in the morning, when he took the bundle with him to his lodgings in Queen Street, where he fhifted his apparel, and went to the Swedish church in Trinity Lane. After the worfhip of the congregation had ended, he heard a bill of thanks read, which his matters had fent, in devout acknowledgment of their narrow efcape themfelves and their neighbours had experienced from the fire. Struck by this circumftance, Stradman burft into tears, but he endeavoured as much as poffible to conceal his emotions from a gentleman who fat in the fame pew with him, and who, on their coming out of the church, informed him that the houfe of Messrs. Stine and Dorian narrowly efcaped being burnt the preceding night by an accident then unknown, but that the deftruction was providentially prevented by the Dutch maid fmelling the fire and feeing the fmoke, fo that on her alarming her mafter, the flames were extinguished with a pail of water. Stradman made an appointment to meet the gentleman who gave him this information on the outer walks of the Royal Exchange in the afternoon, to go to the Dutch church in the Savoy; but the gentleman not coming to this time, he went alone to Stepney church, and after fervice was ended, he walked towards Mile End, where he faw the 2 Dutchmen, thefe muft have been Michael van Bergen and his fervant Dromulus, who had been hung in chains. This fight gave him a fhocking idea of the crime of which he had been guilty, and he reflected that he might foon become a like horrid fpectacle to mankind. Hence he proceeded to Blackwall, where he faw the captain of a French pirate hanging in chains, which gave frefh force to the gloomy feelings of his mind, and again taught him to dread a fimilar fate. After having been thus providentially led to the fight of objects which he would otherwife rather have avoided, he returned to his lodgings in great dejection of mind, but far from repenting, or even being properly fensible of the crime he had committed, for, as he himfelf faid, his heart did not yet repent for what he had done, and if he had failed murdering his fellow prentice in his bed, he fhould have destroyed him fome other way. On his return to his lodgings he ate fupper, faid his prayers, and went to bed. On the following morning he went to the White Horfe Inn without Cripplegate, to receive cafh for a bill of £20, which he had stolen from his mafter's houfe; but the perfon who was to have paid it being gone out, he was desired to call again about 12 o'clock. In the interim he went to the houfe of a banker in Lombard Street, who requested him to carry fome money for his, the banker's fifter, who was at a boarding school in Greenwich. Stradman faid he could not go till the following day, when he would execute the commiffion; but before he left the houfe of the banker, he told him that a young man named Green had been to enquire for him, on which Stradman faid that if Mr. Green returned, he should be informed that he would come back again at 1 o'clock. Hence he went again to the White Horfe Inn, where he found the party, who told him that he had no orders to pay the money for the bill. Having received this answer, he went to his lodgings, where he dined, and then went to the banker's in Lombard Street, where his mafter, Stine, with Mr. Green and another gentleman, were waiting for him. Mr. Stine asked him if he would go willingly to his houfe, or be carried thither by porters, and he replied that he would go of his own accord. When he came there, he was asked fome queftions respecting the atrocious crimes which he had been guilty of; but, perfifting that he was innocent, he was fearched, and the £20 bill found in his poffeffion. They then enquired where he lodged, to which he anfwered Moor Fields. Whereupon they all went thither together, but the people denied his lodging there at that time. Mr. Stine, finding him unwilling to speak the truth, told him that if he would make a full difcovery, he would be fent abroad out of the reach of juftice. Thereupon he mentioned his real lodgings, on which they went thither in a coach, and finding the bills and other stolen effects, Stman was carried before Sir Humphrey Edwin, who committed him to Newgate on his own confeffion. He was not tried at the firft feffions after his commitment, and in the interval that he lay in prifon fome bad people who were confined there trumped up an idle tale for him to tell when he came to trial, and prevailed on him to plead not guilty, a circumftance which he afterwards fincerely repented of. On his trial, however, there were fo many corroborative proofs of his guilt, that the jury could not helitate to convict him, and he received the fentence awarded by law. While he was under fentence of death, his behaviour was remarkably contrite and penitent, and when the ordinary of Newgate told him that the warrant of his execution was come down, and that he would fuffer in a few days, he said, quote, "The Lord's will be done. I am willing to die, only I beg of God that I may not, as I deferve, die an eternal death, and that though I die here for my moft heinous and enormous crimes, yet I may, for the love of Christ, live eternally with him in heaven. God blefs the King and all my honourable judges. They have done me no wrong, but 'tis I have done great wrong. The Lord be merciful to me, a great finner, elfe I perifh." At times he feemed to defpair, becaufe he feared that his repentance was not equal to his guilt. But then again his mind was occafionally warmed with the hope that his penitence was fuch as would lead to falvation. When at the place of execution he acknowledged his crime, for which he profeffed the fincereft forrow and repentance. He begged pardon of God for having endeavoured, with prefumptuous lies, to conceal thofe crimes, which being punifhed in this world, his eternal punishment in the next might be avoided. He died full of contrition, penitence, and hope, and fuffered at Tyburn on the 18th of June, 1701, and it was remarked that he kept his hands lifted up for a confiderable time after the cart was drawn away. This is the end of Volume 1, Part 2 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 3, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Particular account of the life and amours of Mary Adams, who was executed at Tyburn for privately stealing. This young woman, who was the daughter of a journeyman shoemaker, was born at Reading in Berkshire, and when she was old enough to go to fervice, went to live with a grocer in that town. As Mary was a girl of vivacity and genteel figure, she foon attracted the regard of the grocer's fon, and the confequence of their connection became very conspicuous in a fhort time. As foon as it was evident that she was pregnant, she was difmissed from her mafter's fervice, on which she immediately made oath that his fon was the father of the child thereafter to be born, a circumftance that compelled the old gentleman to fupport her till after she was brought to bed. She foon had been delivered before she went to London, and entered into the fervice of a mercer in Cheapside, where, by prudent conduct, she might have retrieved the character she had forfeited in the country. But prudence was not among the number of her virtues, for though she had already fuffered from her indifcretion, an intimacy foon fubfifted between her mafter and herself. But as their affociations could not conveniently be held at home, they contrived to meet on evenings at other places, when the miftrefs of the houfe was gone to the theatre or out on a vifit. This connection continued till the girl was far advanced in her pregnancy, when the mafter, apprehenfive of difagreeable confequences at home, advifed the girl to quarrel with her miftrefs, in order that she might be difmissed, and then took a lodging for her at Hackney, where she remained till she was delivered. and in the mean time the connection between her and her mafter continued as before. Being brought to bed of a child that died a few hours after its birth, the mafter thought himfelf happy, fuppofing he could eafily free himfelf from the encumbrance of the mother, of whom he now began to be heartily tired. When the girl recovered from her lying in, he told her that fhe muft go into fervice, and it did not fuit him to maintain her any longer. But this enraged her to the highest degree, and fhe threatened to difcover the nature of their connection to his wife, unlefs he would make her a prefent of 20 guineas; and with this demand he thought it prudent to comply, happy to get rid of her even on fuch terms. Being now in poffeffion of money, and in no want of clothes in which to make a genteel appearance, fhe removed from Hackney to Wych ftreet without Temple Bar, but was fcarcely fettled in her new lodgings before fhe fent a letter to the mercer's wife, whom fhe acquainted with the nature of the connection that had fubfifted between her late mafter and herfelf, but fhe did not mention her place of abode in this letter. The confequence was, the mercer was obliged to acknowledge the crime of which he had been guilty, and folicit his wife's pardon in terms of the utmoft humiliation. This pardon was promised, but whether it was ever ratified remains a doubt. Mrs. Adams had the advantage of an engaging figure, and paffing as a young widow in her new lodgings, fhe was foon married to a young fellow in the neighbourhood, but it was not long before he difcovered the impofition that had been put upon him, on which he embarked on board a fhip in the Royal Navy. By this time Mrs. Adams' money was almoft expended, but as her clothes were yet good, an attorney of Clement's Inn took her into keeping, and after fhe had lived a fhort time with him, fhe went to another of the fame profeffion, with whom fhe cohabited above 2 years; but on his marriage fhe was once more abandoned to feek her fortune. Fertile of invention, and too proud to condefcend to accept of a common fervice, fhe became connected with a notorious bawd of Drury Lane, who was very glad of her affiftance, and promised herfelf confiderable advantages from the affociation. In this fituation Mrs. Adams difplayed her charms to confiderable advantage, and was happy as any common proftitute can expect to be. But alas! what is this happiness but a prelude to the extremity of mifery and diftrefs? Such indeed it was found by Mrs. Adams, who having been gratified by a gentleman with a confiderable fum of money, the bawd quarrelled with her respecting the dividing of it, and a battle enfuing, our heroine was turned out of the houfe after fhe had got a black eye in the conteft. After this fhe used to parade in the park in the day time, and walk the ftreets in the evenings in fearch of cafual lovers. But as fhe joined the practice of theft to that of incontinence, few of her chance acquaintance efcaped being robbed. She was often taken into cuftody for thefe practices, but continually efcaped through defect of evidence. At length an end was put to her depredations, for having enticed a gentleman to a bagnio near Covent Garden, fhe picked his pocket of all his money and a bank note to a large amount, and left him while he flept. When the gentleman awaked, he fent immediately notice to the bank to ftop payment, and as Mrs. Adams came foon afterwards to receive the money for the note, fhe was taken into cuftody and lodged in prifon, and being in a fhort time tried at the Old Bailey, fhe was convicted, received fentence of death, and was executed at Tyburn on the 16th of June, 1702. After her conviction, fhe lived in the fame gay and diffipated manner that fhe had done before, and was vifited by many of her former acquaintance, who fupplied her with money to fupport her extravagance. Agreeable to her own requeft too, their miftaken bounty contributed to purchafe her a fuit of mourning, in which fhe was executed, and they buried her in as handfome a manner as if her life had been conducted by the rules of virtue, and fhe had likewife been a woman of fortune. Interefting particulars respecting John Peter Dramati, who was hanged at Tyburn for the murder of his wife. The unhappy subject of this narrative was the fon of Proteftant parents, and born at Saverdun in the county of Foix, in the province of Languedoc in France. He received a religious education, and when he arrived at years of maturity, he left his own country on account of the persecution then prevailing there, and went to Geneva. From thence he travelled into Germany, and ferved as a horfe grenadier under the Elector of Brandenburg, who was afterwards King of Prussia. When he had been in this fphere of life about a year, he came over to England, and entered into the fervice of Lord Haverfham, with whom he remained about 12 months, and then enlifted as a soldier in the regiment of Colonel de la Mornoniere. And having made 2 campaigns in Flanders, the regiment was ordered into Ireland, where it was broke, in confequence of which Dramati obtained his liberty. He now became acquainted with a widow, between 50 and 60 years of age, who, pretending fhe had a great fortune, and allied to the royal family of France, he foon married her, on account of her fuppofed wealth and rank, and her understanding of Englifh and Irish, thinking it prudent to have a wife who could fpeak the languages of the country in which he proposed to spend the remainder of his life. He had not been long married before he found out he had been impofed upon, for his wife had no fortune at all, on which he took a fmall houfe and a piece of ground about 10 miles from Cork, intending to turn farmer. But being altogether ignorant of husbandry, he found it impoffible to fubfift by that profeffion, on which he went to Cork, and worked as a fkinner, being the trade to which he was brought up. At the expiration of a 12-month from his coming to that city, he went to London, and offering fervices again to Lord Haverfham, he was accepted, and in this fervice he remained till the perpetration of that crime which brought him to a fhameful end. The fubftance of the narrative that Dramati gave of the caufe and confequence of the murder was as follows. His wife, unhappy on account of their feparate residence, wifhed to live with him at Lord Haverfham's, which he refufed to confent to, saying that his lordfhip did not know he was married. Hereupon fhe entreated him to quit his fervice, which he likewife refufed, saying that he could not provide himfelf fo well in any other fituation, and that it would be ungenerous to leave fo indulgent a mafter. The wife now began to evince the jealousy of her dispofition, and intimated that Dramati had fixed his affection on fome other woman, and the following circumftance aggravated the malignant diforder that wrangled in her mind. Dramati, being attacked by a violent fever about the Chriftmas preceding the time that the murder was committed, his noble mafter gave orders that all poffible care should be taken of him at his lordfhip's expence. At this period Mrs. Dramati paid a vifit to her husband, and again urged him to quit his fervice, which he positively refufed. A fervant girl now came into the room, bringing him fome water gruel, and the wife, fufpecting that this was her rival in her husband's affections, once more entreated him to leave his place. In answer to which he said he muft be out of his fences to abandon a fituation in which he was fo well provided for, and treated with fuch humanity. Dramati, having recovered of his illness, vifited his wife at her lodgings as often as was confiftent with the duties of his ftation. But this was not being often enough as fhe wifhed him to come, fhe grew more uneafy than before. At length Lord Haverfham took lodgings at Kensington, and Dramati was fo bufy in packing up fome articles on the occasion, that he had no opportunity of acquainting his wife with their removal. At length fhe learnt this circumftance from another quarter, on which, inflamed to the higheft degree of rage, fhe went to Kensington to reproach her husband with his unkindness to her, though he declared he always maintained her as well as he was able, and as proof of it had given her 3 guineas but a little time before the murder was committed. Frequent were the difputes between this unhappy man and his wife, till, on the 9th of June, Dramati being fent to London, and his bufinefs lying near Soho, he called on his wife, who lodged in that neighbourhood, and having been with her some time, he was about to take his leave, but she laid hold of him, and wanted to detain him. But he got from her, and went towards Charing Crofs, to which place fhe followed him. But at length fhe feemed to yield to his perfuafions that fhe should go home, as he told her that he was going to his lord in Spring Green. But inftead of going home, fhe went and waited for him at or near Hyde Park Gate, and in the evening he found her there as he was going to Kensington. At the Park Gate fhe stopped him, and infifted that he should go no further unlefs he took her with him. And after many words had paffed between them, fhe faid fhe would go in fpite of his teeth, or elfe fhe would have his life, or he should have hers. He now left her, and went towards Chelfea, but fhe followed him till they came near Bloody Bridge, where the quarrel being vehemently renewed, fhe feized his neckcloth, and would have ftrangled him, whereupon he beat her moft unmercifully with his cane and fword, which later he imagined fhe broke with her hands, as fhe was remarkable for her ftrength, and, if he had been unarmed, would eafily have overpowered him. Having wounded her in fo many places as to conclude he had killed her, his paffion immediately began to fubfide, and falling on his knees, he devoutly implored the pardon of God for the horrid fin of which he had been guilty, and then went to Kensington, where his fellow fervants obferving that his clothes were bloody, he faid that he had been attacked by 2 men in Hyde Park, who would have robbed him of his clothes, but that he defended himfelf, and broke the head of one of them. This ftory was credited for the prefent, and on the following day Dramati went to London, where he heard a paper cried in the ftreets refpecting the murder that had been committed, and though he dreaded being taken into cuftody every moment, he did not feek to make his efcape, but difpatched his bufinefs in London, and returned to Kensington. On the following day the fervants heard a paper cried refpecting a barbarous murder that had been committed near Bloody Bridge, on which they told their lord of it, hinting that they fufpected Dramati to have murdered his wife, as they had been known to quarrel before, and he had come home the preceding evening with his fword broke, the hilt of it bruifed, his cane fhattered, and fome blood on his clothes. Upon this Lord Haverfham, with a view to employ him that he might not think he was fufpected, bid him get the coach ready, and in the interim fent for a conftable, who, on fearching him, found a woman's cap in his pocket, which afterwards proved to have belonged to his wife. When he was examined before a juftice of the peace, he confeffed that he had committed the crime, but in extenuation of it, faid that his wife was a worthless woman, who had entrapped him into marriage by pretending to be of royal blood of France, and a woman of fortune. On his trial it appeared he went into Lord Haverfham's chamber late on the night on which the murder was committed, after that nobleman was in bed, and it was fuppofed that he had an intention of robbing his lordfhip, who called out to know what he wanted. But in a folemn declaration Dramati made after his conviction, he ftedfaftly denied any intention of robbing his mafter, but only went into the room to fetch a filver tumbler, which he had forgot, that he might have it in readiness to take in fome aff's milk in the morning for his lordfhip. The body of Mrs. Dramati was found in a ditch between Hyde Park and Chelfea, and a track of blood was feen to the diftance of 20 yards, at the end of which a piece of a fword was found fticking in a bank, which fitted the other part of the fword in the prifoner's poffeffion. The circumftances attending the murder being proved to the fatisfaction of the jury, the culprit was found guilty, condemned, and on the 21ft of July, 1703, was executed at Tyburn, and yielded up his life, a fincere penitent, not only with refpect to the crime for which he fuffered, but for all others of which he had been guilty. Narrative of the Life, Execution, and wonderful Recovery of John Smith, called Half-hanged Smith, with curfory remarks on his extraordinary efcape. John Smith was the fon of a farmer at Malton, about 15 miles from the city of York, who bound him apprentice to a packer in London, with whom he ferved out his time, and afterwards worked as a journeyman. He then went to fea as a merchantman, after which he enlifted on board a man of war, and was at the famous expedition againft Vigo, but on the return from that expedition he was liberated. Smith had not been long difengaged from the naval fervice, when he enlifted as a foldier in the regiment of guards commanded by Lord Cutts. But in this ftation he foon made bad connexions, and engaged with fome of his diffolute companions as a houfebreaker. On December 5th, 1705, he was arraigned on 4 different indictments, on 2 of which he was convicted and received fentence of death. While he lay under fentence, he feemed very little affected with his fituation, being amufed with the hopes of a reprieve through the intereft of his friends. An order, however, came for his execution on the 24th day of the fame month, in confequence of which he was carried to Tyburn, where he performed his devotions, and was turned off in the ufual manner. But when he was hung near 15 minutes, the people prefent cried out, "A reprieve! A reprieve!" Hereupon the malefactor was cut down, and being conveyed to a houfe in the neighbourhood, he foon recovered, in confequence of bleeding and other proper applications. As foon as he had recovered his fences, he was asked what were his feelings at the time of execution, to which he repeatedly replied in fubftance as follows: that, "when he was turned off, he for fome time was fenfible of very great pain, occafioned by the weight of his body, and felt his fpirits in a ftrange commotion, violently preffing upwards. That having forced their way to his head, he, as it were, faw a great blaze or glaring light, which feemed to go out at his eyes with a flafh, and then he loft all fenfe of pain. That after he was cut down, and began to come to himfelf, the blood and fpirits forcing themfelves into their former channels, put him by a fort of pricking or fhooting to fuch intolerable pain, that he could have wifhed thofe hanged who had cut him down." Smith, after this narrow efcape from the grave, pleaded to his pardon on the 20th of February. Yet fuch was his propensity to evil deeds, that he returned to his former practices, and being again apprehended, was tried at the Old Bailey for houfebreaking. But fome difficulties arifing in the cafe, the jury brought in a fpecial verdict, in confequence of which the affair was left to the opinion of 12 judges, who determined in favour of the prifoner. Notwithstanding the fecond extraordinary efcape, he was a 3rd time indicted; but the profecutor happening to die before the day of trial, he once more obtained that liberty which his conduct proved to be fo unmerited. There is no account what became of this man after this 3rd remarkable incident in his favour, but Christian charity inclines us to hope that he made a proper ufe of the fingular difpenfations of Providence fo ably evinced in his own perfon. Account of the Conviction, Trial, and Execution of Deborah Churchill, as an Accomplice in the Murder with Hunt. Deborah Churchill, whofe fate gives rife to this narrative, was born about the year 1678 in a village near Norwich. She had feveral children by her husband, Mr. Churchill, but her temper not being calculated to afford him domeftic happiness, he repined at his fituation, and destroyed himfelf by intoxication. Deborah, after this event, came to London, and being too much idle and too proud to think of earning a fubfiftence by her induftry, she ran confiderably into debt, and in order to extricate herfelf from her encumbrances, had recourfe to a method which was formerly as common as it was unjuft. Going to a public houfe in Holborn, fhe faw a soldier, and asked if he would marry her. The man immediately anfwered in the affirmative, on which they went in a coach to the Fleet, where the nuptial knot was inftantly tied. Mrs. Churchill, whofe maiden name is unknown, having obtained a certificate of her marriage, enticed her husband to drink till he was quite inebriated, and then gave him the flip, happy in this contrivance to fcreen herfelf from an arreft. A little after this, fhe cohabited with a young fellow named Hunt, with whom fhe lived more than 6 years. Hunt appears to have been a youth of a rakifh difpofition. He behaved very ill to this unhappy woman, who however loved him to diftraction, and at length forfeited her life in confequence of the regard that fhe had for him. One night, as Mr. Hunt and one of his affociates were returning from the theatre in company with Mrs. Churchill, a quarrel arofe between the men, who immediately drew their fwords. While Mrs. Churchill, anxious for the fafety of Mr. Hunt, interpofed, and kept his antagonist at a diftance, in confequence of which he received a wound, of which he died almoft immediately. No fooner was the murder committed than Hunt effected his efcape, and eluding his purfuers arrived fafely in Holland. But Mrs. Churchill was apprehended on the fpot, and being taken before a magiftrate, was committed to Newgate. November, 1708, at the feffions held at the Old Bailey, Mrs. Churchill was indicted as an accomplice on the act of the firft year of King James I, called the Statute of Stabbing, by which it is enacted that, "if any one ftabs another, who hath not at that time a weapon drawn, or hath not firft ftricken, the party who ftabbed is deemed guilty of murder, if the perfon ftabbed died within 6 months afterwards." Mrs. Churchill, being convicted, pleaded a ftate of pregnancy in bar of her execution, and a jury of matrons being impanelled, declared that they were ignorant whether fhe was with child or not. Hereupon the court, willing to allow all reafonable time in a cafe of this nature, refpited judgment for 6 months, at the end of which time fhe received fentence of death, as there was no appearance of her being pregnant. This woman's behaviour was extremely penitent, but fhe denied her guilt to the last moment of her life, having no conception that fhe had committed murder, becaufe fhe did not herfelf ftab the deceafed. She was hanged at Tyburn on the 17th of December, 1708. Full account of the lives, infurrections, and execution of Daniel Demoray and George Purchas, who were hanged at Tyburn for high treafon. When the Whig miniftry of Queen Anne was turned out of, or, in the modern phrafe, had refigned their places, the Tory miniftry who fucceeded them encouraged a young divine named Henry Sacheverell to inflame the paffions of the public by preaching against the fettlement made at the Revolution, and inculcating all thofe doctrines which were then held as favourable tenets of what was called the High Church party. Sacheverell was a man of abilities, and eminently poffeffed of thofe kind of talents which are calculated to infpire fuch sentiments as the preacher wifhed to imprefs his auditors with. The public in general were well informed that Dr. Sacheverell's difcourfe tended to inftigate the people against the houfe of Hanover, and to insinuate the right of the pretender to the throne of thefe realms. This caufed fuch a general commotion, that it became neceffary to bring him to a trial in fome way, and, contrary to all former practice refpecting a man of his rank, he was tried before the Houfe of Peers, and was filenced for 3 years upon conviction. But fo excited were the paffions of the populace in confequence of his insinuations, that they almoft adored him as a prophet, and fome of them were led to commit thofe outrages which gave rife to the following trials. 2 diffenting minifters, Messrs. Bradbury and Burgess, having made themselves conspicuous by preaching in behalf of the revolutionary settlement and freedom of sentiment in matters of religion, became the immediate objects of resentment of the mob. What arofe in confequence hereof will appear from the following abstract of the trials of the criminals before us. Daniel Demoray, on the 19th of April, 1710, was indicted for being concerned with a multitude of men, to the number of 500, armed with fwords and clubs, to levy war against the Queen. A gentleman depofed that, "going through the temple, he faw fome thoufands of people who had attended Dr. Sacheverell from Weftminfter Hall, that fome of them faid they would pull down Dr. Burgess's meeting houfe that night." Others differed as to the time of doing it, but all agreed on the act, and the meeting houfe was demolifhed on the following night. Captain Aurill fwore that on the 1st of March, hearing that "the mob had pulled down Dr. Burgess's meeting houfe, he refolved to go among them, and to do what fervice he could to government by making difcoveries." Captain Aurill, going to Mr. Bradbury's meeting, found the people plundering it, who obliged him to pull off his hat. After this he went to Lincoln's Inn Field, where he faw a bonfire made of fome of the materials of Dr. Burgess's meeting houfe, and faw the prifoner, who twirled his hat, and faid, "Damn it, I will lead you on. God damn me, we will have all the meeting houfes down. High Church and Sacheverell, huzza!" It was proved by another evidence that the prifoner headed part of the mob, fome of whom propofed to go to the meeting houfe in Wild Street, but that this was objected to by others, who recommended going to Drury Lane, "saying that meeting houfe was worth 10 of that in Wild Street." Joseph Collier fwore that he faw the prifoner carry a brafs fconce from Dr. Burgess's meeting houfe, and throw it into the fire in Lincoln's Inn Field, huzzaing and crying, "High Church and Sacheverell." There was another evidence to prove the concern that the prifoner had in thefe illegal acts, and feveral perfons appeared in his behalf, but their testimony contradicted each other, and the jury could not credit their evidence, but brought in a fpecial verdict. George Purchas was indicted for levying war against Queen Anne, &c. in the fame manner that Demoray had been. On this trial, Captain Aurill depofed that after feeing Dr. Burgess's meeting houfe demolifhed, and a fire made in Lincoln's Inn Fields with fome of the materials thereof, he met a party of the guards, who he directed to go to Drury Lane, where a bonfire was made of the pews and other utensils, and that there was a great mob, which was difpersed by the guards; that the prifoner was very active, pushing at the breafts of the horfes with a drawn fword; that this evidence asked what he meant, telling him that in oppofing the guard he oppofed the Queen, and he would have perfuaded him to put up his fword and go home. But inftead of taking this advice, he replied, "Damn you, who are you? For High Church and Sacheverell or no? I am, God damn them all," meaning the guards, "for I am as good a man as any of them all." That he then called to the mob, "Come on, boys, I'll lead you on. I'm for High Church and Sacheverell, and I'll lose my life in the caufe." The captain further depofed that after this the prifoner ran refolutely with his fword in his hand, and made a full pafs at the officer who commanded the guards, and if one of the guards had not given a fpring and beat his fword down, he would have run the officer through the left flank; that the prifoner now retired a little lower, and the guards had by this time difperfed the mob, having knocked down 40 or 50 of them in the action. Richard Ruffell, one of the guards, depofed that they were ordered by the ferjeant to march into Drury Lane, and to return their bayonets and their drawn fwords. that when they came to Drury Lane there was a bonfire with a large mob about it, that near the fire the horse were all drawn up into one line with their tails against the wall, that none of the mob might come behind. That the prifoner then stood in the middle of the lane, huzzaing, and came up, and would have thrust himself between the horfes, but the guards beat him off with the flats of their fwords. The prifoner produced fome witnefles, but as what they faid did not contradict the evidences against him, their depofitions had no weight. The jury were fatisfied with the proofs that had arifen, but having a doubt respecting the points of law, they brought in a fpecial verdict. At the fame time and place Francis Willis was tried for affifting in demolishing the meeting houfe of Mr. Bradbury in Fetter Lane, and burning the materials at a bonfire in Holborn, but was acquitted for want of fufficient evidence against him. The verdicts respecting Demoray and Peress being left fpecial, their cafes were argued in the Court of King's Bench in Weftminfter Hall the following term, before Lord Chief Juftice Parker and the other judges; when, though every artifice in the law was made ufe of in their behalf, they were adjudged to be guilty, and in confequence of which they received fentence of death, and were executed at Tyburn on the 15th of June, 1710. This is the end of Volume 1, Part 3 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 4, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Account of Richard Thornhill, Esquire, who was tried for the murder of Sir Cholmondeley Deering in a duel, and found guilty of manslaughter. Sir Cholmondeley Deering and Mr. Thornhill were intimate acquaintance, and had dined together on the 7th of April, 1711, in the company with feveral other gentlemen, at the Toy at Hampton Court, where a quarrel arofe which occafioned the unhappy catastrophe that afterwards happened. During the quarrel, Sir Cholmondeley struck Mr. Thornhill, and a fcuffle enfuing, the wainscot of the room broke down, and Thornhill falling, the others ftamped on him, and beat out fome of his teeth. The company now interpofing, Sir Cholmondeley, convinced he had acted improperly, declared that he was willing to ask pardon; but Mr. Thornhill faid that asking pardon was not proper retaliation for the injury he had received, adding, "Sir Cholmondeley, you know where to find me." Soon after this the company broke up, and the prifoners went home in different coaches, without any further fteps being taken towards their reconciliation. On the 9th of April Sir Cholmondeley went to the coffee houfe at Kensington, and asked for Mr. Thornhill, who not being there, he went to his lodgings, and the fervant fhewed him to the dining room, to which he ascended with a brace of piftols in his hands, and foon afterwards Mr. Thornhill coming to him, asked him if he would drink tea, but he declined, but drank a glafs of fmall beer. After this the gentlemen ordered a hackney coach, in which they went to Tothill Fields, and there advanced towards each other in a refolute manner, and fired their piftols almoft at the fame moment. Sir Cholmondeley, being mortally wounded, fell to the ground, and Mr. Thornhill, after lamenting the unhappy catastrophe, was going away, when a perfon flopped him, told him he had been guilty of murder, and took him before a Juftice of the Peace, who committed him to prifon. On the 18th of May, 1711, Richard Thornhill, Esquire, was indicted at the Old Bailey Seffions for the murder. In the courfe of the trial the above recited facts were proved, and a letter was produced, of which the following is a copy. April 8th, 1711. Sir, I fhall be able to go abroad to morrow morning, and defire you will give me a meeting with your fword and piftols, which I infift on. The worthy gentleman who brings you this will concert with you the time and place. I think Tothill Fields will do well. Hyde Park will not, as this time of the year being full of company. I am your humble servant, Richard Thornhill." Mr. Thornhill's servant swore that he believed this letter to be his mafter's handwriting, but Mr. Thornhill hoped the jury would not pay any regard to this testimony, as the boy had acknowledged in court that he never saw him write. Mr. Thornhill called feveral witnesses to prove how ill he had been used by Sir Cholmondeley, that he had languished fome time of the wounds he had received, during which he could take no other fuftenance than liquids, and that his life was in imminent danger. Several perfons of diftinction teftified that Mr. Thornhill was of a peaceable difpofition, and that, on the contrary, the deceafed was a remarkably quarrelfome temper. On behalf of Mr. Thornhill it was further depofed that Sir Cholmondeley, being asked if he came by his hurt through unfair ufage, he replied, "No, poor Thornhill, I am forry for him. This misfortune was my own fault, of my own feeking. I heartily forgive him, and defire you all to take notice of it, that it may be of fome fervice to him, and that one misfortune may not occafion another." The jury acquitted Mr. Thornhill of murder, but found him guilty of manslaughter, in confequence of which he was burnt in the hand. Account of Elizabeth Mason, who was hanged at Tyburn for poifoning her miftrefs. Elizabeth Mason was born at Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, and while very young was conveyed by her friends to Sutton, near Peterborough in Northamptonshire, from whence, at age 7 years, she was brought to London by Mrs. Scholes, who told her she was her godmother, and with this lady and her fifter, Mrs. Chowell, she lived till she was apprehended for the commiffion of the crime for which her life paid the forfeit. This girl, who was employed in houfhold work, having conceived an idea that she should poffefs the fortune of her miftresses on their death, came to the horrid refolution of removing them by poifon. On Thursday in Eafter week, Mason being fent of an errand, she went to a druggist's fhop, where she bought a quantity of yellow arfenic, on the pretence that it was to kill rats. On the following morning fhe mixed this poifon with fome coffee, of which Mrs. Scholes drank, and afterwards, finding herfelf extremely ill, faid her end was approaching, and expired the next day in great agonies. Mrs. Chowell receiving no injury from that little coffee fhe drank, the girl determined to renew her attempt to poifon her, in confequence of which fhe again went to the fame fhop about a fortnight afterwards, and bought a fecond quantity of arfenic, which he put into fome water gruel prepared for Mrs. Chowell's breakfaft on the following morning. As it happened, that gruel was too hot. The lady put it afide fome time to cool, during which time moft of the arfenic funk to the bottom. Having drank fome of it, fhe found herfelf very ill, and obferving the fentiment at the bottom of the bafon, fhe fent for her apothecary, who gave her a large quantity of oil to drink, by the help of which the poifon was expelled. Unfavourable fufpicions now arifing against Elizabeth Mason, fhe was taken into cuftody, and being carried before 2 juftices of the peace on the 30th of April, fhe confeffed the whole of her guilt, in confequence of which fhe was committed to Newgate. On the 6th of June, 1712, fhe was indicted for the murder of Jane Scholes, by mixing yellow arfenic with her coffee, and pleading guilty to the indictment, fhe received fentence of death, in confequence of which fhe was executed at Tyburn on the 18th of June, 1712. While fhe lay under fentence of death, the ordinary of Newgate asked if fhe had any lover or other perfon who had tempted her to the commiffion of the crime, to which fhe anfwered in the negative, but owned that fhe had frequently defrauded her miftresses of money, and then told lies to conceal the depredations of which fhe had been guilty. At the time of her execution fhe warned other young people to beware of crimes fimilar to thofe which had brought her to that fatal end, and confeffed the juftice of the fentence which made her a public example. Account of Richard Town, who was executed for defrauding his creditors under a commission of bankruptcy. In September, 1712, Richard Town was indicted at the Old Bailey for withdrawing himself from his creditors after a commiffion of bankrupt iffued againft him, and for removing and fraudulently carrying away 15 tons of tallow, valued at £400, and £400 in money, with his debt books and books of account, with intention to defraud his creditors. Having pleaded not guilty to the indictment, the council informed the jury that the act of parliament had expressly declared that, quote, if any perfon, being a bankrupt, after the month of April, 1707, did fraudulently conceal, embezzle, or make away with goods or money to the value of £20, he should be deemed guilty of a felony. A number of witnefles were now called to prove his being a regular trader, and to make it appear that he had committed an act of bankruptcy. But the principal of thefe was Mr. Hodgson, who depofed that being fent after the prifoner by the commiflioners of bankrupt, he apprehended him at Sandwich, and fearching him by virtue of his warrant, found in his pocket 20 guineas in gold, and about £5, 7 fhillings and 6d. in filver, and that he had 3 gold rings on his fingers, that he took from him the gold and £5 in filver, and left him the odd filver. Town had intended to fail in a fhip which was bound to Amfterdam, but being too late, he went on board the packet boat to Ostend, but being taken fea fick, he went to the fide of the veffel, and ftooping down, dropped 800 guineas, which were in 2 bags between his coat and his waistcoat, into the fea. A ftorm arifing at fea, the packet boat was driven back, and obliged to put into Sandwich, in confequence of which Town was apprehended by Hodgson as above mentioned. When Town was examined before the commiflioners, he acknowledged that he had ordered Thomas Norris to carry off his books of account, plate, and papers of value, and likewife to convey a large quantity of tallow, which he fuppofed was by then arrived in Holland. Now the counsel for Town infifted that, as Norris was joint agent with him, the act of one was the act of both, and he could not legally be convicted till the other, who was then abroad, could be apprehended and tried with him. But in order to fruftrate this argument, it was proved that Town had shipped off large quantities of goods on his own account. Befides, the circumftance of his being taken at Sandwich by Mr. Hodgson, with more than £20 of his creditors' money in his poffeffion, was a fufficient proof of his guilt. Wherefore the jury did not hesitate on his cafe, and he received fentence of death. This unhappy man was a native of the county of Oxford, and for fome time had carried on a considerable bufinefs as a tallow chandler, with great reputation, but it appears too evident that he had formed a defign of defrauding his creditors, becaufe, at the time of his abfconding, he had considerable property in funds, and was otherwife in good circumstances. Before his conviction he was indulged with a chamber to himfelf in the prefs yard, but after fentence was paffed on him, he was put into the condemned hole with the other prifoners, but here he catched a violent cold, which brought on deafnefs, a diforder to which he had been fubject. Wherefore, on complaining of this circumftance, he was removed to his former apartments. While under fentence of death, he refufed to acknowledge the juftice of his fentence, declaring that a perfon whom he had relieved and preferved from ruin had occafioned his deftruction. He attended the devotions of the place, declared that he forgave his enemies, and begged that God would likewife forgive them. He was executed at Tyburn on the 23rd of December, 1712, being exactly 41 years of age on that day, a circumftance that he remarked to the ordinary on his way to the fatal tree. Mr. Town was the first perfon who fuffered on the act which made it a felony for a bankrupt to conceal the value of £20 or upwards. It is the fate of many an honeft man to become bankrupt, and it is but too common for the unfeeling world to brand all bankrupts with the general name of villain. But, we hope, for the honour of human nature, that this name is not deferved once where it is applied 1,000 times. It has been the misfortune of fome of the worthiest men we have ever known to become bankrupts. On the contrary, many of the most contemptible of the human race have been fuccefsful traders, and, in the language of the city, have been "good men." Undoubtedly there have been fraudulent bankruptcies, but, comparatively fpeaking, we believe very few. We have not many inftances of traders flourishing in a great degree after a bankruptcy, and what man would wifh, if it were in his power, to meet the public contempt and derifion for the fake of embezzling a few paltry £100, and this too at the hazard of his life? With regard to the particular inftance before us, we fee a ftrong proof of the wifdom and juftice of Providence in preventing this offender from making his efcape in the firft place, by the fhip being failed, and in the fecond, by the packet boat being obliged to put back through ftrefs of weather. Hence, let all who are tempted to commit crimes of a fimilar or any other nature, learn that they can never efcape the fight of a juft God, who ruleth the world in righteoufness. Account of Richard Noble, attorney at law, who fuffered for the murder of John Sayer, Efq. With fome particulars of the amours of Mr. Noble and Mrs. Sayer. There is fomething fo fingular in the cafe before us, that the reader will be glad to have the particulars of an affair that made much noife in the world at the time it happened, and will be remembered to future ages. John Sayer, Efq. was poffeffed of about £1,000 a year, and was lord of the manor of Biddeflden in Buckinghamshire. He does not appear to have been a man of any great abilities, but was remarkable for his good nature and inoffenfive difpofition. In 1699 he married Mary, the daughter of Admiral Neville, a woman of an agreeable perfon and brilliant wit, but of fuch an abandoned difpofition as to be a difgrace to her fex. Soon after this wedding, Colonel Salisbury married the Admiral's widow, but there was fuch a vicious fimilarity in conduct of the mother and daughter, that the two husbands had early occafion to be difgufted with the choice they had made. Mr. Sayer's nuptials had not been celebrated many days before his bride took the liberty of kicking him, and hinted that fhe would procure a lover with whom fhe might enjoy thofe pleafures not to be found with her husband. Sayer, who was diftractedly fond of her, bore this treatment with patience, and at the end of a 12-month fhe bare him a daughter, which foon died. But he became ftill more fond of her after fhe had made him a father, and was continually loading her with prefents. Mr. Sayer now took a houfe on Lisle ftreet, Leicester Fields, kept a coach, and did every thing which he thought might gratify his wife. But fo far from being influenced by this generous conduct, fhe declared that fhe would never again admit him to her bed. Irritated by this treatment, he went amongst the women of the town, in confequence whereof he contracted a diforder that obliged him to have the advice of a furgeon; and his wife fufpecting what had happened, he made no fcruple to acknowledge the fact, and avowed the occafion of it. His health, however, was foon re-eftablifhed, on which his wife voluntarily admitted him to her bed, but the confequence was, that both the parties were foon afterwards indifpofed. As the furgeon who had attended Mr. Sayer was a man of character, and profeffed himfelf ready to fwear to the perfection of his cure, it was shrewdly fufpected that the lady, having contracted the diforder, had given it to her husband in order to criminate him in the opinion of his friends. However this be, fhe affected to be greatly difgufted, again forbad him her bed, and consoled herfelf with the company of a colonel in the army. At times fhe behaved with more compliance to her husband, who had, after a while, the honour of being deemed father of another child of which fhe was delivered. And after this circumftance fhe indulged herfelf in ftill greater liberties than before. Her mother, who was almost constantly with her, encouraging her in the shameful prostitution of manners. At length a scheme was concerted, which would probably have ended in the destruction of Mr. Sayre and Colonel Salisbury, if it had not been happily prevented by the prudence of the latter. The Colonel, taking an opportunity to reprefent to Mrs. Sayre the ill confequences that muft attend her infidelity to her husband, fhe immediately attacked him with the moft outrageous language, and infulted him to fuch a degree that he threw the remains of a difh of tea at her. The mother and daughter immediately laid hold of this circumftance to inflame the paffions of Mr. Sayre, whom they at length prevailed on to demand fatisfaction of the Colonel. The challenge is faid to have been written by Mrs. Sayre, and when the Colonel received it, he conjectured that it was a plan concerted between the ladies to get rid of their husbands. However, he obeyed the fummons, and going in a coach with Mr. Sayre towards Montague Houfe, he addreffed him as follows: "Son Sayre, let us come to a right understanding of this bufinefs. 'Tis well known that I am a fwordsman, and I fhould be very far from getting any honour by killing you. But to come nearer the point in hand, thou fhouldft know, Jack, for all the world knows, that thy wife and mine are both whores. They want to get rid of us at once. If thou fhouldft drop, they'll have me hanged for it after." There was fo much of obvious truth in this remark, that Mr. Sayre immediately felt its force, and the gentlemen drove home together, to the great mortification of the ladies. Soon after this affair, Mrs. Sayre went to her houfe in Buckinghamshire, where an intimacy took place between her and the curate of the parifh, and their amour was conducted with fo little referve, that all the fervants faw that the parfon had more influence in the houfe than the mafter. Mrs. Sayre, coming to London, was foon followed by the young clergyman, who was feized with the fmall pox, which coft him his life. When he found that there was no hope of his recovery, he fent to Mr. Sayre, earneftly requefting to fee him. But Mrs. Sayre, who judged what he wanted, faid her mother had not had the fmall pox, and fuch a vifit might coft her her life. Wherefore fhe infifted that her husband should not go, and the paffive man tamely fubmitted to this injunction, though his wife daily fent a footman to enquire after the clergyman, who died without being vifited by Mr. Sayre. This gentleman had not been long dead before his place was fupplied by an officer of the guards. But he was foon difmiffed in favour of a man of great diftinction, who prefented her with fome valuable china, which he pretended was won at Astrop Wells. About this time Mr. Sayre found his affairs considerably deranged by his wife's extravagance, on which a gentleman recommended to him Mr. Richard Noble, an attorney, as a man capable of being very ferviceable to him. Noble was the fon of a man who kept a very reputable coffee houfe at Bath. His parents lived in great credit, and his mother was fo virtuous a woman, that when Noble afterwards went to her houfe with Mrs. Sayre in a coach and fix, fhe fhut the door against him. Noble had been well educated, and articled to an attorney of eminence at New Inn, in which he afterwards took chambers for himfelf. But he had not been in any considerable degree of practice when he was introduced to Mr. Sayre. Noble had not been long acquainted with the family before he became too intimate with Mrs. Sayre, and, if report faid true, with her mother likewife. However, thefe two abandoned women had other matters in profpect befides mere gallantry, and considering Noble as a man of bufinefs as well as a lover, they concerted a scheme to deprive Mr. Sayre of a considerable part of his eftate. The unhappy gentleman, being perpetually teazed by the women, at length confented to execute a deed of feparation, in which he affigned fome lands in Buckinghamshire to the amount of £150 a year to his wife, exclufive of £50 a year for pin money. And by this deed he likewife covenanted that Mrs. Sayre might live with whom fhe pleafed, and that he would never moleft any perfon on account of harbouring her. Mr. Sayre was even fo weak as to fign this deed without having a council of his own to examine it. Not long after Mrs. Sayre was delivered of a child at Bath, but that her husband might not take alarm at this circumftance, Noble fent him a letter, acquainting him that he was to be pricked down for High Sheriff of Buckinghamshire, and Mrs. Salisbury had urged him to go to Holland to be out of the way, and fupplied him with fome money on the occasion. It does not feem probable that Sayre had any fufpicion of Noble's criminal intercourfe with his wife, for the night before he fet out he prefented him with a pair of faddle piftols and furniture worth £40. Soon after he was gone, Mrs. Sayre's maid, fpeaking of the danger her mafter might be in at fea, the abandoned woman faid, quote, "She fhould be forry his man James, a poor innocent fellow, should come to any harm, but fhe should be glad, and earneftly wifhed that Mr. Sayre might fink to the bottom of the fea, and that the bottom of the fhip might come out." End quote. Not long after Mr. Sayre was gone abroad, Noble began to give himfelf airs of greater confequence than he had hitherto done. He was folicitor in a cafe in the Court of Chancery, in which Mr. Sayre was plaintiff, and having obtained a decree, he obliged the truftees nominated in the marriage articles to relinquifh, and affumed the authority of a fole truftee. Mr. Sayre remained in Holland near a year, during which Noble publicly cohabited with his wife, and when her husband returned fhe refufed to live with him, but having firft robbed him of above £2000 in exchequer bills and other effects, fhe went to private lodgings with Noble, foon after which fhe was delivered of another child. After Mrs. Sayre had thus eloped from her husband, he caufed an advertifement to be inferted in the newspapers, of which the following is a copy. Quote, "Whereas Mary, the wife of John Sayre, Efq, late of Lisle Street, St. Anne's, went away from her dwelling houfe on or about the 23rd of May laft, in company with Elizabeth Neville, fifter to the faid Mary, and hath carried away near £1000 in money, befides other things of considerable value, it is fuppofed to go by fome other name. He defires all tradesmen and others not to give her any credit, for that he will not pay the fame." End quote. While Mrs. Sayre cohabited with Noble, he was constantly fupplied with money, but he was not her only affociate at that time, for, during his occasional abfence, fhe gratified herfelf with the company of other lovers. Noble now procured an order from the Court of Chancery to make Mr. Sayre in execution for £400 at the fuit of Mrs. Salisbury, the confequence of a judgment confeffed by him, for form's fake, to protect his goods from his creditors while he was in Holland. Mr. Sayre declared that the real debt was not more than £70, though artful management and legal expences had fwelled it to the above mentioned fum. Hereupon Sayre took refuge within the rules of the Fleet prison, and exhibited his bills in Chancery for relief against thefe fuits, and the deed of feparation, which he obtained. But before he had an opportunity of fuing out judgment against Noble, the vengeance of heaven overtook that abandoned villain. Mrs. Sayre, finding herfelf liable to be expofed by the advertifement her husband had caufed to be inferted in the newspapers, fhe, with her mother and Noble, took lodgings in the Mint, Southwark, which was at that time a place of refuge for great numbers of perfons of defperate circumftances and abandoned dispofitions. Mr. Sayre was now informed that his wife had taken lodgings in the Mint, on which he wrote feveral letters to her, promising that he would forgive all her crimes if fhe would return to her duty, but fhe treated his letters with as much contempt as fhe had done his perfon. Hereupon he determined to feize on her by force, prefuming that he should recover fome of his effects if he could get her into his cuftody. He therefore obtained the warrant of a juftice of the peace, and taking with him 2 constables and 6 affiftants, went to the houfe of George Twyford in the Mint. The constables intimating that they had a warrant to fearch for a fufpected perfon, for it had been thought that they were bailiffs, their lives would have been in danger. Having entered the houfe, they went to a back room where Noble, Mrs. Sayre, and Mrs. Salisbury were at dinner, but the door was no fooner opened than Noble drew his fword, and ftabbing Sayre in the left breaft, he died on the fpot. The constables immediately apprehended the murderer and the two women, but the latter was fo abandoned, that while the peace officers were conveying them to the houfe of a magiftrate, they did little elfe than lament the fate of Noble. As it appeared as if the mob would rife from an apprehension that the prifoners were debtors, a constable was directed to carry the bloody fword before them, in teftimony that murder had been committed, which produced the wifhed for effect by keeping perfect peace. The prifoners begged to fend for counsel, which being granted, Noble was committed for trial, after an examination of 2 hours. But the council urged fo many arguments in favour of the women, that it was 10 o'clock at night before they were committed. Soon afterwards this unworthy mother and daughter applied to the Court of King's Bench to be admitted to bail, but this favour was refufed them. The coroner's inquest having viewed Mr. Sayre's body, it was removed to his lodgings within the rules of the Fleet in order for interment, and 3 days afterwards they gave a verdict, finding Noble guilty of wilful murder, and the two women of having aided and affifted him in that murder. On the evening of March 12th, 1713, they were put to the bar at Kingston in Surrey, and having been arraigned on feveral indictments, and pleaded not guilty, were told to prepare for their trials by 6 o'clock on the following morning. Being brought down for trial at the appointed time, they moved the court that their trials might be deferred till the afternoon, on the plea that fome material witnesses were abfent. But the court, not believing their allegations, refufed to comply with their request. It was imagined that this motion to put off their trials was founded in the expectation that when the bufinefs at the bar was difpatched, many of the jurymen might go home, fo that when the prifoners had made their challenges, there might not be a number left fufficient to try them, by which they might efcape till the next affizes. They hoped fome circumstances would happen in their favour. The trial being ordered to come on, Mr. Noble and Mrs. Salisbury each challenged 20 of the jury, and Mrs. Sayre challenged 35. All perfons indicted for felony have a right to challenge 20 jurors, and thofe indicted for petty treafon 35. This may be done without alleging any caufe. So that it was owing to the great number of juries fummoned by the fheriff, that the ends of public juftice were not, for the prefent, defeated. It will be unnecessary to recite the particulars of the evidence given on the trial, becaufe thofe who have read the preceding narrative must be well apprized of its nature. Suffice it to say, that the crime of murder was clearly proved against Noble. However, his counsel urged that fome of the perfons who broke into the houfe might have murdered Mr. Sayre, or, if they had not, the provocation he had received might be fuch as would warrant the jury to bring him in guilty of manslaughter only. As the court had fat from 6 in the morning till 1 o'clock the next morning, the jury were indulged with fome refreshment before they left the bar, and after being out 9 hours, they gave their verdict that Mr. Noble was guilty, and Mrs. Salisbury and Mrs. Sayre were not guilty. When Mr. Noble was brought to the bar to receive fentence, he made a fpeech, of which the following is a copy. Quote, My Lord, I am foon to appear and render an account of my fins to God Almighty. If your lordship should think me guilty of thofe crimes I have been accused with, and convicted of by my jury, I am then fure your lordship will think that I stand in need of fuch a reparation, fuch a humiliation for my great offences, fuch an abhorrence of my paft life, to give me hopes of a future one, that I am not without hopes that it will be a motive of your lordship's goodness, that after you have judged and sentenced my body to execution, you will charitably assist me with a little time for the preservation of my soul. If I had nothing to answer for, but killing Mr. Sayer was precedent malice, I should have no need to address myself to your lordship in this manner. It is now too late to take advantage by denying it to your lordship, and too near my end to dissemble it before God. I know, my lord, the danger, the hell that I should plunge myself headlong into. I know I shall soon answer for the truth I am now about to say before a higher tribunal, and a more discerning judge than your lordship, which is only in heaven. That I did not take the advantage to kill Mr. Sayer by a thought or apprehension that I could do it under the umbrage of the law, or with impunity, and nothing was more distant from my thoughts than to remove him out of the world to enjoy his wife, as was suggested, without molestation. Nor could any one have greater reluctance or remorse from the time of the fact to the hour of my trial than I have had, though the profecutors reported to the contrary, for which I heartily forgive them. My counsel obliged me to say on my trial that I had heard Mr. Sayer's voice before he broke open the door. I told him, as well as your lordship, that I did not know it was him till he was breaking in at the door, and then, not before, was my sword drawn and the wound given, which wound, Dr. Garth informed me, was so slight that it was 1,000 to 1 that he died of it. When I gave the wound, I insensibly quitted the sword, by which means I left myself open for him to have done what was proved he attempted, and was so likely for him to have effected, viz. To have stabbed me, which are the circumstances that manifest the greatness of my surprize. When I heard the company run up the stairs, I was alarmed and in fear, the landlord telling me instantly thereupon that the house was beset either for me or himself, and added to my confusion, I then never thought or intended to do mischief, but first bolted the fore door, and then bolted and padlocked the back door, which was glazed, and began to fasten the shutters belonging to it, designing only to screen myself from the violence of the tumult. When he broke open the door, and not till then, I perceived and knew he was present, and his former threats and attempts, which I so fully proved on my trial, and could have proved much fuller had not Mrs. Salisbury's evidence been taken from me, made me fear so great, and the apprehension of my danger so near, that what I did was the natural motion of self-defence, and was too sudden to be the result of precedent malice. And I solemnly declare that I did not hear or know from Twyford the landlord, or otherwise, that any constable attended the deceased till after the misfortune happened. It was my misfortune that what I said as to hearing the deceased's voice was turned to my disadvantage by the counsel against me, and that I was not entitled to any assistance of counsel to enforce the evidence given for me, or to remark upon the evidence given against me, which I don't doubt would have fully satisfied your lordship and the jury that what happened was more my misfortune than any design or intention. If I had been able under the concern to remark upon the evidence against me that Mr. Sayer was but the 10th part of a minute in breaking open the door, it could not then well be supposed by the jury that I was preparing myself or putting myself in order to do mischief, which are the acts of forethought and consideration, which require much more time than is pretended I could have had from the time I discovered Mr. Sayer. For even from his entry into the house to the time of the accident did not amount, as I am informed, to more than the space of 3 minutes. But I did not discover him before the door gave way. I wish it had been my good fortune that the jury had applied that to me which your lordship remarked in favour of the ladies, that the matter was so very sudden, so very accidental and unexpected, that it was impoffible to be a contrivance and confederacy, and unlikely that they could have come to a resolution in so short a time. I don't remember your lordship distinguished my cafe as to that particular to be different from theirs, nor was there room for it. For it is impoffible for your lordship to believe that I had dreamt of Mr. Sayer's coming there at that time, but on the contrary, I fully proved to your lordship that I went there upon another matter that was lawful and beneficial to the deceafed, and that I had no more time to think or to contrive than the ladies had to agree or consent. If anything could be construed favourably on the behalf of fuch an unfortunate wretch as myself, I think the defign I had fome time before began, and was about finishing that day, might have taken away all fufpicion of malice against Mr. Sayer. Must it be thought, my lord, that I only am fuch a finner that I cannot repent and make reparations to the perfons I have injured? It was denied. But I ftrongly folicited a reconciliation between Mr. Sayer and his lady, and if this had tended to procure me an eafier accefs to Mrs. Sayer, it would have been fuch a matter of aggravation to me, that it could not have efcaped the remark of counsel against me, nor the sharpnefs of the profecutors present in court. With both I tranfacted, and to both I appealed, particularly to Mr. Nott, to whom, but the day before the accident, I manifefted my defire of having them live together again, and therefore, my lord, it should be prefumed that I laboured to be reconciled to, and not to revenge myself on, Mr. Sayer. Your lordship, I hope, will obferve fo much in my favour, that it was not fo far from being a clear fact in opinion of the jury, that they fat up all night, and believing there was no malice at that time, told your lordship they intended and were inclined to find it manflaughter, and doubting the legality of the warrant, to find it fpecial. I hope this will touch your lordship's heart fo far as not to think me fo ill a man as to deferve, what the beft Christians are taught to pray against, a fudden death. I confefs I am unprepared. The hopes of my being able to make a legal defence, and my endeavours therein having taken up my time, which I wifh I had better employed. I beg leave to affure your lordship, upon the words of a dying man, that as none of the indirect practices to get or fupprefs evidence were proved upon me, so they never fprang from me. And I can fafely fay that my blood in a great meafure will lie at their door that did, becaufe it drew me under ill imputation of defending myfelf by fubornation of perjury. I would be willing to do my duty towards my neighbour as well as God before I die. I have many papers and concerns, by reafon of my profeffion, of my clients in my hands, and who will fuffer if they are not put in fome order. And nothing but thefe two considerations could make life defirable under this heavy load of irons, and the relentless remorfe of confcience for my fins. A short reprieve for thefe purposes, I hope, will be agreeable to your lordship's humanity and Christian virtue, whereupon your lordship's name will be bleffed with my laft breath, for giving me an opportunity of making peace with my confcience and God Almighty." The laft requeft that Noble made was granted. He was allowed fome time to fettle his spiritual and temporal concerns, and at length was executed at Kingfton on the 28th of March, 1713, exhibiting marks of genuine repentance. With regard to the women, they were no fooner acquitted than they fet out for London, taking one of the turnkeys with them to protect them from the affaults of the populace, who were incenfed in the higheft degree at the fingular enormity of their crimes. Little need be added by way of reflection to this long and interefting narrative. Thofe who do not fee and abhor the extreme wickednefs of thefe abandoned women are not likely to be influenced by any arguments we can ufe. The fituation of Mr. Sayer is pitiable in a high degree. He was diftractedly fond of a woman who defpifed him, and who defpifed every thing that bore the femblance of virtue. The fate of Noble was no other than that he merited by a long and obstinate perseverance in a courfe of vice and ingratitude. His bafenefs is almoft unexampled. We hope the force of the following advice of the wife King Solomon will be felt by all our readers. Quote, Enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not into the way of evil men. Avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, pass away. For they sleep not, except that they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they caufe some to fall. End quote. This is the end of Part 4, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 5, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Particulars respecting the lords and other persons who were tried on account of the rebellion in the year 1715, when, in purfuance of the Act of Settlement, King George the First succeeded the throne of thefe realms. The Earl of Mar, a Scottifh nobleman who had been deeply concerned with Queen Anne's Tory ministry, was deprived of all the places he had held under government. In revenge for which, he retired to Scotland, and meditated a fcheme to dethrone the king and overturn the constitution. Being affured of the affiftance of a number of Highlanders, he communicated his plan to fome noblemen in Scotland and the north of England, who joined him in fending an invitation to the Pretender to invade thefe kingdoms; and they also difpatched 3 men to London to endeavour to enlift foldiers for the Pretender's fervice. The names of thefe men were Robert Whitty, Felix O'Hara, and Joseph Sullivan; and though the bufinefs in which they engaged was of the moft dangerous nature, they continued it for fome time, but were at length apprehended, brought to trial, and being convicted, were executed at Tyburn on the 28th of May, 1715. Robert Whitty was born in Ireland, and having enlifted as a soldier when young, ferved in an English regiment in Spain, where, being wounded, he was brought to England, and received the bounty of Chelsea College as an out pensioner. Felix O'Hara, who was about 29 years of age, was likewife an Irishman, and having lived fome time in Dublin as a waiter at a tavern, he faved fome money and entered into bufinefs for himfelf, but that not anfwering as he would have wifhed, he came to London. Joseph Sullivan was a native of Munster in Ireland, and about the fame age as O'Hara. He had for fome time ferved in the Irish brigades, but obtaining his difcharge, he came to England, and was thought a fit agent to engage in the bufinefs which coft him and his companions their lives. Thefe men denied, at the time of their trial, that they had been guilty of any crime, and even at the place of execution they attempted to defend their conduct. They all died profeffing the Roman Catholic religion. Hence, let us learn to abhor the pernicious doctrines of that church, which could encourage subjects in the wifh to dethrone their lawful sovereign; and may we be taught the force of the instruction, fear God and honour the king. We will now continue the narrative, of which this is but the introduction. The Earl of Mar had resolved to keep his proceedings an absolute secret, but it is almost impoffible for tranfactions of this nature to remain fo, and information of what had pafled having been transmitted to the court, The King went to the House on the 20th of July, 1715, and having fent for the Commons, informed both Houfes of Parliament that he had received authentic intelligence of an intention formed by the Pretender to invade his kingdoms, and that he was apprehenfive he had but too many abettors in this country, wherefore, that the ends of public juftice might be speedily obtained, the King requested that the Habeas Corpus Act might be fufpended till the rebellion should be at an end. Accordingly, the legiflature fufpended the faid act, and in confequence of which feveral fufpected perfons were taken into cuftody. The militia was now raifed in different parts of the kingdom, the guards were encamped in Hyde Park, and a number of fhips were ordered to guard the coafts, and other proper fteps taken for public fecurity. The Earl of Mar was by this time at the head of 3000 men, with whom he marched from town to town in Scotland, proclaiming the Pretender by the title of James III. Some of the soldiers in the castle of Edinburgh, having been bribed to affift fome of the Earl of Mar's men in getting over the walls by means of rope ladders, they were difpatched to furprize the castle. But Lord Justice Clerk was fo much on his guard that this fcheme was fruftrated, and fome of the parties concerned in it fuffered death. Chagrined by this circumftance, and hearing that the French king was juft then dead, many of the rebels were for abandoning their enterprize till the arrival of the Pretender. But this intention did not take place, for on the 6th of October, 1715, Thomas Foster, Esquire, member of Parliament for Northumberland, fet up the Pretender's ftandard in that county, and being joined by feveral noblemen and gentlemen, they made an attempt to feize Newcaftle, but did not fucceed. They were afterwards joined by a body of the Scottish at Kelso, and after marching to different places, they came to Prefton in Lancashire. In the mean time, Generals Carpenter and Wills marched into the north, but finding the rebels gone fouthward, they went to Prefton, which place the rebels intended to defend against the King's forces, whom they for fome time annoyed by firing from the windows of the houfes. But at length the royal troops were victorious, and after the lofs of only about 150 men. It is uncertain how many rebels were killed, but the number of prifoners was about 1500, among whom were the Earl of Derwentwater and Lord Widrington. These two were English peers, the reft Scottish. The Earls of Nithsdale, Winton, Carnwath, Viscount Kenmure, and Lord Nairn. The common soldiers among the rebels were imprisoned at Liverpool, and other places in that neighbourhood. But the above mentioned noblemen, with other persons above the common rank, to the number of near 300, were brought to London. They arrived at Highgate on the 14th of November, where they were met by a party of the foot guards, and their arms being tied back with cords, their horfes were led each by a grenadier, and in this ignominious manner they were conducted to the metropolis, when the noblemen were committed to the Tower, and the rest to Newgate. In the mean time a number of the Scottish rebels had marched to Perth, where they proclaimed the Pretender, in consequence of which John, Duke of Argyle, who had been commissioned to raise forces, marched against and came up with them at Sheriffmuir near Dunblane, on the very day of the other engagement, and the rebellion would have been crushed, but that fome of the Duke's troops ran away on first fire, and got to Stirling, about 7 miles from the field of battle. However, the Duke obtained a partial victory by forcing the enemy lines with his dragoons. The Earl of Mar retired to Perth on the following day, proposing to crofs the Forth, with a view to join the rebels in England, but a fleet lying oppofite Edinburgh prevented this defign from being carried into execution. About this period Sir John Mackenzie, having fortified the town of Inverness for the Pretender, Lord Lovat, at the head of his tenants, drove him from that place, a circumftance of great importance to the royal caufe, as a communication was thereby opened between the Highlands and the Forth of Scotland, and the Earl of Seaforth and the Marquis of Hunley laid down their arms, in consequence of the Earl of Sutherland having armed his tenants in fupport of government. The rebels now went into winter quarters at Perth, and the Duke of Argyle at Stirling; and the Pretender, having landed at Peterhead, with 6 attendants only, met his friends at Perth on the 22nd of December, and on the 9th of the following month made a public entry into the palace of Scone, and affuming the dignity of a fovereign prince, issued a proclamation for his coronation, and another for affembling the States. But this farce continued for only a very short time, for General Coggan, arriving with 6,000 Dutch forces to the aid of the Duke of Argyle, about the end of January, the latter marched towards Perth, but the rebels fled as foon as they heard he was advancing. For a while they had expectation of aid from France, in the hope of which the Pretender and his adherents went to Dundee, and thence to Montrose. But after waiting a while, and no aid arriving, they began to despair; and as the king's troops purfued them, the common men difperfed to their own habitations, and the Pretender, with the Earl of Mar and fome others of his principal adherents, embarked on board a fhip in the harbour of Montrose, and were foon landed in France, after having narrowly efcaped an Englifh fleet which lay on the coaft of Scotland, through the extreme darkness of the night in which they embarked. The difturbances in the north being thus at an end, both houfes of Parliament combined to shew their loyalty to their fovereign and regard to the public welfare. Mr. Fofter was expelled from the Houfe of Commons, who unanimoufly agreed to impeach the 7 lords, which was accordingly done. These unhappy noblemen were informed of what had pafled, and the Earl Cooper, Lord High Chancellor, being appointed Lord High Steward on the occafion, all the lords pleaded guilty to the indictment, except the Earl of Winton; but they offered fuch pleas in extenuation of their crimes as they thought might induce the king to extend his royal mercy to them; and the Earl of Derwentwater hinted that the proceedings of the Houfe of Commons in the impeachment was out of the ordinary courfe of law. In confequence of their having pleaded guilty, proclamation was made for filence, and the Lord High Steward paffed fentence of death on them, prefacing the folemn fentence with the following affecting fpeech: James Earl of Derwentwater, William Lord Widdrington, William Earl of Nithsdale, Robert Earl of Carnwith, William Viscount Kenmure, William Lord Nairn, you stand impeached by the Commons of Great Britain, in Parliament affembled, of high treafon, in traitoroufly imagining and compaffing the death of his moft facred Majefty, and in confpiring for that end to levy a bloody and deftrudtive war against his Majefty, in order to depole and murder him; and in levying war accordingly, and proclaiming a pretender to his crown to be King of thefe realms. Which impeachment, though one of your lordfhips in the introduction to his plea fuppofes to be out of the ordinary and common courfe of law and juftice, is yet as much a courfe of proceeding according to the common law as any other whatfoever. If you had been indicted, the indictment muft have been removed, and brought before the Houfe of Lords, the Parliament fitting. In that cafe you had, 'tis true, been accused only by the grand jury of one country. In the prefent, the whole body of the Commons of Great Britain, by their reprefentatives, are your accufers; and this circumftance is very obfervable, to exclude all poffible fuppofition of hardfhip as to the method of proceeding against you, that however all great affemblies are apt to differ on other points, you were impeached by the unanimous opinion of the Houfe of Commons, not one contradicting. They found themfelves, it feems, fo much concerned in the prefervation of his moft truly facred Majefty and the Protestant fucceffion, the very life and foul of thefe kingdoms, that they could not omit the firft opportunity of taking their proper part, in order to fo fignal and neceffary an act of his Majefty's juftice. And thus the whole body politic of this free kingdom has in a manner rofe up in its own defence, for the punishment of thofe crimes which it was rightly apprehended had a direct tendency to the everlafting diflolution of it. To this impeachment you have feverally pleaded, and acknowledged yourfelves guilty of the high treafon therein contained. Your pleas are accompanied with fome variety of matter to mitigate your offences, and to obtain mercy. Part of which, as fome of the circumftances faid to have attended your furrender, feeming to be offered rather as an argument only for mercy, than any thing in mitigation of your preceding guilt, is not proper for me to take notice of. But, as to the other part, which is meant to extenuate the crimes of which you are convicted, it is fit I should take this occafion to make fome obfervations to your lordfhips upon it, to the end that the judgment to be given againft you may clearly appear to be juft and righteous as well as legal, and that you may not remain under any fatal error in refpect of a greater judicature, by reflecting with lefs horror and remorfe on the guilt you have contracted than it really deferves. It is alleged by fome of your lordfhips that you engaged in this rebellion without previous concert or deliberation, and without fuitable preparation of men, horfes, and arms. If this should be fuppofedly true, on fome of your lordfhips averring it, I defire you to confider, that as it exempts you from the circumftance of contriving this treafon, fo it very much aggravates your guilt in that part you have undoubtedly borne in the execution of it. For it fhews that your inclination to rebel were fo well known, which could only be from a continued feries of your words and actions, that the contrivers of that horrid defign depended upon you, and therein judged rightly, that your zeal to engage in this treafon was fo ftrong as to carry you into it on the leaft warning, and the very firft invitation, that you would not excufe yourfelves by want of preparation, as you might have done, and that rather than not have fhare in the rebellion, you would plunge yourfelf into it almost naked and unprovided for fuch an enterprize. In fhort, that your men, horfes, and arms were not fo well prepared as they might, and would have been, on longer warning, but your minds were. It is alfo alleged, as an extenuation of your crimes, that no cruel or harfh action, I fuppofe is meant no rapine, or plunder, or worfe, had been committed by you. This may, in part only, be true, but then your lordfhips will at the fame time confider, that having laid wafte a tract of land bears but a little portion, in point of guilt, compared with that crime of which you stand convicted, an open attempt to deftroy the beft of kings, to ruin the whole fabric, and raze the very foundations of a government, the beft fuited of any in the world to perfect the happiness and fupport the dignity of human nature. The former offence caufes but a mifchief that is foon recovered, and is ufually pretty much confined. The latter, had it fucceeded, muft have brought a lafting and univerfal deftruction on the whole kingdom. Befides, much of this was owing to accident, and your march was fo haftily, partly to avoid the king's troops, and partly from a vain hope to ftir up infurrections in all the counties you paffed through, that you had no time to spread devaftation without deviating from your main, and, as I have obferved, much worfe defign. Father, 'tis very furprizing that any concern in this rebellion should lay their engaging in it on government's doing a neceffary and an unusual act in like cafes for its prefervation. The giving orders to confine fuch as were moft likely to join in that treafon. 'Tis hard to believe that any one should rebel merely to avoid being reftrained from rebelling, or that a gentle confinement would not much better have fuited a crazy ftate of health, than the fatigues and inconvenience of fuch a long and hafty march in the depth of winter. Your lordfhip's rifing in arms, therefore, has much more juftified the prudence and fitnefs of thofe orders, than thofe orders will in any wife ferve to mitigate your treafon. Alas! happy had it been for all your lordfhips had you fallen under fo indulgent a reftraint. When your lordfhips fhall in good earneft apply yourfelves to think impartially on your cafe, furely you will not yourfelves believe that it is poffible in the nature of the thing to be engaged, and continue fo long engaged in fuch a difficult and laborious enterprize, through rafhnefs, furprize, and inadvertency; or that had the attack at Prefton been lefs fudden, and confequently the rebels better prepared to receive it, your lordfhips had been reduced the fooner, and with lefs, if not without any bloodfhed. No, my lords, thefe and fuch like are artful colourings proceeding from minds filled with expectation of continuing in this world, and not from fuch as are preparing for their defence before a tribunal where the thoughts of the heart and the true fprings and caufes of actions muft be laid open. And now, my lords, having thus removed fome falfe colours you have ufed, to affift you yet further in that neceffary work of thinking on your great offences as you ought, I proceed to touch upon feveral circumftances that feem greatly to aggravate your crime, and which will deferve your moft ferious confideration. The divine virtues, 'tis one of your lordfhip's own epithets, which all the world as well as your lordfhips acknowledge to be in his Majefty, and which you now lay claim to, ought certainly to have withheld your hands from endeavouring to depofe, to deftroy, to murder that moft excellent prince. So the impeachment fpeaks, and fo the law construes your actions. And this is not only true of the notion of law, but almost always fo in the deed and reafon. 'Tis a trite but a very true remark, that there are very few hours between kings being reduced under the power of pretenders to their crown and their graves. Had you fucceeded, his Majefty's cafe would, I fear, have hardly been an exception to the general rule, fince 'tis highly improbable that flight should have faved any of that illuftrious and valiant family. 'Tis a further aggravation of your crime, that his Majefty, whom your lordfhips would have dethroned, affected not the crown by force, or by arts of ambition, but fucceeded peacefully and legally to it, and on the deceafe of her late Majefty without iffue, became undoubtedly the next in courfe of defcent capable of fucceeding to the crown. By law and conftitution of this kingdom, as it stood declared fome years before the crown was expressly limited to the houfe of Hanover. This right was acknowledged, and the defcent of the crown limited or confirmed accordingly by the whole legiflature in 2 fucceffive reigns, and more than once in the latter, which your lordfhips' accomplices are very far from allowing would bias the nation to that fide. How could it then enter into the heart of man to think that private perfons might with a good confcience endeavour to fubvert fuch a fettlement, by running to tumultuary arms, and by intoxicating the dregs of the people with contrary opinions and groundlefs flanders, or that God's providence would ever profper fuch wicked, fuch ruinous attempts? Especially if, in the next place, it be considered that the moft fertile inventions on the fide of the rebellion have not been able to affign the leaft fhadow of a grievance as the caufe of it. To fuch poor fhifts have they been reduced on this head, that for want of better colours, it has been objected in a folemn manner, by your lordfhips' associates, to his Majefty's government, that his people do not enjoy the fruits of peace, as our neighbours have done, since the laft war. Thus they firft rob us of our peace, and then upbraid us that we have it not. It is a monstrous rebellion that can find no fault with the government it invades, but what is the effect of the rebellion itself. Your lordships will likewife do well to consider what an additional burden your treafon has made neceffary on the people of this kingdom, who wanted and were about to enjoy fome refpite. To this end, 'tis well known that all new or increafe of taxes were the laft year carefully avoided, and his Majefty was contented to have no more forces than were juft fufficient to attend his perfon, and to fhut the gates of a few garrifons. But what his Majefty thus did for the eafe and quiet of his people, you moft ungratefully turned to his difadvantage, by taking encouragement from thence to endanger his and his kingdom's fafety, and to bring oppreffion on your fellow fubjects. Your lordfhips obferve, I avoid expatiating on the miferies of a civil war, a very large and copious fubject. I fhall but barely fuggeft to you on that head, that whatever thofe calamities may happen to be, in the prefent cafe all who are at any time, or in any place, partakers in the rebellion, efpecially perfons of figure and diftinction, are in fome degree refponfible for them. And therefore your lordfhips muft not hold yourfelves quite clear from the guilt of thofe barbarities which have been lately committed by fuch as are engaged in the fame treafon with you, and not yet perfectly reduced, in burning the habitations of their countrymen, and thereby expofing many thoufands to cold and hunger in this rigorous feafon. I muft be fo juft to fuch of your lordfhips as profefs the religion of the Church of Rome, that you had one temptation, and that a great one, to engage you in this treafon, which the others had not, in that it was evident fuccefs on your part muft for ever have eftablifhed popery in this kingdom, and that probably you could never have again fo fair an opportunity. But then, good God, how muft thofe Protestants be covered with confufion who entered into the fame meafures without fo much as capitulating for their religion, that ever I could find from any examination I have feen or heard, or fo much as requiring, much lefs obtaining a frail promife that it fhould be preferved or even tolerated. It is my duty to exhort your lordfhips thus to think of the aggravations as well as the mitigations, if there be any, of your offences, and if I could have the leaft hopes that the prejudices of habit and education would not be too ftrong for the moft earneft and charitable entreaties, I would beg you would not rely any longer on thofe directors of your confcience, by whofe conduct you have, very probably, been led into this miferable condition, but that your lordfhips would be affifted by fome of thofe pious and learned divines of the Church of England, who have constantly borne the infallible mark of fincere Christians, univerfal charity. And now, my lords, nothing remains but that I pronounce upon you, and I am sorry that it falls to my lot to do it, that terrible fentence of the law, which muft be the fame that is ufually given against the meaneft offender in the like kind. The moft ignominious and painful parts of it are ufually remitted, by the grace of the crown, to perfons of your quality, but the law, in this cafe, being deaf to all diftinctions of perfons, requires I fhould pronounce, and accordingly it is adjudged by this court, that you, James Earl of Derwentwater, William Lord Widdrington, William Earl of Nithsdale, Robert Earl of Carnwath, William Viscount Kenmure, and William Lord Nairn, and every of you return to the prifon of the Tower from whence you came, and from thence you muft be drawn to the place of execution. When you come there you muft be hanged by the neck, but not till you be dead, for you muft be cut down alive, and then your bowels must be taken out, and burnt before your faces, and then your heads must be severed from your bodies, and your bodies divided each into 4 quarters, and these must be at the king's disposal, and God Almighty be merciful to your souls. After sentence thus passed, the lords were remanded back to the Tower, and on the 18th of February orders were sent to the lieutenant of the Tower and the sheriffs for their execution, and great solicitations were made in favour of them, which did not only reach the court, but came down to the 2 houses of Parliament, and petitions were delivered in both, which being backed by some, occasioned debates. That in the House of Commons arose no higher than to occasion a motion for adjournment, thereby to prevent any further interposition there. But the matter in the House of Peers was carried on with more success, where their petitions were delivered and spoke to, and it was carried by 9 or 10 voices, that the fame should be received and read. And the question was put, whether the king had the power to reprieve in cafe of impeachment, which being carried in the affirmative, a motion was made to address his Majefty to desire him to grant a reprieve to the lords under fentence. But the movers thereof only obtained this claufe, viz. To reprieve fuch of the condemned lords as deferve his mercy, and that the time of the respite should be left to his Majefty's discretion. To which address his Majefty replied, that to this and other occasions he would do what he thought moft confiftent with the dignity of the crown and the fafety of his people. The great parties they had made, as was faid, by means of money, and alfo by the rafh expreffions too common in the mouths of many of their friends, as if the government did not dare to execute them, did not a little contribute to the haftening of their execution. For on the fame day the address was prefented, the 23rd of February, it was resolved in council that the Earl of Derwentwater and Lord Kinmure should be beheaded, and the Earl of Nithsdale, apprehending he should be included in the warrant, made his efcape the evening before, in a woman's riding hood, fuppofed to have been conveyed to him by his mother on a visit. In the morning of the 24th of February, 3 detachments of life guards went from Whitehall to Tower Hill, and having taken their ftations round the fcaffold, the 2 lords were brought from the Tower at 10 o'clock, and being received by the fheriffs at the bar, were conducted to the transport office on Tower Hill, and, at the expiration of an hour, the Earl of Derwentwater fent word that he was ready, on which Sir John Fryer, one of the fheriffs, walked before him to the fcaffold, and when there told him he might have what time he pleafed to prepare himfelf for death. His lordship desired to read a paper which he had written, the substance of which was, that he was forry for having pleaded guilty, that he acknowledged no king but James III, for whom he had an inviolable affection, and that thefe kingdoms would never be happy till the ancient constitution was reftored, and he wifhed his death might contribute to that defirable end. His lordship profeffed to die a Roman Catholic, and in the postscript to his fpeech faid, If that prince, who now governs, had given me life, I fhould have thought myself obliged never more to have taken up arms against him. Sir John Fryer, desiring to have the paper, he said he had fent a copy of it to his friends, and then delivered it. He then read fome prayers out of 2 fmall books, and kneeled down to try how the block would fit his neck. This being done, he had again recourfe to his devotions, and having told the executioner that he forgave him, and likewife forgave all his enemies, he directed him to ftrike when he should repeat the words, Sweet Jesus, the 3rd time. He then kneeled down and said, Sweet Jesus, receive my spirit. Sweet Jesus, be merciful to me. Sweet Jesus, and appeared to be proceeding in his prayer, when his head was ftruck off at one blow. and the executioner, taking it up, exhibited it at the 4 corners of the fcaffold, saying, "Behold the head of a traitor! God fave King George!" The body was now wrapped in a black baize, and being carried to a coach, was delivered to the friends of the deceafed, and the fcaffold having been cleared, frefh baize put on the block, and fawduft strewed, that none of the blood might appear, Lord Kenmure was conducted to the fcaffold. His lordship was a Protestant, and was attended by 2 clergymen, but he declined saying much, telling one of them that he had prudential reafons for not delivering his sentiments, which was fuppofed to arife from his regard to Lord Carnwath, who was his brother-in-law, and was then interceding for the royal mercy, and as his talking in the way that Lord Derwentwater had done might be fuppofed to injure his lordship with thofe most likely to ferve him. Lord Kenmure, having finifhed his devotions, declared that he forgave the executioner, to whom he made a prefent of 8 guineas. He was attended by a furgeon, who drew his finger over that part of the neck where the blow was to be ftruck, and being executed as Lord Derwentwater had been, his body was delivered to the care of an undertaker. George, Earl of Winton, not having pleaded guilty with the other lords, was brought to his trial on the 15th of March, when the principal matter urged in his favour was, that he had furrendered at Prefton in confequence of a promife from General Willis to grant him his life, in answer to which it was fworn that no promife of mercy was made, but that the rebels furrendered at difcretion. The Earl of Winton, having left his houfe with 14 or 15 of his fervants, well mounted and armed, his joining Earl Carnwath and Lord Kenmure, his proceeding with the rebels through the various ftages of their march, and his furrendering with the reft, were circumftances fully proved, notwithstanding which his council moved in arreft of judgment. But the plea on which this motion was founded being thought insufficient, his peers unanimously found him guilty, and then the Lord High Steward pronounced fentence on him, having addreffed him in the following forcible terms: "George, Earl of Winton, I have acquainted you that your peers have found you guilty, that is, in terms of the law, convicted you of high treafon, whereof you stand impeached. After your lordship has moved in arreft of judgment, and their lordfhips have difallowed that motion, their next step is to proceed to judgment. The melancholy part I am to bear in pronouncing that judgment upon you, since it is his Majefty's pleafure to appoint me to that office, I dutifully submit to it, far, very far from taking any satisfaction in it. Till conviction your lordship has been spoken to without the leaft prejudice or fuppofition of your guilt, but now it must be taken for granted that your lordship is guilty of the high treafon whereof you stand impeached. My lord, this your crime is the greateft known to the law of this kingdom, or any other country whatfoever, and it is the blackeft and moft odious fpecies of that crime, a confpiracy and attempt manifested by an open rebellion to depofe and murder that facred perfon who fuftains and is Majefty of the whole, and from whom, as from a fountain of warmth and glory, are difperfed all honours, all the dignity of the ftate, indeed the lafting and operative life and vigour of the laws, which plainly fubfift by a due administration of the executive power. So that attempting this precious life is really ftriking at the most noble part, the feat of life, and the fpring of all motion in this government, and may therefore properly be called a defign to murder not only the king, but alfo the body politic of this kingdom. And this is most inevitably true in your lordship's cafe, considering that fuccefs in your treafon must infallibly have eftablifhed popery, and that never fails to bring with it a civil as well as ecclesiaftic tyranny, which is quite another fort of constitution than that of this kingdom, and cannot take place till the present is annihilated. This your crime, so I must call it, is the more aggravated, in that where it proceeds so far as to take arms openly, and to make an offensive war against lawful authority, it is generally, as in your cafe, complicated with the horrid and crying fin of murdering many who are not only innocent but meritorious. And if pity be due, as I admit it is to fome degree, to fuch as fuffer for their own crimes, it muft be admitted a much greater fhare of compaffion is owing to them who have loft their lives merely by the crimes of other men. As many as have done fo in the late rebellion, fo many murders have they to anfwer for who promoted it. And your lordfhip, in examining your confcience, will be under a great delufion if you look on thofe who fell at Preston, Dunblane, or elfewhere, on the fide of the laws, and defence of fettled order and government, as flain in lawful war, even judging of this matter by the law of nations. Alas, my lord, your crime of high treafon is yet made redder by fhedding a great deal of the beft blood in the kingdom. I include in this expreffion the brave common soldiers, as well as thofe gallant and heroic officers, who continued faithful to death, in defence of the laws. For fure but little blood can be better than that which is shed while it is warm in the caufe of true religion and the liberties of its native country. I believe it, notwithstanding the unfair arts and induftry used to ftir up a pernicious excefs of commiferation towards fuch as have fallen by the fword of juftice, few, if compared with the number of good fubjects murdered from doors and windows at Preston only. The life of one honeft loyal fubject is more precious in the eye of God and all considering men, than the lives of many rebels and patricides. This puts me in mind to obferve to your lordfhip that there is another malignity in your lordfhip's crime, open rebellion, which confifts in this, that it is always fure of doing hurt to a government in one refpect, though it be defeated. I will not fay it does fo on the whole matter, for if the offence is too notorious to be let pafs unobferved by any connivance, then is government reduced to this dilemma: if it be not punifhed, the ftate is endangered by fuffering examples to appear, that it may be attacked with impunity. If it be punifhed, they who are publicly or privately favourers of the treafon, and perhaps fome out of mere folly, raife undeferved clamours of cruelty againft thofe in power, or, the loweft their malice flies, is to make unfeafonable, unlimited, and injudicious oeconomies upon mercy and forgiveness, things, rightly ufed, certainly of the greateft excellence. And this proceeding, it muft be admitted, does harm with filly and undiftinguifhing people, fo that the rebels have the fatisfaction of thinking they hurt the government a little even by their fall. The only but true consolation every wife government has in fuch a cafe, after it has tempered juftice with mercy in fuch proportion as found difcretion directs, having always a care for the public fafety above all things, is this, that fuch like feeds of unreafonable difcontents take root on very fhallow foil only, and that therefore, after they have made a weak fhoot, they foon wither and come to nothing. It is well your lordfhip has given an opportunity of doing the government right on the fubject of your furrender at Preston. How confidently had it been given out by the faction that the furrender was made on affurance, at least hopes, insinuated of pardon; whereas the truth appears to be that the fear was the only motive to it. The evil day was deferred, and the rebels rightly depended fewer would die at laft by meafures they elected, than if they had stood an affault. They were awed by the experienced courage, discipline, and stedfastness of the King's troops, and by the superior genius and spirit of his Majesty's commander over thofe rebels. So that in truth they were never flattered with any other terms than to furrender as rebels and traitors, their lives only to be spared till his Majesty's pleafure be known. It was indeed a debt due thofe brave commanders and soldiers, to whom their king and country owe more than can be well expressed, that their victory should be vindicated to the present and future ages from untrue detraction, and kept from being sullied by the tongues of rebels and their accomplices when their arms could no longer hinder it. 'Tis hard to leave the subject without shortly obferving that this engine, which fets the world on fire, a lying tongue, has been of prodigious ufe to the party of the rebels, not only fince and during the rebellion, but before, while it was forming, and the rebels preparing for it. Falfe facts, falfe hopes, falfe characters have been the greater half of the fcheme they fet out with, and yet feem to depend upon. It has been rightly obferved, your lordfhip's anfwer does not fo much as infift with any clearnefs on that which only could excufe your being taken in open rebellion, that is, you was forced into it, remained fo under force, and would have escaped from it, but could not. If you had fo infifted, it had been clearly proved that that had not been true. For your lordfhip was active and forward in many inftances, and fo considerable in military capacity among your fellow soldiers as to command a fquadron. Thefe, and other particulars, have been obferved by the managers of the Houfe of Commons, and therefore I fhall not purfue them further, but to conclude this introduction to the fentence, by exhorting your lordfhip with perfect charity and much earneftnefs to confider that now the time has come when the veil of partiality should be taken from your eyes, it muft be fo, for you come to die, and that your lordfhip should henceforward think with clearnefs and indifference, if poffible, which muft produce in you a hearty deteftation of the high crime you have committed, and, being a Proteftant, be very likely to make you a fincere penitent, for your having engaged in a defign that muft have destroyed the holy religion you profefs, had it taken effect. Nothing now remains but that I pronounce upon you that fentence which law ordains, and which fufficiently shews what thoughts your anceftors had of the crime of which your lordfhip is now convicted, viz. That you, George, Earl of Winton, and &c. Soon after paffing this fentence, the Earls of Winton and Nithsdale found means to efcape out of the Tower, and Messrs. Foster and Mackintosh efcaped from Newgate. But it was fuppofed that motives of mercy and tendernefs in the Prince of Wales, afterwards George II, favoured the efcape of all thefe gentlemen. This rebellion occafioned the untimely death of many other perfons. 5 were executed at Manchester, 6 at Wigan, 11 at Prefton, but a considerable number were brought to London, and being arraigned in the Court of Exchequer, moft of them pleaded guilty, and fuffered the utmoft rigour of the law. The end of Part 5, Volume 1, of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 6, Volume 1, of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This is Part 6, Volume 1, of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Account of John Hamilton, Esquire, who was tried in Scotland for murder, and beheaded. This offender was born in the county of Clydesdale, and was related to the ducal family of Hamilton. His parents, to whom he was an only fon, fent him to Glasgow to study the law; but the young gentleman's difpofition leading him to the profeffion of arms, his friends exerted their intereft to procure him a commiffion; but the intervention of the crime of which we are about to relate the particulars prevented their generous intention taking effect. Young Hamilton foon becoming connected with fome abandoned young gentlemen at Edinburgh, he loft considerable fums at gaming, and going to his parents for more, they fupplied him for the prefent, but faid they would not advance him any farther fums while he continued his diffipated courfe of life. Being poffeffed of this money, Hamilton went to a village near Glasgow, to meet his companions at a public houfe kept by Thomas Arkle. Having drank and gamed for feveral fucceffive days and nights, Hamilton's companions left him while he was afleep, leaving him to difcharge the bill, which exceeded his ability. A quarrel enfued between him and Arkle, and while they contended, Arkle stripped Hamilton's fword from the fcabbard. The latter immediately ran away, but finding he had no fcabbard to his fword, he instantly went back to the houfe, when Arkle, calling him feveral fcandalous names, he ftabbed him fo that he was instantly expired. The daughter of Arkle being prefent, attempted to feize Hamilton, in doing which fhe tore off the fkirt of his coat, which was left on the floor, together with his fword, on his effecting a fecond efcape. This daughter of Arkle was almoft blind, but her keeping the fword and the fkirt of the coat proved the means of bringing Hamilton to juftice. The murderer having gone to Leith, embarked on board a fhip, and landed in Holland, where he continued 2 years, but his parents dying in the interval, he returned to Scotland, when he was taken into cuftody on account of the murder. On his trial he pleaded that he was intoxicated at the time the fact was committed, to which he was instigated by the extreme ill ufage he had received from Arkle. The jury, not allowing the force of thefe arguments, found him guilty, and he was fentenced to be beheaded by the Maiden, to give a description of which inftrument may be grateful to our readers. The town of Halifax in Yorkshire having been anciently famous for the manufacture of woollen cloths, a law was made for the protection of the property of the manufacturers, by which it was ordained that perfons convicted of stealing cloth from the tenter grounds should be executed immediately after being convicted before 2 juftices of the peace. Whatever the neceffity there might appear for enacting the law in queftion, we cannot but lament that any Englishman should fuffer without the formality of a trial by jury. The machine by which perfons thus convicted were executed was constructed in the following manner: "2 ftrong wooden beams were fixed on a fcaffold, and between them, in a traverfe form, ran another beam, to the lower fide of which was affixed a sharp inftrument in the form of a chopping knife, with a large quantity of lead on the upper part. The criminal put his neck between the 2 fide beams, and the crofs beam, being drawn by a pulley, was suffered to fall down, and the head was fevered from the body in a moment." The Earl of Morton, Regent of Scotland, returning from the court of Queen Elizabeth in the year 1574, faw this machine at Halifax, and had a model taken of it, with a view to the execution of fuch of the Scottish nobility as should oppofe his meafures. But it happened that his lordship was the firft who fuffered by this mode of execution, whence it was called the Maiden. After this many perfons of rank in Scotland were executed by this machine, but Mr. Hamilton, of whom we are now writing, was the laft who yielded his life in this manner, and the inftrument of death is now kept in a room adjacent to the council chamber in Edinburgh. After Mr. Hamilton received fentence of death, his friends made great intereft to procure a pardon, but their endeavours proving ineffectual, he fuffered death, by the mode above mentioned, on the 30th of June, 1716, at the place of execution he owned that he had killed Arkell, but prefumed to think he was juftified on the principle of felf-defence. Mr. Hamilton's cafe will teach us to reflect on the fad confequences of keeping bad company and an attachment to gaming. But for thefe vices he might have lived happy in himfelf, and a credit to the worthy family from which he was defcended. The youth who will devote thofe hours to the gaming table, which he ought to employ in the honeft advancement of his fortune, can expect only to be reduced to beggary at the beft, but in 1,000 inftances, as well as the present, the confequences have been much more fatal. Hence, let young gentlemen learn to fhun the gaming table as they would peftilence, to proceed in the plain path of honour and integrity, and to know that there can be no true happiness in a departure from the line of virtue. Narrative of the Cafe of Mr. Edward Bird, who was executed for murder. Mr. Bird was born at Windsor in Berkshire, and defcended of respectable parents, who having firft fent him to Weftminfter School, then removed him to Eton College. When he had finifhed his ftudies, he was fent to make the tour of France and Italy, and on his return to England was honoured with the commiffion of a lieutenant in a regiment of horfe. Before he had been long in the army, he began to affociate with a banded company of both fexes, which finally led to the commiffion of the crime which coft him his life. On the 10th of January, 1719, he was indicted at the Old Bailey for the murder of Samuel Loxton. It appeared on his trial that he had taken a woman of the town to a bagnio in Silver Street, where Loxton was waiter. Early in the morning he ordered a bath to be got ready, but Loxton being bufy fent another waiter, at whom Bird, in a fit of paffion, made feveral pafles with his sword, which he avoided by holding the door in his hand. But the prifoner ran after him, threw him down stairs, and broke fome of his ribs. On this the mafter and miftrefs of the houfe and Loxton went into the room, and attempted to appeafe him, but Bird, enraged that the bath had not been prepared the moment he ordered it, feized his sword, which lay by the bedfide, and ftabbing Loxton, he fell backwards and died immediately. On which the offender was taken into cuftody and committed to Newgate. He was to have been tried in October, but pleading that he was not ready with his defence, the trial was put off to December, and then till January, on his physician making affidavit that he was too ill to be removed from his chamber. Being convicted on the clearest evidence, he received fentence of death, but great intereft being made in his behalf, he was reprieved, and it was thought he would have been pardoned on condition of transportation, but for the intervention of the following circumftance. The friends of Loxton, hearing that a reprieve was granted, advifed his widow to lodge an appeal at the bar of the Court of King's Bench, and fhe went thither with fome friends to give fecurity for that purpofe. But the relations of Bird, hearing what was intended, were ready in court, with witnefles to depofe that this was the fecond wife of Loxton, the firft still living. This being the fact, the court refufed to admit the appeal, as the fecond could not be a lawful wife. This affair occafioned fo much clamour, that Bird was ordered for execution on Monday, the 23rd of February, on the night preceding which he took a dofe of poifon, but that not operating as he had expected, he ftabbed himfelf in feveral places. Yet, however, he lived till the morning, when he was taken to Tyburn in a morning coach, attended by his mother and the ordinary of Newgate. As he had paid little attention to the instructions of the ordinary while under confinement, so he feemed equally indifferent to his advice in the last moments of his life. Being indulged to stay an hour in the coach with his mother, he was put into the cart, where he asked for a glafs of wine, but being told that it could not be had, he begged a pinch of fnuff, which he took with apparent unconcern, wishing health to thofe who stood near him. He then rehearsed the Apostles' Creed, and being tied up, was launched into eternity on the above mentioned 23rd of February, 1719. He was executed in his 27th year of age. He declined making any fpeech, but delivered the following paper to his friends the day before his execution. It will be expected that I should fay fomething at this time as to the fact I am going to fuffer for. I do not pretend to fay I did not kill the deceafed, but humbly conceive that both the laws of God and man will juftify felf-defence, which I call God to witness, in whofe arms of mercy I am now going to throw myself. Unhappy is the gentleman who falls into fuch hands, for there was not one evidence for the king that was not manifestly perjured, as I have faithfully fet forth in my printed cafe, with all the juftice of a perfon expecting nothing lefs than death was capable of. And it is alfo as evident that the proper evidences on my fide were never called. I wifh I could perfuade myself that mismanagement did not proceed from the infidelity of my attorney, employed in my trial, for it appears but too evident that he never made one regular step towards my intereft, and I wifh I could aver that he did not arm my enemies againft me. After all this, his Majefty, in his great wifdom, thought fit to grant me a reprieve and order me for tranfportation. But the reftlefs malice of my enemies would not fix here. The pretended widow of the deceafed lodges an appeal againft me. How fhe had a right fo to do, I leave thofe gentlemen learned in the law to determine. Yet this, with her fallacious petition, found entrance to the royal fountain, and turned that former ftream of mercy from me, caufing his Majefty to recede from his firft degree of mercy, and order my execution, under which fentence I ftill, with all humility, fubmit. Another reflection, I am credibly informed, is caft upon me, in order to make my load the greater, which is that I was frequently vifited, during my confinement, and ever fince my conviction, by lewd and infamous women. I cannot fay that I have not been vifited by diverse women, but do not know them to be fuch. Some of them were relations, and others perfons who had bufinefs with me relating to my unhappy circumftances. What will not malice invent? There is one thing more which I omitted in my printed cafe, relating to my adversary's evidence, disposing that the deceafed Loxon fell without the door, which I declare folemnly is utterly falfe. For what was done was in the room. I was not off from my bed when the accident happened, and when he dropped he fell backwards upon the bed. I might take notice of many more falfe afperfions, but will omit them, having, I thank my God, forgiven them all. In the next place, it will be expected that I fay fomething of my religion. I declare that I die a Protestant, and of the communion of the Church of England, whofe doctrines teach me to forgive my enemies, which fincerely I do. Humbly begging, at the fame time, that all thofe who through inadvertency, heat of blood, or any juvenile folly I have offended, will do the fame by me. As for the manifold reflections caft upon me fince my confinement, the pretended widow's violent profecution, the farrier's notoriously falfe affidavit, and all the other offences committed against me, I heartily forgive them. And to conclude, I wifh all gentlemen would only weigh the fatal caufe of my unhappy exit, and avoid all fuch houfes where the fcene of this misfortune was firft laid. Let me be an example to them to avoid thofe rocks I have split upon, that they may, with lefs difficulty than I have found it, be able to compofe their thoughts, which I thank God I have done, through the affiftance of his divine Spirit, and fink into a willing refignation to his divine will. Edward Bird. This unfortunate youth feems to have fallen facrificed to the irregularity and violence of his own paffions, to the pride of his heart, and his love of lawlefs pleafure. Hence let the youth who read this be taught to walk in the plain paths of fobriety and difcretion, neither turning afide to the right hand nor to the left. His taking poifon and ftabbing himfelf to defeat the execution of the law is a ftrong proof of that pride of heart we have mentioned. He could be guilty of a crime deferving of the utmoft ignominy, but dreaded to fuftain it. Humility then is another doctrine to be learnt from the fate of this man. The fituation of Bird's mother in her attending him to Tyburn muft have been dreadful beyond all expreffion. Mr. Bird had been well educated, and ought to have made a different return to the care of his parents. Women in general, however, should confider that it is by a religious education that the mind of the child is moft likely to be guarded from the contamination of vice. The facred maxim will hold good in moft inftances: train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart therefrom. Singular cafe of Katherine Jones, who is tried for bigamy and acquitted. Katherine Jones was indicted at the Old Bailey on the 5th of September, 1719, for marrying Constantine Boone during the life of her former husband, John Rowland. Proof was made that she was married to Rowland in the year 1713 at a houfe in the Mint, Southwark, and that 6 years afterwards, while her husband was abroad, she was again married in the fame houfe to Constantine Boone; but Rowland, foon returning to England, caufed his wife to be indicted for that crime. The prifoner did not hefitate to acknowledge the double marriage, but infifted that the latter was illegal, as Boone was an hermaphrodite, and had been shewn as fuch at Southwark and Bartholomew's fairs, and at other places. To prove this, a perfon fwore that he knew Boone when a child, and that his, or her, mother dreffed it in girl's apparel, and caufed it to be inftructed in needlework till it had attained the age of 12 years, when it turned man and went to fea. Thefe laft words were thofe of the depofition, and the fact was confirmed by Boone, who appeared in court, acknowledged being a hermaphrodite, and having been publicly shewn in that character. Other witnefles depofed that the female fex prevailed over that of the male in the party in queftion, on which the jury acquitted the prifoner. It is impoffible to defcribe how much this affair was fubject to public converfation at, and long after, the time that it happened, and it would be idle to make any ferious remarks on it. We can only exprefs our aftonishment that a hermaphrodite should think of fuch a glaring absurdity as taking a wife. Account of William Spigot and Thomas Phillips, who were hanged for robbing on the highway. At the feffions held at the Old Bailey in the month of January, 1720, William Spigot and Thomas Phillips were indicted for committing feveral robberies on the highway, but they refufed to plead unlefs the effects taken from them when they were apprehended were returned. But this being directly contrary to an act of 4th and 5th year of King William and Queen Mary, entitled, "An Act for encouraging the apprehending of highwaymen," the court informed them that their demand could not be complied with. Still, however, they refufed to plead, and no argument could convince them of the absurdity of fuch an obstinate procedure. On which the court ordered that the judgment ordained by law in fuch cafes should be read, which is to the following purpofe: "That the prifoner fhall be fent to the prifon from whence he came, and be put into a mean room stopped from the light, and fhall there be laid on the bare ground, without any litter, ftraw, or other covering, and without any garment about him except fomething to hide his privy members. He fhall lie upon his back, his head fhall be covered, and his feet fhall be bare. One of his arms fhall be drawn with a cord to one fide of the room, and the other arm to the other fide, and his legs fhall be ferved in a like manner. Then there shall be laid upon his body as much iron or stone as he can bear, and more. And the firft day after he shall have 3 morsels of barley bread without any drink. And the fecond day he shall be allowed to drink as much as he can at 3 times of the water that is next to the prifon door, except running water, without any bread. And this shall be his diet till he dies. And he, against whom this judgment shall be given, forfeit all his goods to the king. By an act passed in 1772, it is determined that perfons refufing to plead shall be deemed guilty, as if convicted by a jury, an alteration that does honour to modern times. The reading of his fentence producing no effect, they were ordered back to Newgate, there to be preffed to death. But when they came into the prefs room, Phillips begged to be taken back to plead, a favour that was granted, though it might have been denied to him. But Spigot was put under the prefs, where he continued half an hour with 350 weight on his body, but on the addition of 50 more, he likewife begged to plead. In confequence hereof, they were brought back and again indicted, when the evidence being clear and pofitive against them, they were convicted, received fentence of death, and were executed at Tyburn on the 8th of February, 1723. William Spigot was about 27 years of age when he fuffered, was a native of Hereford, but coming to London, he apprenticed himself to a cabinet maker. He was a married man, and had 3 children living at the time of his fatal exit. He and Phillips were hanged for robbing Charles Sibbald on Finchley Common, and were convicted principally on the evidence of Joseph Lindsay, a clergyman of abandoned character, who had been of their party. One Burrows, a lunatic, who had escaped from Bedlam, was likewife concerned with them, but afterwards publicly spoke of the affair which occafioned their being taken into cuftody, and when it was known that Burrows was disordered in his mind, he was fent back to Bedlam. Thomas Phillips, aged 33 years, was a native of Bristol, totally uneducated, and being fent to sea when very young, he ferved under Lord Torrington, when he attacked and took the Spanish fleet in the Mediterranean Sea, near the harbour of Cadiz. Phillips, returning to England, became acquainted with Spigot and Lindsay, in company with whom he committed a great number of robberies on the highway. Phillips once boasted he and Spigot robbed above 100 paffengers one night, whom they obliged to come out of different waggons, and having bound them, placed them by each other on the fide of the road. But this ftory is too absurd to be believed. While under fentence of death, Phillips behaved in the most hardened and abandoned manner. He paid no regard to any thing that the minister said to him, and swore and fung fongs while the other prifoners were engaged in acts of devotion. And afterwards, toward the clofe of his life, when his companions became more ferious, he grew still more wicked, and yet, when at the place of execution, he said he did not fare to die, for he was in no doubt of going to heaven. Narrative of the singular cafe of John Mef, who was hanged for returning from transportation. This offender had been taken into custody for committing robbery near London, but as it happened at a time within the limits of an act of grace passed in the reign of King George I, it was not thought necessary to indict him, and he would have been discharged without further ceremony, but it appeared that he had been transported for another crime, and returned before the expiration of his time, wherefore he was indicted for this offence, and on an act then lately made for the effectual transportation of felons, and his person being identified, he was found guilty, received sentence of death, and was executed at Tyburn on the 11th of September, 1721. The following is an account which he wrote between his condemnation and the day of his execution. I was born in London of French parents, who had fled hither for protection when the French Protestants were driven out of France by Louis XIV. I was put apprentice to a weaver. My father, having continued about 12 years in England, went with the rest of the family to Holland. I ferved my time faithfully, and with the approbation of my mafter. Soon after I came to work for myself, I married, but my bufinefs not being fufficient to maintain myself, my wife, and children, I was willing to try what I could at thieving. I followed this practice till I was apprehended, tried, and condemned for houfebreaking; but, as I was going to the place of execution, the hangman was arrefted, and I was brought back to Newgate. It was thought that this was my contrivance to put a stop to public juftice, but I was fo far from being any ways concerned in it, that I knew nothing of it till it was done. This might have been a happy turn for me, if I had made a right ufe of it. For my fentence of death was changed for that of tranfportation; and indeed I took up a folemn refolution to lead an honeft and regular courfe of life, and to refift all the perfuafions of my comrades to the contrary. But this refolution continued but a fhort time after the fear of death was vanifhed. I believe, however, that if I had been fafe landed in America, my ruin might have been prevented; but the fhip which carried me and other convicts was taken by pirates. They would have perfuaded me and fome of the others to fign a paper in order to become pirates; but we refufing, they put me and 8 more afhore on a defert ifland uninhabited, where we muft have perished with hunger, if by good fortune an Indian canoe had not arrived there. We waited till the Indians were gone up the ifland, and then, getting into the veffel, we failed from one fmall ifland to another, till we reached the coaft of America. Not chufing to fettle in any of the plantations there, but preferring the life of a failor, I fhipped myself on board a veffel that carried merchandize from Virginia and South Carolina to Barbadoes, Jamaica, and other of his Majefty's iflands; and thus I lived a considerable time, but at laft, being over defirous to fee how my wife and children fared in England, I was refolved to return at all adventures. Upon my arrival here, I quickly fell into my former wicked practices, and it was not long before I was committed to Newgate on fufpicion of robbing a perfon near London; but, by the affiftance of a certain bricklayer, I broke out of prifon and went to Hatfield, where I lay concealed for fome time, but at laft was difcovered and taken again by the fame bricklayer, who had procured my efcape. Some evil genius attended me. I was certainly infatuated, or I had never continued in a place where I was fo likely to be difcovered. My father is now a gardener in Amfterdam. 'Tis an addition to my misfortune that I cannot fee him and my mother before I die; but I hope, when he hears of my unhappy end, he will keep my children by my firft wife from ftarving. My prefent wife is able by her induftry to bring up her own offspring, for fhe has been an honeft careful woman during the 9 months I have been married to her, and has often preffed me to go over to Ireland and lead a regular and fober life. It had been well for me if I had taken her advice. I have had enough of this reftlefs and tumultuous world, and hope I am now going to a better. I am very eafy and refigned to the will of Providence, not doubting I have made my peace with heaven. I thank God that I have not been molefted by my fellow prifoners with the leaft curfing or fwearing in the condemned hold, but having had an opportunity of employing every moment of my time in preparing for a future ftate. The cafe of this malefactor is very extraordinary, and perhaps may never be equalled by that of any other. The narrow efcape he had experienced from the gallows ought to have taught him more wifdom than to have returned from tranfportation before the expiration of his time. But one would think there is a fatality attending the conduct of fome men, who feem refolutely bent on their own deftruction. One truth, however, is certain: it is eafy by a steady adherence to the rules of virtue to fhun that ignominious fate which is the confequence of the breach of the laws of God and our country. The fingular cafe of Nathaniel Haws, who was hanged for a robbery. The fubject of this narrative was a native of Norfolk, in which county he was born in the year 1701. Hawes' father was a grazier in ample circumstances, but dying while the son was an infant, a relation in Hertfordshire took care of his education. At a proper age he was apprenticed to an upholsterer in London, but becoming connected with people of bad character, and thus acquiring an early habit of vice, he robbed his master when he had served only 2 years of his time, for which he was tried at the Old Bailey, and being convicted of stealing to the amount of 39 shillings, he was sentenced to 7 years transportation. But the sentence thus awarded against Haws was not carried into execution, owing to the following circumstance. A man named Phillips had encouraged the unhappy youth in his depredations by purchasing, at a very low weight, such goods as he stole from his master. But when Haws was taken into custody, he gave information of this affair, in consequence of which a search warrant was procured, and many effects belonging to Hawes's master were found in Phillips's possession. Hereupon application was made to the king, and a free pardon was granted to Haws, whereby he was rendered a competent evidence against Phillips, who was tried for receiving stolen goods, and transported for 14 years. We are sorry to relate the sequel of this tale. Haws, during his confinement in Newgate, had made such bad connections as greatly contributed to the contamination of his morals, and soon after his release he connected himself with a set of fellows who acted under the direction of Jonathan Wild, and having made a particular acquaintance with one John James, they joined in the commission of a number of robberies. After an uncommon share of success for some days, they quarrelled on the division of the booty, and in consequence of which each acted on his own account. Some little time after they had thus separated, Haws, being apprehensive that James would impeach him, applied to Jonathan Wild, and informed against his old acquaintance, on which James was taken into custody, tried, convicted, and executed, by an act of 4th and 5th William and Mary. For the more effectual conviction of highwaymen, the evidence of accomplices is allowed, but the evidence cannot claim his liberty unless 2 or more of his accomplices are convicted, but may be imprisoned during the pleasure of the court. So, notwithstanding this conviction, the court sentenced Haws to be imprisoned in New Prison, and that jail was preferred to Newgate, because the prisoners in the latter had threatened to murder Haws for being an evidence against James. Soon after this commitment, Haws and another fellow made their escape, and entering into partnership, committed a variety of robberies, particularly in the road between Hackney and Shoreditch. This connection, like the former, lasted but a short time. A dispute on dividing their ill-gotten gains occasioned a separation. Soon after this dissolution of the partnership, Haws went alone to Finchley Common, where meeting a gentleman riding to town, he presented a pistol to his breast, and commanded him instantly to dismount, that he might search him for his money. The gentleman offered him 4 shillings, on which Haws swore the most horrid oaths, and threatened instant death if he did not immediately submit. The gentleman quitted his horse, and in that same moment seized the pistol, which he snatched from the hand of the robber, and presenting it to him, told him to expect death if he did not surrender himself. Haws, who was now as terrified as he had been insolent, made no opposition, and the driver of a cart coming up just at that juncture, he was easily made prisoner, conveyed to London, and committed to Newgate. When the session came on, and he was brought to the bar, he refused to plead to the indictment, alleging the following reason for so doing, viz., that he would die as he had lived like a gentleman. Quote, "The people," he said, "who apprehended me, seized a suit of fine clothes, which I intend to have gone to the gallows in, and unless they are returned I will not plead, for no one shall say that I was hanged in a dirty shirt and a ragged coat." Unquote. On this he was told what would be the consequences of his contempt of legal authority. But this making no impression on him, sentence was pronounced that he should be pressed to death, whereupon he was taken from the court, and being laid on his back, sustained a load of 250 pounds weight for about 7 minutes. But, unable any longer to bear the pain, he entreated that he might be conducted back to the court, which being complied with, he pleaded not guilty, but the evidence against him being complete, he was convicted and sentenced to die. After conviction, his behaviour was very improper for one in his situation. He told the other capital convicts that he would die like a hero, and behaved in the same thoughtless way till the arrival of the warrant for his execution, after which his conduct was not altogether scandalous. He owned to the Ordinary of Newgate that he was induced to refuse to plead to his indictment, that the other prisoners might deem him a man of honour, and not for the idle vanity of being hanged in fine clothes. He acknowledged many robberies which he had committed, but charged Jonathan Wild as being the principal author of his ruin by purchasing the stolen goods. He likewise owned that he had been bafe enough to inform against persons who were innocent, particularly a gentleman's servant who was then in custody, but he did not discover any figns of contrition for this or any other of his offences. He was executed at Tyburn on the 22nd of December, 1721. The end of Part 6, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 7, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Particulars respecting Arundel Cook, Esquire, and John Woodburn, who were hanged for cutting and maiming Mr. Crisp. These people suffered on what is called the Coventry Act, to understand which it will be necessary to recite a few particulars. The Coventry Act took its rise from the following circumstance. Sir John Coventry, in the reign of Charles II, having oppofed the measures of the court in the House of Commons, in revenge hereof, some armed villains attacked him one night in Covent Garden, slit his nose, and cut off his lips. Shocked by so barbarous a deed, the members of both Houses of Parliament passed an act in a few days, by which it was ordered that, quote, unlawful cutting out, or disabling the tongue, of malice aforethought, or by lying in wait, putting out an eye, slitting the nose or lip, or cutting off or disabling any limb or member of any person, with intent to maim or disfigure, shall be felony without benefit of clergy. End quote. By this law it was likewise enacted that, quote, accessories shall be deemed principals. End quote. The parties whose crimes we are about to relate are the first who were executed on this act. Mr. Cook was born near Bury St. Edmunds in the county of Suffolk. His father was a man of fortune, and when he had given him an university education, he sent him to the Temple to study the law, after which he was called to the bar and acted as a counsellor. After some time he married a young lady, the sister of Mr. Crisp, who lived in the neighbourhood of his native place. Mr. Crisp, being a gentleman of large property, but a bad state of health, made his will in favour of Cook, subject only to a jointure for his sister's use, which was likewise to become the property of the counsellor in case the lady died before her husband. It was not long after Mr. Crisp had made his will before he recovered his health in some degree, but he continued an infirm man, though he lived a number of years. This partial recovery gave great uneasiness to Cook, who, wishing to possess the estate, was anxious for the death of his brother-in-law, though, as he had art enough to conceal his sentiments, they appeared to live on tolerable terms. However, he at length grew so impatient that he could not come into possession by death of Mr. Crisp, that he resolved to remove him by murder, and for that purpose engaged John Woodburn, a labouring man, who had 6 children, to assist him in the execution of this diabolical plan. For this piece of service he promised to give Woodburn £100. The man was unwilling to be concerned in this execrable bufinefs, but reflections on his poverty and the largeness of his family tempted him to comply. On this it was agreed that the murder should be perpetrated on Christmas evening, and as Mr. Crisp was to dine with Mr. Cook on that day, and the churchyard lay between one houfe and the other, Woodburn was to wait concealed behind one of the tombstones till Cook gave him the fignal for the attack, which was to be a loud whistle. Crisp came to his appointment, and dined and drank tea with his brother-in-law, but declining to stay for supper, he left the houfe about 9 o'clock, and was almost immediately followed into the churchyard by Cook, who giving the agreed fignal to Woodburn, the latter quitted his place of retreat, knocked down the unhappy man, and cut and maimed him in a terrible manner, in which he was abetted by the councillor. Imagining that they had difpatched him, Mr. Cook rewarded Woodburn with a few shillings, and instantly went home, but he had not been arrived more than a quarter of an hour before Crisp knocked at the door, and entered covered with wounds, and almost dead through lofs of blood. He was unable to speak, but by his looks feemed to accufe Cook with the intent of murder, and was then put to bed, and his wounds dreffed by a furgeon. At the end of about a week he was fo much mended as to be removed to his own houfe. He had no doubt but Cook was one of the perfons who had affaulted him, but had resolved not to speak of the affair till future circumstances made it neceffary for him to inform a court of juftice of what had happened. The intended affassination having greatly engaged the attention of the neighbours, Woodburn was apprehended on fufpicion, when making a discovery of the whole truth, Cook was also taken into custody. They were brought to their trials at the next affizes, when both of them were convicted. When they were called up to receive fentence of death, Cook desired to be heard, and the court complying with his request, he urged that, quote, judgment could not pafs on the verdict, becaufe the act of Parliament simply mentions an intention to maim or deface, whereas he was firmly resolved to have committed murder. End quote. He quoted several law cafes in favour of the arguments he had advanced, and hoped that judgment might be respited till the opinion of the 12 judges could be taken on the caufe. The counsel for the crown oppofed the arguments of Mr. Cook, infifted that the crime came within the meaning of the law, and hoped that judgment would pafs against the prifoners. Lord Chief Justice King, who presided on this occasion, declared that he could not admit the force of Mr. Cook's plea confiftent with his own oath as a judge, quote, for, he said, it would eftablifh a principle in the law inconsistent with the first dictates of natural reafon. As the greatest villain might, when convicted of a fmaller offence, plead that the judgment must be arrested becaufe he intended to commit a greater. In the present instance, said he, judgment cannot be arrested, as the intention is naturally implied, when the crime is actually committed. His lordship said that Crisp was affaffinated in the manner laid in the indictment. It is therefore to be taken for granted that the intention was to maim and deface, wherefore the court will proceed to give judgment, and accordingly sentence of death was passed on the prisoners. After condemnation, Cook employed his time principally in endeavours to procure a pardon, and when he found his expectations failed him, he grew reserved, and would not admit even the visits of his friends. On the contrary, Woodburn was all penitence and contrition, sincerely lamenting the crime he had been guilty of, and the miserable situation in which he left his poor children. A short time before the day of execution, Cook wrote to the sheriff, requesting that he might be hanged in the night, to prevent his being expofed to the country people who were expected from all the adjacent towns and villages, and in consequence hereof he was hanged at 4 o'clock in the morning, and Woodburn was executed the afternoon of the fame day. The latter behaved with every fign of penitence, but Cook's conduct was very unfeeling, and he abfolutely refufed to confefs his crime. Thefe malefactors were executed at Bury St. Edmunds on the 5th of April, 1722. Narrative of the remarkable actions of John Hawkins and George Simpson, who were executed for robbing the Bristol mail, and hung in chains. As the crime for which thefe malefactors fuffered is very pernicious in its own nature, and their other tranfactions made a great noife in the world at the time they took place, we propofe to give a particular account of them. John Hawkins was the fon of a poor farmer at Staines, who not being able to afford to educate him properly, he went into fervice of a gentleman, which he foon quitted, and lived as a waiter at the Red Lion at Brentford, but leaving this place, he again engaged as a gentleman's fervant. After living in different families, he became butler to Sir Dennis Drury, and was diftinguished as a fervant of very creditable appearance. Indeed, his perfon was uncommonly graceful, and he was remarkably vain of it. He ufed to frequent gaming tables 2 or 3 nights in the week, a practice which led to that ruin which finally befell him. About this time Sir Dennis had been robbed of a considerable quantity of plate, and as Hawkins' mode of life was very expensive, it was fufpected that he was the thief, for which reafon he was difcharged without the advantage of a good character. Being thus deftitute of the means of fubfiftence, he had recourfe to the highway, and his firft expedition was to Hounslow Heath, where he took £11 from the paffengers in a coach. But fuch was his attachment to gaming, that he repaired directly to London, where he lost it all. He continued to rob alone for fome time, lofing at the gaming houfes what he obtained at fo much rifk, and he then engaged to rob with other highwaymen. But the fame fate ftill attended him. He loft by gaming what he got by thieving, and was frequently fo reduced as to dine at an eating houfe, and then fneak off without paying his reckoning. Several of Hawkins' old companions having met their deferts at the gallows, he became acquainted with one Wilfon, a youth of good education, who had been articled to a folicitor in Chancery, but had neglected his bufinefs through an attachment to the gaming tables. Thofe affociates having committed feveral robberies in conjunction, were tried for one of them, but acquitted for want of evidence, though Wilfon, in an account published after Hawkins' condemnation, confefles they were guilty. Immediately after this, Wilfon went down to his mother, who lived at Whitby in Yorkshire, and continued with her for about a year, and then coming to London, lived with a gentleman of the law, but having lost his money in gaming, renewed his acquaintance with Hawkins, who was now concerned with a new gang of villains. But one of thefe being apprehended, impeached the rest, which foon difperfed the gang, but not till fome of them had made their exit at Tyburn, on which Hawkins was obliged to conceal himself for a considerable time, but at length he ventured to rob a gentleman on Finchley Common, and fhot one of the fervants, fo that he died on the spot. His next attack was on the Earl of Burlington and Lord Bruce in Richmond Lane, from whom he took about £20, 2 gold watches, and a sapphire ring. For this ring a reward of £100 was offered to Jonathan Wild, but Hawkins sailed to Holland with it, and there sold it for £40. Hawkins, returning to England, joined his companions, of whom Wilfon was one, and robbed Sir David Dalrymple of £3, a fnuff box, and a pocket book, for which last Sir David offered £60 reward to Wild. But the robbers, having no connection with that execrable villain, who did not even know their perfons, they fent the book by a porter to Sir David without expence. Hawkins and his associates next stopped Mr. Hyde of Hackney in his coach, and robbed him of £10 and his watch, but missed £300, which the gentleman then had in his poffeffion. After this they stopped the Earl of Westmoreland's coach in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and robbed him of a fum of money, though there were 3 footmen behind the carriage. The footmen called the watch, but the robbers firing a piftol over their heads, the guardians of the night decamped. Hawkins had now resolved to carry the booty obtained in feveral late robberies to Holland, but Jonathan Wild having heard of the connection caufed fome of the gang to be apprehended, on which the reft went into the country to hide themfelves. On this occafion Hawkins and Wilfon went to Oxford, and paying a vifit to the Bodleian Library, the former wantonly defaced fome pictures in the gallery, and £100 reward was offered to difcover the offender, and a poor tailor being taken up on fufpicion, narrowly efcaped being whipped, merely becaufe he was of Whiggifh principles. Wilfon and Hawkins returning to London, and the former coming of age at that time, fucceeded to a little eftate his father had left him, which he fold for £350, a fmall part of which he lent to his companions to buy horfes, and foon dissipated the reft at the gaming table. The affociates now stopped 2 gentlemen in a chariot on Hampstead road, who both fired at once, by which 3 slugs were lodged in Hawkins' shoulder, and the highwayman got to London with fome difficulty. On Hawkins' recovery, they attempted to stop a gentleman's coach in Hyde Park, but the coachman driving haftily, Wilfon fired, and wounding himfelf in the hand, found it difficult to fcale the park wall to effect his efcape. This circumftance occafioned fome ferious thoughts in his mind, in confequence of which he fet out for his mother's houfe in Yorkshire, where he was kindly received, and fully determined never to return to his former practices. While he was engaged in his mother's bufinefs, and planning fchemes for domeftic happiness, he was fent for to a public houfe, where he found his old acquaintance Hawkins in company with George Simpson, of whom we fhall have occafion to relate more in the courfe of this narrative. Wilfon was fhocked at feeing them, and asked what could induce them to make fuch a journey. Hereupon Hawkins swore violently, said Wilfon was impeached, and would be taken into cuftody in a few days. This induced him to go to London with them, but on his arrival he found that the story of the impeachment was falfe. When in London they formed connections with other thieves, and committed feveral robberies, for which fome of the gang were executed. They frequented a public houfe at London Wall, the mafter of which kept a livery stable, fo that they rode out at all hours, and robbed the ftages as they were coming into town. They took not only money, but portmanteaus, and &c., and divided the booty with Carter, the mafter of the livery stable. In this practice they continued a considerable time, till they were apprehended for robbing the mail, which we fhall have occafion to mention in the fequel. George Simpson was a native of Putney in Surrey. His father was a wine merchant, but being reduced in circumstances, removed to Lincolnshire. Young Simpson kept a public houfe at Lincoln, and acted as a fheriff's officer, but quitting the country he came to London, and was butler to Lord Castlemaine, after which he lived in feveral other credible places. He now became acquainted with Hawkins, in company with whom he stopped the carriage of Richard West, Esquire, behind Buckingham Houfe, from whom they took a gold watch and other valuable articles. Soon after this he robbed the Portsmouth coach in company with Wilfon, when one of the company fired at them. Thus they continued their depredations on the public, till one of their associates, named Child, was executed at Aylesbury, and hung in chains for robbing the mail. This incensed them to fuch a degree, that they determined to revenge the fuppofed infult by committing a fimilar crime. They mentioned their defign in the prefence of Carter, the stable keeper, who advifed them to stop the mail from Harwich; but this they declined, becaufe the changing of the wind muft render the time of its arrival uncertain. At length it was determined that they would rob the Briftol mail, and they fet out on an expedition for that purpofe. It appeared on the trail that the boy who carried the mail was overtaken at Slough by a countryman who travelled with him to Langley Broom. where a person rode up to them and turned back again. After paffing through Colnbrook, they faw the fame man again, with 2 others, who followed them at a fmall diftance, and then, pulling their wigs over their foreheads, and holding handkerchiefs in their mouths, came up with them and commanded the poft boy and the countryman to come down a lane, where they ordered them to quit their horfes, and then Hawkins, Simpson, and Wilfon tied them back to back, and fastened them to a tree in a wet ditch, fo that they were obliged to stand in the water. This being done, they took fuch papers as they liked out of the Bath and Briflol bags, and hid the reft in a hedge. They now croffed the Thames, and riding a little way into Surrey, put up their horfes at an inn in Bermondsey Street. It was now about 6 in the morning, when they parted, and went different ways to a public houfe in the Minories, where they propofed to divide their ill-gotten treafure. The landlord, being acquainted with the perfons and knowing the profeffion of his guefts, fhewed them a private room, and fupplied them with pen and ink. Having equally divided the bank notes, they threw the letters in the fire, and then went to their lodgings at Green Arbour Court in the Old Bailey. A few days after this transaction they were taken into cuftody in the following manner. Information having been given at the Poft Office that fufpicious people frequented the houfe of Carter, the stable keeper at London Wall, fome perfons were fent thither to make the neceffary difcoveries. Wilfon, happening to be there at the time, fufpected their bufinefs, on which he abruptly retired, flipped through fome by alleys, and got into the Moorgate coffee houfe, which he had occafionally ufed 2 years before, on account of its being frequented by reputable company, and therefore lefs liable to be fearched for fufpicious people. He had not been long in the houfe before a Quaker mentioned the fearch that was making in the neighbourhood for the men who robbed the mail. This fhocked him, fo that he instantly paid his reckoning, and going out the back door, went into Bedlam, where the melancholy fight of the objects around him induced him to draw a comparifon between their fituation and his own. And he concluded that he was far more unhappy through weight of his guilt than thofe poor wretches whom it had pleafed God to deprive of the ufe of their intellects. Having reflected that it would not be fafe for him to stay longer in London, he resolved to go to Newcastle by the Sea, and he was confirmed in this refolution, on reflecting that a perfon who wifhed his fafety had informed him that he and his companions were the parties fufpected of having robbed the mail. This friend likewife advifed him to go to the Poft Office, furrender, and turn evidence, hinting that, if he did not, it was probable Simpson would, as he had asked fome queftions which feemed to intimate fuch a defign. Wilfon neglected this advice, but held his refolution of going to Newcastle, and with that intention quitted Bedlam. But by Moorgate coffee houfe he met the man he had feen at Carter's. They turned and followed him. Yet unperceived by them he entered the coffee houfe, while they went under the arch of the gate, and if he had returned by the door he entered, he would have again escaped them, but going out of the fore-door of the houfe, they took him into cuftody, and conducted him to the Poft Office. On his firft examination he refufed to make any confeffion. On the following day he feemed equally determined to conceal the truth, till 2 circumftances induced him to reveal it. In the firft place, the Poftmaster General promifed that he should be admitted an evidence if he would difcover his accomplices, and one of the clerks, calling him afide, fhewed him a letter without any name to it, of which the following is a copy. Quote, Sir, I am one of thofe perfons who robbed the mails, which I am sorry for, and, to make amends, I will fecure my 2 companions as foon as may be. He whofe hand this fhall appear to be, will, I hope, be entitled to reward and his pardon. End quote. As Wilfon knew this letter to be of Simpson's handwriting, he thought himfelf juftified in making a full difcovery, which he accordingly did, in consequence of which his associates were apprehended at their lodgings in the Old Bailey 2 days afterwards. At first they made an appearance of refiftance, and threatened to fhoot the peace officers, but the latter faying they were provided with arms, the offenders yielded, and were committed to Newgate. On the trial, Hawkins endeavoured to prove that he was in London at the time the mail was robbed, and when Fuller, of Bedfordbury, swore he lodged at his houfe that night. To ascertain this, Fuller produced a receipt for 30 which he said Hawkins then paid him for horfe hire. The judge, desiring to look at that receipt, obferved that the body of it was written in an ink of a different colour from that of the name at the bottom, on which he ordered the note to be handed to the jury, and remarked that Fuller's testimony deferved no kind of credit. After examining fome other witnefles, the judge proceeded to fum up the evidence, in which he was interrupted by a fingular occurrence, which will be beft understood by giving it in the words of the short-hand writer. My ink, as it happened, was very bad, being thick at the bottom, and thin and waterifh at the top, and fo that accordingly, as I dipped my pen, the writing appeared very pale or very black. Now, juft as the court was remarking on the difference in ink in Fuller's receipt, a gentleman who stood by me, perceiving fomething of the fame kind in my writing, desired to look upon my notes for a minute. As I was not aware of any ill confequence, I let him take the book out of my hand, when prefently, fhewing it to his friend, "See here," faid he, "what difference there is in the colour of the ink." His friend took it and fhewed it to another. Uneafy at this, I fpoke to them to return my book. They begged my pardon, and faid I fhould have it in a minute. But this anfwer was no fooner given, than a curiofity fuddenly entered one of the jurymen, who fat juft by, and he too begged a fight of the book, which, notwithstanding my importunity, was immediately handed to him. He viewed it, and gave it to the next, and fo it palled from one to another, till the judge, perceiving them very bufy, called to them, "Gentlemen, what are you doing? What is that book?" They told him it was the writer's book, and they were obferving how the fame ink appeared pale in one place and black in another. "You ought not, gentlemen," fays he, "take notice of any thing but what is produced in evidence," and then, turning to me, demanded what I meant by fhewing that to the jury. I anfwered that I could not fix upon the perfons, for the gentlemen near me were all ftrangers to me, and I was far from imagining that I fhould have any occafion for taking particular notice of them. His lordfhip then reaffumed his charge to the jury, which being ended, they withdrew to confider of their verdict. After ftaying out about an hour, the jury returned into court without agreeing on a verdict, faying they could not be convinced that Fuller's receipt was not genuine, merely on account of the different colours of the ink. In anfwer hereto, the court intimated how many witnefles had fworn that Hawkins was abfent from London, to contradict all of whom there was only the evidence of Fuller, which was at least rendered doubtful by the ink appearing of 2 colours. And it was submitted whether Fuller's fingle testimony ought to be held of equal validity with that of all the oppofing parties. Hereupon the jury went out of court, and on their return gave a verdict of guilty against both the prifoners. After fentence of death, they behaved as became perfons in their unfortunate circumftances. Simpson in particular appeared to be highly affected with the awfulness of his situation. At the place of execution, Hawkins addreffed the furrounding multitude, acknowledging that his fins had brought him to that fhameful end, profeffing to die in charity with all mankind, and begging the prayers of thofe who were witnefles of his melancholy exit. He died with great difficulty, but Simpson was out of his pain almost without a struggle. Account of the trial of Margaret Fischer for privately stealing, with the fingular evidence given against her. In September, 1722, Margaret Fischer was indicted at the Old Bailey for privately stealing 13 guineas from the person of Daniel Macdonald. As our readers have a claim upon us for matters of entertainment as well as instruction, we are ready to gratify them, as we always shall be, when it can be done without grossly violating the laws of decency. And we insert the following for the sake of the whimsical singularity of the prosecutor's evidence, which was delivered in the following terms. And leek your lairdship, I had just taken my wages, 13 guineas in good, and was gone along King Street in Westminster, when I met with this faux quean at the bar, and she spurred me where I was gone. I told her hame. She said, Jen, I would ga with her till Johnny Davis's house. She would give me a dram, sir, for, in truth, she took me for a poor, gawky, boss-headed chiel, and, leek your lairdship, she took my hood on my hand, and lad me a get I kenna real weel. And when we came to Johnny Davis's house, she called for mickle beer and brandy, and garred me as bung as a swobe, and leek your honour, I stayed there with her a pratty while, and then, sir, I put my hand into my bricks to feel for money to pay the rackning, but the deal a bobby could I find for it was a tint, and when I speered about it, they glowered and told me gen I wanna tack myself a warn. They wad ga me ga with a deal to me. They dang me so sair, and turned me out at the back door into the straat, and I rambled about and could not find the house again. And the watchman met with me and carried me into the ruined house, and there I told em who I had been robbed. The next morning I gaed on foot out Johnny Davis's house, but she was rin away, and the prisoner too. But at neat about 7 o'clock I met with this impudent batch at the bar, and took her up. I ken real weel enough that she must ha my good, for na Sal also was with me, but Johnny Davis wa brought what we called for. Let her deny it an she can. Somebody, but I kenna what it was, offered me 6 guineas in my hand to make the matter up, but I would not tak it. In her defence, the prisoner alleged that, meeting with a coachman and the prosecutor, the former asked her to drink, on which they went to the house of Mrs. Davis, but that she sat on the opposite side of the room that the prosecutor did, and had not robbed him, and that nothing was found upon her when she was searched. But the jury not believing her allegations, and as she had no persons to appear in behalf of her character, she was found guilty and received sentence of death. However, she pleaded that she was with child, and a jury of matrons finding this to be the fact, she had the good fortune to be respited and afterwards pardoned. The end of Part 7, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 8, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Account of Richard Oakey, John Levy, and Matthew Flood, who were hanged for a robbery. Richard Oakey was a native of London, and bound apprentice to a tailor, with whom he served about 2 years, and then, running away, got into company of a set of blackguard boys, who procured a miserable subfiftence by picking of pockets, and then they proceeded to the practice of cutting off the pockets of women. In order to do this effectually, one of them used to trip up the woman's heels, while the other cut off the pocket, and they generally got out of reach of detection before the party robbed could recover her legs. These kinds of robberies were very common formerly, but of late years they have been very feldom practifed. Many of Oakey's associates, belonging to Jonathan Wiles' gang, that infernal villain, had caufed feveral of them to be hanged, when he could make no farther advantage of them. Having thus loft his old acquaintance, he became connected with a woman of town, who taught him the following fingular method of robbery. They used to walk through the ftreets, the woman going a little before Oakey. When fhe obferved a lady walking near where a coach was turning, fhe used to catch her arms, crying, "Take care, madam, you will be run over," and in the interim Oakey was certain to cut off her pocket. But this way of life did not laft long, for this abandoned woman foon after died, in confequence of fome bruifes fhe received from a fellow fhe had ill treated, and on her death Oakey followed the practice of fnatching pockets without a partner, and became one of the moft dexterous in his profeffion. Not long after this he became acquainted with feveral houfebreakers, who perfuaded him to follow their courfe of life, as more profitable than the ftealing of pockets. In the firft attempt they were fuccefsful, but the fecond, in which 2 others were concerned with him, was the breaking open a fhop in the Borough, from whence they stole a quantity of calamanicos, for which offence Oakey was apprehended, on which he impeached his accomplices, one of whom was hanged, and the other tranfported on his evidence. Deterred from thoughts of houfebreaking by this adventure, Oakey returned for a while to his old employment, and then became acquainted with a man called Will the Sailor, when their plan of robbery was this. Will, who wore a fword, used to affront perfons in the ftreets, and provoke them till they stripped to fight with him, and then Oakey used to decamp with their clothes. However, thefe affociates in iniquity foon quarrelled and parted, and Oakey, who by this time was an accomplifhed thief, entered into Jonathan Wiles' gang. John Levy was the fon of a French gentleman who refided fome time in England during the reign of King Charles II, and taught the French language to 3 natural fons of that prince. But he retired to Holland, and there died foon after the advancement of King William to the throne. Young Levy was educated at the expence of the French Protestants in London, and was then bound apprentice to a captain in the Royal Navy. He ferved as a sailor for fome years, and was prefent at the defeat of the Spanifh fleet in the Mediterranean in Queen Anne's reign, and afterwards failed under Admiral Norris in his fruitlefs expedition against the Ruffian fleet in the Baltic. When the Admiral came back to England, Levy's friends recommended him to the fervice of a merchant in Thames Street, in the capacity of under clerk, for which he was not ill qualified; but being too unsettled a temper to apply himself to bufinefs, he declined this opportunity of providing for himself, and foon fpent the little money he was poffeffed of. Going one evening to a public houfe in Holborn, he met with fome thieves of Jonathan Wiles' gang, who foon perfuaded him to join them in their lawlefs depredations, which at length brought him to deftruction. Matthew Flood was the fon of parents of good character, and born at Shadwell. He was apprentice to a lighterman with whom he lived a considerable time, but being averfe to a life of labour, his mafter and he parted by joint confent, and foon afterwards he became acquainted with Oakey, Levy, and their dissolute companions. The robberies committed by this gang are too numerous for recital. They were for fome time the terror of travellers near London. We fhall mention only one robbery exclufive of that for which they fuffered. They flopped a coach between Camberwell and London, in which were 5 men and a woman. The men faid they would deliver their money, but begged they would not fearch, as the woman was with child. Among the gang was Bluefkin, who holding a hat received the money the paffengers put into it, which appeared to be a confiderable fum, but on examination it was found to be chiefly halfpence. The gang fufpected that Bluefkin had defrauded them, as it was not the firft time he had cheated his fellow thieves. But they were greatly mortified that they had neglected to fearch the coach, when they afterwards learnt that there were £300 in it. Some time after this, Okey, Levy, Flood, and Bluefkin flopped Colonel Cope and Mr. Young in a carriage on their return from Hampftead, and robbed them of their watches, rings, and money. Information of this robbery was fent to Jonathan Wild, who caufed the parties to be apprehended, and Bluefkin being admitted in evidence, they were tried, convicted, sentenced, and ordered for execution. After conviction, their behaviour was exceedingly proper for perfons in their calamitous fituation. They did not flatter themfelves with vain hopes of a pardon, but exerted themfelves by every act of devotion to make a proper preparation for their approaching end. At the laft fcene of their lives they addreffed the spectators, advifing them to take warning by their fatal end. Okey faid that what gave him more concern than all his other offences was the burning of a will, which he found with fome money and rings in a pocket which he had cut from a lady's fide, a circumftance which had proved highly detrimental to the owner. Thefe offenders fuffered at Tyburn on the 8th of February, 1723. Singular Cafe of Alexander Day, who was convicted of defrauding feveral tradesmen. In modern times we have had feveral inftances of villains who have proceeded on a fimilar plan with Day, but as few of them have cut fo great a figure, nor any of them met with a fate exactly fimilar, we fhall be the more particular in our account of this artful villain. Day was a profeffed sharper, who pretended to be a man of fortune. He affumed the title of Marmaduke Davenport, Efq, and taking a large houfe in Queen's Square, afferted that he poffeffed a capital eftate in the north of England. He had a footman who feems to have been an accomplice with him. This man he fent to a livery stable to enquire the price of a pair of horfes, which he himfelf afterwards agreed to purchafe, and then desired the stable keeper to recommend a coachman, a man rather lufty, as he had a fuit of livery clothes of a large fize by him. The man was accordingly recommended, but when the livery was tried on, Day obferved that as they did not fit him, he would fend into the country for his own coachman. But this objection was obviated by the footman, who faying that the clothes would fit with a fmall alteration, the fquire confented to hire the man. When the stable keeper faw the coachman he had recommended, he enquired to what places he had driven his new mafter, and being informed to the Duke of Montague's and other perfons of rank, he feemed fatisfied, though he had began to form ideas unfavourable to his new cuftomer. Mr. Day having kept this coach and horfes fomething more than a week, gave orders to be driven to a coffee houfe in Red Lion Square, where he drank half a pint of wine at the bar, and asked if fome gentlemen were come whom he expected to dinner. Being anfwered in the negative, he went out the back door without paying for his wine, and faid he would return in a few minutes. The coachman waited a long time, but his mafter not coming back, he drove to the stable keeper's, who feemed glad to have recovered his property out of fuch dangerous hands. It feems that Day made no fmall ufe of this coach while it was in his poffeffion. He drove to the fhop of a lace merchant named Gravestock, and asked for some Spanish point. But the dealer having none of that kind by him, the squire ordered £55 worth of gold lace to be fent to his houfe in Queen's Square. When Gravestock's fervant carried the lace, Day desired him to tell his mafter to call, as he was in want of lace for fome rich liveries, but he muft fpeak with his tailor before he could ascertain the quantity wanted. Mr. Gravestock attended his new cuftomer, who gave him fo large an order for lace, that if he had executed it he muft have been a very considerable lofer, and the squire's liveries would have been gayer than thofe of any nobleman in London. However, on the following day he carried fome lace of the fort he had left before, nor did he forget to take his bill with him, but the perfon who fhould have paid it was decamped. The next trick practifed by our adventurer was as follows. He went to the houfe of Mr. Markham, a goldfmith, and ordered a gold equipage worth £50. Markham carried home the equipage, and had the honour to drink tea with the fuppofed Mr. Davenport, who ordered other curious articles, and among the reft a chain of gold for his fquirrel. Mr. Markham, obferving that the fquirrel wore a filver chain which he had fold a lady not long before, began to fufpect his new cuftomer, and waiting on the lady, enquired if fhe knew Marmaduke Davenport, Efq. She anfwered in the negative, on which Markham mentioned the circumftance that had arifen, and defcribed the perfon of the defrauder. The lady now recollected him, and faid his name was Alexander Day, and that he had cheated her of property to a considerable amount. In confequence of this information, Markham arrefted the sharper, and recovered his property. On another occafion Day went in his carriage to the fhop of a linen draper named Scrimfhaw, agreed for linen to the amount of £48, and ordered a large quantity to be fent to his houfe on the following day, when he would pay for the whole. The firft parcel was delivered, but the purchafer was decamped when the linen draper went with the fecond. After this he went to the fhop of a tea dealer named Kendrick, and ordered tea to the amount of £26. The tea was fent in, and the proprietor called for payment, when Day gave him orders for a farther quantity, which he pretended to have forgot before, and told him to call the next morning, when he should be paid for it by the fteward. The honeft tea dealer called the next day, but neither the fquire nor the fteward were to be found. His next adventure was contrived to defraud Mr. Hinchcliffe, a filk mercer. Day going to his fhop in his abfence, left word for him to call at his houfe to receive a large order. The merchant went and faw a carriage at the door, and being told that the fquire had company, he waited a fhort time, during which the fervants took care to inform him that Mr. Davenport was the fon of a baronet of Yorkshire, and poffeffed a large fortune in that county. When he faw the fuppofed Mr. Davenport, he was told that he wanted fome valuable filks, and wifhed that a quantity might be fent for him to felect fuch as he approved. Mr. Hinchcliffe faid that the choice would be much better made by fixing on the patterns at his fhop. Hereupon Day took the mercer in his coach, and on their way he talked of his father, Sir Marmaduke, and of other people of rank, and faid he was on the point of marriage with the daughter of Councillor Ward, and as he should be under neceffity of furnishing a houfe in London, he should want mercery goods to a large amount. When they came to the mercer's fhop, Day felected as many damasks, and etc. for bed furniture and hangings as were worth £1000. It looks as if Hinchcliffe now had fome fufpicion, for he told him that ladies are beft judges of fuch articles, and asked if he had not a lady of acquaintance whom he could confult. He readily anfwered that he had, and mentioned a Lady Davenport as his relation, saying, "Send the filks to my houfe, and I will take her opinion of them." Mr. Hinchcliffe faid he would fend them, and permitted him to take with him 2 pieces of brocade worth about £30. but defirous to know more of his cuftomer before he trufted him with the whole property, he went to councillor Ward, and found that his daughter was already married to a gentleman of the name of Davenport. Hereupon the mercer went to the houfe of the fuppofed efquire, but he was gone off with what property he had obtained. It was likewife difcovered that our adventurer, having cafually met at a coffee houfe the Mr. Davenport who had married the daughter of councillor Ward, had prevailed on him to call him cousin, on pretence that they muft be related, becaufe, as he alleged, their coats of arms were the fame. After a courfe of fraud, Day was taken into cuftody in the month of May, 1723, on fufpicion of having robbed the mail, but it proved that he was not the man. However, there were 6 indictments brought against him for the defrauds. In his defence he pleaded that his intention was to have paid for the goods he purchased on credit, and he afferted that he poffeffed an eftate in the county of Durham, which he had mortgaged for £1200, but no credit could be given to his allegations, nor, even if he had poffeffed fuch an eftate, would it have appeared that he acted on honeft principle. After a fair trial he was convicted, and sentenced to fuffer 2 years imprisonment in Newgate, to stand twice in the pillory, to pay a fine of £200, and to give fecurity for his good behaviour for 2 years after the term of his imprisonment should he expire. Cafe of William Hawksworth, who was executed for murder. This malefactor was a native of Yorkshire, and was born of reputable parents, who gave him fuch an education as was proper to qualify him for a considerable trade. But being of a difpofition too unsettled to think of bufinefs, he enlifted for a soldier, in hope of being promoted in the army. After he had ferved fome time, and found himfelf difappointed in his expectation of preferment, he made intereft to obtain his difcharge, and then entered into the fervice of a gentleman with whom he behaved in a proper manner for a considerable time. But not being content with his fituation, he repaired to London, and again enlifted as a soldier in the foot guards. In this fituation he remained 4 years, during 2 of which he was fervant to the colonel, who entertained a very good opinion of him, till an incident which unexpectedly arofe occafioned the crime for which he fuffered. Before we relate the particulars, it will be proper to remark that at the period of which we are writing, party difputes ran very high, and soldiers frequently were the fubject of the contempts and derifion of the populace. While Hawksworth was marching with other soldiers to relieve the guard in St. James's Park, a man named Ransom, who had a woman in his company, jostled him, and cried, "What a ftir is there about King George's soldiers?" Hawksworth, imagining the woman had incited him to this behaviour, quitted his rank, and gave her a blow on the face. Irritated hereby, Ransom called him a puppy, and demanded the reafon of his behaviour to the woman. The term of reproach enraged Hawksworth to fuch a degree, that he knocked the other down with his mufket, and then the soldiers marched on to relieve the guard. In the mean time a crowd of people gathered round Ransom, and finding he was much wounded, put him in a chair, and fent him to a furgeon, who examined him, and found his fkull fractured to fuch a degree that there was no hopes of his recovery, and he died in a few hours. Hereupon a person who had been witnefs to what palled in the park went to the Savoy, and having learnt the name of the offender, caufed Hawksworth to be taken into cuftody, and he was committed to Newgate. Being brought to trial at the following feffions, the colonel whom he had ferved gave him an excellent character, but the facts were fo clearly proved that the jury could not do otherwife than convict him, and judgment of death was palled accordingly. For fome time after fentence he flattered himfelf with the hope of a reprieve, but when the warrant for his execution arrived, he feemed to give up all hopes for life, and ferioufly prepared himfelf to meet his fate. He folemnly averred that Ranfom ftruck him firft, and faid he did not recollect the circumftance of leaving his rank to ftrike the blow that occafioned the death of the other. He declared that he had no malice againft the deceafed, and therefore thought himfelf acquitted in his own mind of the crime of murder. However, he behaved in a very contrite manner, and received the facrament with figns of fincereft devotion. A few minutes before he was executed, he made a fpeech to the furrounding multitude, advifing them to keep a strict guard over their paffions. He lamented the fituation of the common foldiers, who were confidered as cowards if they did not refent an injury, and if they did, are liable to endure legal punifhment for confequences that may arife from fuch refentment. However, he advifed his brethren of the army to fubmit with patience to the indignities that might be offered, and truft to the goodnefs of God to recompenfe their fufferings. He was executed at Tyburn on the 17th of June, 1723, at age 27 years. Particulars respecting Thomas Athoe Senior and Thomas Athoe Junior, who were hanged for murder. The crime for which thefe men were tried was committed in Pembrokeshire, but they were removed by writ of habeas corpus to Hereford, where, on the 19th of March, 1723, they were indicted for the murder of George Merchant, by beating and kicking him on the head, face, breast, &c. on the 23rd of November, 1722, and thereby giving him feveral mortal wounds and bruifes, of which he died the fame day. Athoe the elder was a native of Carew in Pembrokeshire, where he rented above £100 per annum, and had lived in fuch a refpectable way, that in the year 1720 he was chofen mayor of Tenby, and his fon a bailiff of the fame corporation, though they did not live in this place, but in Manorbier, 2 miles diftant from it. George Merchant, who was murdered, and his brother Thomas, were nephews by the mother's fide to the elder Athoe, their father having married his fifter. On the 23rd of November, 1722, a fair was held at Tenby, where the prifoners went to fell cattle, and there met the deceafed and his brother Thomas Merchant, and a quarrel arofe between the younger Athoe and George Merchant on an old grudge respecting their right to part of an eftate, when a battle enfued, in which the deceafed had the advantage, and beat young Athoe. The elder Athoe, taking the advice of an attorney on what had palled, he would have perfuaded him to bring an action, to which he replied, "No, no, we won't take the law, but we'll pay them in their own coin." Late in the evening, after the fair was ended, the deceafed and his brother left the town, but the Athoes, going to the inn, enquired of the ostler which way they were gone. He gave them the beft information in his power, on which they immediately mounted and followed them. The brothers stopped on the road at a place called Holloway's Water to let their horfes drink. In the mean time they heard the footsteps of other horfes behind them, and turning about, faw 2 men riding at a fmall diftance. It was too dark for them to know the parties, but they prefently heard the voice of old Athoe. Knowing that he had fworn revenge, and dreading the confequence that would probably enfue, they endeavoured to conceal themfelves behind a bridge, but they were difcovered by the splashing of their horfes' feet made in the water. The Athoes riding up with large fticks, the younger said to George Merchant, "I owe thee a pass, and now thou shalt have it," and immediately knocked him off his horfe. In the interim, old Athoe attacked Thomas Merchant, and beat him likewife from his horfe, calling out at the fame time, "Kill the dogs, kill the dogs." The brothers begged hard for their lives, but they pleaded to thofe who had no idea of pity. The elder Atho feized Thomas Merchant in the tendereft part, and fqueezed him in fo violent a manner that human nature could not long have fuftained the pain; while the younger Atho treated George Merchant in a fimilar way, and carried his revenge to fuch a length that it is not poffible to relate the horrid deed with decency. And when he had completed his execrable purpofe, he called out to his father, faying, "Now we've done George Merchant's bufinefs." A great effufion of blood was the confequence of his barbarity, but it feems that his favage revenge was not yet glutted, for, feizing the deceafed by the nofe with his teeth, he bit it off, and then flangled him by tying a handkerchief tight round his neck. This being done, the murderers quitted the fpot; but fome perfons coming by took the merchants to the adjacent houfe, and fent for a furgeon, who dreffed the wounds of Thomas, but found that George was dead; and the furgeon declared that the blows he received were fufficient to have killed 6 or 7 men, for he had 2 bruifes on his breaft, 3 large ones on his head, and 22 on his back. The elder Atho was taken into cuftody on the following day, but the fon had fled to Ireland. However, thofe who had been concerned in favouring his efcape were glad to ufe their endeavours to bring him back again. On trial, the principal evidence againft them was the surviving brother, who was even then fo weak as to be indulged to fit while he gave his evidence. But the jury, though fatisfied of the commiffion of the murder, entertained a doubt whether the prifoners could be legally tried in any county but that in which the crime was committed, on which they brought in a fpecial verdict, whereupon the cafe was referred to the determination of the 12 judges, and the prifoners being brought up to London, were committed to King's Bench prifon, where they remained until the 22nd of June, 1723, and were then taken to the Court of King's Bench in Weftminfter Hall. When a motion being made by council in arreft of judgment, the court directed that an act of the 33rd of Henry VIII should be read, in which is a claufe ordaining that "all murders and robberies committed in, on, or about the borders of Wales, fhall be triable in any county in England where the criminal fhall be taken, and that the Court of King's Bench fhall have power to remove by writ of habeas corpus any prifoner confined in Wales to the next county in England to be tried." In confequence hereof, the court proceeded to give judgment, and the prifoners were remanded to King's Bench prifon. Between this and the time of their execution, they were vifited by Mr. Deitch, the chaplain of the prifon, and by feveral other divines. They continued to flatter themfelves with hopes of life, till the warrant came down for their execution, and endeavoured to extenuate their crime by a variety of frivolous pretences respecting difputes between them and the deceafed. On the 28th of June they received the sacrament with great devotion, and did the fame again on the morning of their execution. Their behaviour at the place of death may not be improperly given nearly in the words of the minifter who attended them. "On Friday, the 5th of July, 1723, about 11 o'clock in the morning, they were conveyed in a cart to the place of execution. When they came to the fatal tree, they behaved themfelves in a very decent manner, embracing each other with the utmoft tenderness and affection; and indeed the fon's hiding his face, bedewed with tears in his father's bofom, was, notwithstanding the barbarous action they had committed, a very moving spectacle. They begged of all good people to take warning by their ignominious death, and were turned off, crying, "Lord have mercy on us! Chrift have mercy on us!" The bodies were brought from the place of execution in 2 hearfes to the Falcon Inn in Southwark, in order to be buried in St. George's churchyard." They were executed at a place called St. Thomas's Watering, a little beyond Kent Street in Surrey, the father being 58 years old, and the fon within 1 day of 24 at the time of their deaths. The end of Part 8, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 9, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The singular case of Captain John Massie, who was hanged for piracy. This unhappy man, whose misfortunes seemed to claim singular compassion, was the fon of a gentleman of fortune in the country, who gave him a genteel education. But the dispofition of the young man not being fufficiently solid to admit his living quietly at home, his father procured him a commiffion in the army, and he ferved with great applaufe as a lieutenant under the command of the Duke of Marlborough during the wars in Flanders, in the reign of Queen Anne. On his return to England he conducted himfelf for fome time with great decency, but at length became acquainted with a woman of bad character, to whom he was fo much attached that he would undoubtedly have married her, if his father, who got intelligence of the affair, had not happily broke off the connection. Not long after this, he went with his regiment to Ireland, where he lived for fome time in a courfe of continued debauchery, but at length he got appointed to the rank of lieutenant and engineer in the Royal African Company, and failed in one of their fhips to direct the building a fort. The fhip being ill supplied with provifions, and thofe of the worft kind, the fufferings of the crew were inexpreffibly great. Every officer on board died except Massie, and many of the soldiers likewife fell a facrifice to the fcandalous neglect. Thofe who lived to get on fhore drank fo greedily of the frefh water that they were thrown into fluxes, which destroyed them in the moft rapid manner, till at length only Captain Massie and a very few of his people were left alive, and thefe, being totally unable to build a fort, and feeing no profpect of relief, began to abandon themfelves to despair. But at this time a veffel happening to come near the fhore, they made fignals of diftrefs, on which a boat was fent off to their relief. They were no fooner on board than they found the veffel was a pirate, and, diftreffed as they had been, too haftily engaged in their lawlefs plan rather than run the hazard of perishing on fhore. Sailing from hence, they took feveral prizes, and though the perfons made prifoners were not ill ufed with cruelty, Mr. Massie had fo true a fenfe of the illegality of the proceedings in which he was connected, that his mind was perpetually tormented with the idea of the fatal confequences that might enfue. At length the fhip reached Jamaica, when Mr. Massie feized the firft opportunity of deferting, and repairing to the governor, he gave fuch information that the crew of the pirate veffel was taken into cuftody, convicted, and hanged. Massie might have been provided for by the governor, who treated him with fingular refpect on account of his fervices to the public, but he declined his generous offer through an anxiety to vifit his native country. On his failing for England, the governor gave his recommendatory letters to the Lords of the Admiralty. But aftonifhing as it may feem, instead of being careffed, he was taken into cuftody and committed till a feffions of Admiralty was held for his trial, when he pleaded guilty and received fentence of death. As his cafe was remarkable, the public entertained no doubt but he would have been pardoned, but a warrant was fent for his execution, and he made the moft folemn preparations for his approaching fate. 2 clergymen attended him at the place of execution, where he freely acknowledged his fins in general, was remarkably fervent in his devotions, and feemed perfectly refigned to the fatal destiny. He fuffered at Execution Dock on the 26th of July, 1723. Mysterious are the ways of Providence. To the views of the fhort-fighted mortals it will appear that this man ought not to have fuffered, but heaven thought otherwife, and fhall not the Judge of all the earth do right? It feems aftonifhing that Mr. Massie fhould plead guilty at his trial, when his joining the pirates was evidently an act of neceffity, not of choice, and when his fubfequent conduct at Jamaica proves that he took the earlieft opportunity to abandon his late companions and bring them to juftice : a conduct by which he feems to have merited the thanks of his country, rather than the vengeance of the laws. It is almoft impoffible to quit this fubject, on which volumes might be written, without once more remarking on the favage inhumanity of that accurfed trade to Africa, the flave trade. The trade that is born in avarice, and nurfed in blood. The Englifh nation ought to give up its bloated claim to humanity till the trade be abolifhed, and we fhould blufh at the idea of punishing a pirate, while we openly permit a traffic that counteracts all the laws of benevolence. Shame on the people, shame on the legiflators, that can longer permit the continuance of a practice fo much more than hellifh, a practice which the fiends would blufh to think of. But the day of retribution may be nearer than we imagine. The prefent ftate of Great Britain, this being written on the 2nd of June, 1778, bears not the moft favourable afpect, and thofe who are dead to all feeling for fuffering of others may perhaps be alive to their own. Vengeance is mine, and I will repay, faith the Lord. Particulars respecting Philip Roche, who was hanged for piracy. This atrocious malefactor was a native of Ireland, and being brought up to a feafaring life, ferved for a confiderable time on board fome coaling veffels, and then failed to Barbadoes on board a Weft Indiaman, and here he endeavoured to procure the place of a clerk to a factor; but failing in this, he went again to fea, and was advanced to the fituation of a firft mate. He now became acquainted with a fifherman named Neale, who hinted to him that large fums of money might be acquired for infuring fhips, and then caufing them to be funk to defraud the infurers. Roche was wicked enough to liften to this horrid tale, and becoming acquainted with a gentleman who had a fhip bound for Cape Breton, he got a ftation on board, next in command to the captain, who, having a high opinion of him, trufted the fhip to his management, directing the feamen to obey his commands. If Roche had entertained any idea of finking the fhip, he feemed now to have abandoned it; but he had brought on board with him 5 Irishmen, who were concerned in the fhocking tragedy that enfued. When they had been only a few days at fea, the plan was executed as follows. One night, when the captain and moft of the crew were afleep, Roche gave orders to 2 of the feamen to furl the fails, which being immediately done, the poor fellows no fooner descended to the deck, than Roche and his hellifh affociates murdered them, and threw them overboard. At this inftant a man and a boy at a yard arm obferved what pafled, and dreading a fimilar fate, hurried towards the topmaft head, when one of the Irishmen named Cullen followed them, and feizing the boy, threw him into the fea. The man, thinking to effect at leaft a prefent efcape, descended to the main deck, where Roche instantly feized and murdered him, and then threw him overboard. The noife occafioned by thefe tranfactions alarmed the failors below. They hurried up with all poffible expedition, but they were feverally feized and murdered as faft as they came on deck, and being firft knocked on the head, were thrown into the fea. At length the mafter and mate came on the quarter deck, when Roche and his villanous companions feized them, and tying them back to back, committed them to the merciless waves. Thefe execrable murders being perpetrated, the murderers ranfacked the chefts of the deceafed, and then fat down to regale themfelves with liquor; and while the profligate crew were caroufing, they determined to commence pirates, and that Roche should be the captain, as the reward of his fuperior villany. They had intended to sail up the Gulf of St. Lawrence, but as they were within a few days sail of the British Channel when the bloody tragedy was acted, and finding themfelves fhort of provifions, they put in at Portsmouth, and giving the veffel a fictitious name, they painted her afrefh, and then failed for Rotterdam. At this city they difpofed of their cargo, and took in a frefh one. Here they were unknown, and an Englifh gentleman named Annesley fhipped confiderable property on board, and took his paffage with them for the port of London. But the villains threw this unfortunate gentleman overboard, after they had been only one day at fea. When the fhip arrived in the Thames river, Mr. Annesley's friends made inquiry after him, in confequence of his having fent letters to England, defcribing the fhip in which he propofed to embark. But Roche denied having any knowledge of the gentleman, and even difclaimed his own name. Notwithstanding his confident affertions, it was rightly prefumed who he was, and a letter which he fent to his wife being flopped, he was taken into cuftody. Being carried before the Secretary of State for examination, he averred that he was not Philip Roche, and faid that he knew no perfon of that name. Hereupon the intercepted letter was shewn him, on which he instantly confeffed his crimes, and was immediately committed to take his trial at the next Admiralty feffions. It was intimated to Roche that he might expect a pardon if he would impeach any 3 perfons who were more culpable than himfelf, fo that they might be profecuted to conviction. But not being able to do this, he was brought to his trial, found guilty, and judgment of death was awarded against him. After conviction he profeffed to be of the Roman Catholic faith, but was certainly no bigot to that religion, fince he attended the devotions according to the Protestant form. He was hanged at Execution Dock on the 5th of Auguft, 1723, but was fo ill at the time that he could not make any public declaration of abhorrence of the crime for which he fuffered. The cafes of William Douce and James Butler, who were hanged for robbery. Douce was a native of Wolverhampton, and by trade a buckle maker, which he followed fome time in London, but being imprifoned in Newgate for debt, he there made connexions which greatly tended to the corruption of his manners. He was no fooner at large than he commenced footpad, and, in company with another man, robbed a gentleman in Chelsea fields of 4 guineas. After this he connected himfelf with John Dyer and James Butler, in concert with whom he committed a variety of robberies. Their plan was to go out together, but one only to attack the party intended to be robbed, but to give a fignal for his accomplices to come up, if any refiftance should be made. After committing a variety of robberies in the neighbourhood of London, they joined in a scheme with 4 other villains to rob Lady Chudley between Hyde Park Corner and Kensington, but her ladyfhip's footman fhot one of the gang named Rice through the head, which prevented the intended depredation. Their robberies had now been fo numerous that the neighbourhood of London became unfafe for them, wherefore they went on the Portsmouth road, where they committed a variety of robberies, and even proceeded to the perpetration of murder, with a view to prevent detection. Meeting Mr. Bunch, a farmer, near a wood on the road fide, they robbed him of his money, and then dragging him into the wood, they stripped him, and Douce firing at him with a piftol, the ball lodged in his mouth. They now imagined the man was dead, and were about to depart, when Mr. Bunch turning, Butler loaded another piftol in order to difpatch him, on which he begged that they would yet fpare his life. But finding that they entertained no sentiments of compaffion, he exerted all his strength, and fpringing on his legs ran off, and alarming the inhabitants of an adjacent village. Immediate purfuit was made after the villains, all of whom were apprehended except Douce, who efcaped and got to London. Darker, Wade, and Meads, 3 of the gang, were hanged at Winchester, but Butler was fent to take his trial at the Old Bailey for robberies committed in the county of Middlefex. James Butler was the fon of reputable parents of the parifh of St. Anne's, Soho, and apprenticed to a filverfmith, but being of an ungovernable difpofition, his parents were obliged to fend him to fea. After making feveral voyages as an apprentice to the captain, he ran away from the fhip at Bofton in New England, and went to New York, where he entered on board another fhip, from which he likewife ran away, and embarked on a third veffel bound to Martinico. But he alfo quitted this on a difpute with the captain, and then failed to Jamaica, where he was impressed into the royal navy, and ferved under the celebrated Admiral Vernon. On his return to England he married a girl of Wapping, and having foon fpent the little money he brought home with him, he engaged with the gang we have mentioned, with whom he was likewife concerned in feveral robberies. Thefe appeared to have been very defperate villains. On the road to Gravesend they flopped 4 gentlemen, who refufing to be robbed, Meads, one of thofe hanged at Winchester, fhot a fervant who attended them in the breaft, fo that he died in a few days. Difappointed of their booty in this attempt, their paffions were fo irritated that meeting a gentleman on horfeback, they fired, and wounded him in the head and the breaft, and the next day he expired. They committed other robberies attended with circumftances of cruelty, but it will be now proper to mention thofe for which they fuffered. Butler having been acquitted at the Old Bailey of the crime for which he had been transmitted from Winchester, he and Duce and Dyer immediately renewed their depredations on the road. Meeting with Mr. Holmes near Buckingham Houfe, they robbed him of his money, hat, and handkerchief, which laid the foundation of one of the indictments against them. On the following evening they stopped a hackney coachman near Hampstead, and robbed him of 9 fhillings, after the coachman had told them that the words "stand and deliver" were fufficient to hang a man. Jonathan Wild, being informed of thefe robberies, caufed the offenders to be apprehended at a houfe kept by Duce's fifter. Dyer being admitted in evidence, Duce and Butler were brought to their trial, when the latter pleaded guilty to both the indictments, and the former, after spending fome time in denying the robberies, and arraigning the conduct of Jonathan Wild, was found guilty, and both of them received fentence of death. After conviction their behaviour was more refigned and devout than could have been expected from men whofe repeated crimes might be fuppofed to have hardened their hearts. But death appeared to them in all its horrors. Butler was a Roman Catholic, and Duce a Protestant. The latter was urged by the ordinary to difcover the names of fome of his old accomplices, but this he refufed to do, becaufe they had left their practices and lived honeft lives. A few moments before they were launched into eternity, Butler declared that the circumftances of cruelty with which their crimes had been attended gave him more pain than the thoughts of death, and Duce acknowledged the enormity of his offences, and begged the forgiveness of all he had injured. They were hanged at Tyburn on the 14th of August, 1723. The life and transactions of Humphrey Angier, who was hanged for robbery. This offender was a native of Ireland, and born near Dublin, but his parents removing to Cork, put him apprentice to a cooper in that city. He had not been long in this fituation before his mafter delired to get rid of him on account of his untoward difpofition. Being difcharged from his fervice, he lived the life of a vagabond for 2 years, and his father, apprehending that he would come to a fatal end, brought him to England in the 18th year of his age. Still, however, he continued his diflipated courfe of life, till having gotten considerably in debt, he enlifted for a foldier to avoid being lodged in prifon. As this happened in the year 1715, he was fent to Scotland to oppofe the rebels, but robbing a farmer in that country, he was punifhed by receiving 500 lafhes in confequence of the fentence of a court-martial. The rebellion being ended, Angier came to London, and obtained his difcharge. Here he became acquainted with William Duce, mentioned in the preceding article, and married a fifter of Duce at an alehoufe in the verge of the Fleet. After this he enlifted for a foldier, and the regiment being ordered to Vigo, he took his wife with him. And when the greater part of the Spaniards had abandoned the place, Angier obtained a considerable fum by plunder. On his return to England he became acquainted with Butler's associates, and concerned with them in feveral of their lawlefs depredations, but refufed to have any fhare in acts of barbarity. Angier now kept a houfe of ill fame, which was resorted to by other thieves, and one night after they had been out on one of their exploits, one Meads, whofe name we have before recorded, told the following horrid tale. Quote, "We had been out, and the beft fun of all was an engagement with a fmock-faced shoemaker, whom we met on the Kentifh road. We asked him how far he was going, and he said he was juft married, and going home to fee his relations. After a little more difcourfe, we perfuaded him to turn a little out of the road to look for a bird's neft. But as foon as we got him a little out of the road, we bound and gagged him, after which we robbed him, and were going away. But I, being in a merry humour, wanted to have a little diverfion, turned about with my piftol, and fhot him through the head." End quote. Bad as Angier was in other refpects, he was fhocked at this ftory, and told his companions that there was no courage in cruelty, and from that time refufed to drink with any of them. After this Angier kept a houfe of ill fame near Charing Crofs, letting lodgings to thieves, and receiving ftolen goods. While in this way of life he went to fee an execution at Tyburn, and did not return till 4 o'clock the next morning. And in his abfence an incident arofe which was attended with fome troublesome confequences. A Dutch woman meeting with a gentleman in the ftreet, conducted him to Angier's houfe, where he drank fo freely that he fell afleep, when the woman robbed him of his watch and money, and made her efcape. The gentleman awakening, when Angier returned, charged him with the robbery, and in confequence of which he was committed to prifon, but foon afterwards difcharged, the grand jury not finding the bill againft him. Not long after he got free from this trouble, his wife was indicted for robbing a gentleman of his watch and a guinea, but had the good fortune to be acquitted in defect of evidence. The following accident happened about the fame time. A woman named Turner had drank fo much at Angier's houfe that he conducted her up to bed, but while he was in the room with her, his wife entered like a fury, demanding how Turner could prefume to keep company with her husband, attacked and beat the woman. William Douce being in the houfe went up to interfere, but the difturbance was by this time fo great that it was neceffary to fend for a conftable. The officer no fooner arrived than Mrs. Turner charged Angier and his wife with robbing her, on which they were taken into cuftody and committed. But when they were brought to trial, they were acquitted, as there was no proof of any robbery, to the fatisfaction of the jury. Dyer, who was evidence against Douce and Butler, as mentioned in the preceding narrative, lived at this time with Angier as a waiter, and the mafter and man used occasionally to commit footpad robberies together, for which they were feveral times apprehended and tried at the Old Bailey, but acquitted, becaufe the profecutors could not fwear to their perfons. Angier's character now grew fo notorious that no perfon of common decency would be feen in his houfe, and the expences attending his repeated profecutions were fo great, that from thefe united caufes he was compelled to decline bufinefs. After this, however, he kept a gin fhop in Short's Gardens, Drury Lane, and this houfe was frequented by company of the fame kind as thofe he had formerly entertained, and among the reft Parson Lindsay. Lindsay having prevailed on a gentleman to go to this houfe, made him drunk, and then robbed him of feveral valuable articles, but procuring himself to be admitted in evidence, charged Angier and his wife with the robbery. But they had again the good fortune to efcape, becaufe the character of Lindsay was by this time fo infamous, that the court and jury paid no regard to any thing that he said. Not long after this, Mrs. Angier was transported for picking a gentleman's pocket, and her husband was convicted on 2 capital indictments, the one for robbing Mr. Lewin, the city marshal near Hornsey, of 10 guineas and fome filver, and the other for robbing a waggoner near Knightsbridge. On both thefe trials Dyer, who was connected in the robberies, was admitted in evidence against Angier. After conviction, Angier was visited by numbers of perfons whofe pockets had been picked of valuable articles in hopes of getting fome intelligence of the property they had loft. But he told them that he was never guilty of fuch mean actions as picking of pockets, and he faid that none of his affociates ever followed this practice. But one Hugh Kelly was transported for robbing a woman of a fhroud which she was carrying home to cover her deceafed husband. Angier's father died of a broken heart foon after he heard of his commitment. While under fentence of death, he behaved with great penitence, confeffed his crimes. He faid he had never been happy in the commiffion of them, and expreffed a willingnefs to die as what he hoped might be a compensation for his fins. He was executed at Tyburn on the 9th of September, 1723, juft before he was turned off, advifed young people to be obedient to their parents, as a failure in that important duty was the firft step to his deftruction. Account of Richard Parvin, Edward Elliot, Robert Kingshill, Henry Marshall, Edward Pink, John Pink, and John Ansell, commonly called the Waltham Blacks, who were hanged for murder. The action of thefe offenders became fo much the object of public notice, that it was deemed proper to frame a particular act of parliament in order to bring them to juftice. Having blackened their faces, they went in the day time to the parks of the nobility and gentry, whence they repeatedly stole deer, and at length murdered the Bishop of Winchester's keeper on Waltham Chaise, and from the name of the place, and their blackening their faces, they obtained the name of the Waltham Blacks. The following is the substance of the act of parliament on which they were convicted. Quote, any perfon appearing in any foreft, chaise, park, and &c., or in any high road, open heath, common, or down, with offenfive weapons, and having his face blacked or otherwife difguifed, or unlawfully and wilfully hunting, wounding, killing, or stealing any red or fallow deer, or unlawfully robbing any warren, and &c., or stealing any fifh out of any river or pond, or, whether armed and difguifed or not, breaking down the head or mound of any fifh pond, whereby the fifh may be loft or destroyed, or unlawfully and maliciously killing, maiming, or wounding any cattle, or cutting down or otherwife destroying any trees planted in any avenue, or growing in any garden, orchard, or plantation, for ornament, shelter, or profit, or setting fire to any houfe, barn, or outhoufe, hovel, cock, mow, or stand of corn, straw, hay, or wood, or maliciously fhooting any perfon in any dwelling houfe or other place, or knowingly fending any letter without any name, or figned with a fictitious name, demanding money, venison, or other valuable thing, or forcibly rescuing any perfon being in cuftody for any of the offences before mentioned, or procuring any perfon by gift or promife of money or other reward to join in any fuch unlawful act, or concealing or fuccouring fuch offenders, when by order of council, and &c. required to furrender, fhall fuffer death." The offence of deer ftealing was formerly only a misdemeanour at common law, but the act of parliament above mentioned has been rendered perpetual by a subfequent ftatute. It therefore behoves people to be cautious that they do not endanger their lives while they think they are committing what they may deem an inferior offence. We will now give fuch particulars as we have been able to obtain respecting the malefactors in queftion. Richard Parvin was heretofore the mafter of a public houfe in Portsmouth, which he kept with reputation for a considerable time, till he was imprudent enough to engage with the gang of ruffians who practifed the robbing of noblemen's and gentlemen's parks through the country. The reader is already apprized that it was the cuftom of thefe fellows to go difguifed. Now a fervant maid of Parvin's, having left his houfe during his abfence, had repaired to an alehoufe in the country, and Parvin calling there on his return from one of his difhoneft expeditions, the girl difcovered him, and in confequence of which he was committed to Winchefter gaol by the mayor of Portsmouth till his removal to London for trial. Edward Elliot was apprentice to a tailor at Guildford, and was very young when he engaged with the gang, whofe orders he implicitly obeyed till the following circumftance occafioned his leaving them. Having met with 2 countrymen who refufed to enter into the society, they dug holes in the ground, and placed the unhappy men in them up to their chins, and had they not been relieved by perfons who accidentally faw them, they muft have perifhed. Shocked by this deed, Elliot left them, and for fome time ferved a lady as a footman; but on the day the keeper was murdered, he cafually met them in the fields, and, on their promife that no harm fhould attend him, he unhappily confented to bear them company. Having provided themfelves with piftols, and blackened their faces with gunpowder, they proceeded to their lawlefs depredations, and while the reft of the gang were killing of deer, Elliot went in fearch of a fawn. But while he was looking for it, the keeper and his affiftants came up and took him into cuftody. His affociates were near enough to fee what happened, and immediately coming to his affiftance, a violent affray enfued, in which the keeper was fhot by Henry Marshall, fo that he died on the fpot, and Elliot made his efcape; but he was foon afterwards taken into cuftody, and lodged in the gaol of Guildford. Robert Kingfhill, who was a native of Farnham in Surrey, was placed by his parents with a shoemaker, but being too idle to follow the profeffion, he was guilty of many acts of irregularity before he affociated himfelf with the Waltham blacks, with whom he afterwards fuffered. While he was in bed on the night preceding the fatal murder, one of the gang awakened him by knocking at his window, on which he arofe and went with him to join the reft of the deer ftealers. Henry Marshall was a man diftinguifhed for his ftrength and agility. We have no account of the place of his birth, or the manner of his education, but it is reafonable to think that the latter was of the inferior kind, fince he appears to have been chiefly diftinguifhed by his fkill in the vulgar science of bruifing. He was once the occafion of apprehending a highwayman who had robbed a coach, by giving him a fingle blow which broke his arm. He feems to have been one of the moft daring of the Waltham blacks, and was the man who fhot the chaise keeper as above mentioned. Edward Pink and John Pink were brothers, who fpent the former part of their lives as carters at Portsmouth, and had maintained the character of honeft men till they became weak enough to join the defperate gang of deer ftealers. It now remains to fpeak only of James Ansell, who likewife lived in Portsmouth. We are not informed in what way he had originally fupported himfelf, but for fome years before he joined the defperate gang above mentioned, he was a highwayman, and had been connected with the Waltham blacks about 2 years before the commiffion of the murder which coft them their lives. By a vigilant exertion of civil power, all the above mentioned offenders were taken into cuftody, and it being thought prudent to bring them to trial in London, they were removed thither under a ftrong guard, and lodged at Newgate. On the 13th of November, 1723, they were brought to their trial in the court of King's Bench, and being convicted on the cleareft evidence, were found guilty and sentenced to die, and it was immediately ordered that they should fuffer on the 4th of the next month. One circumftance was very remarkable on this occafion. The judge had no fooner pronounced the fentence than Henry Marshall, the man who had fhot the keeper, was immediately deprived of the ufe of his tongue, nor did he recover his fpeech till the day before his death. After paffing folemn fentence, the convicts behaved in a manner equally devout and refigned, were regular in their devotions, and prepared themfelves for eternity with every mark of unfeigned contrition. They received the facrament before they left Newgate, acknowledged the juftice of the fentence against them, and faid they had been guilty of many crimes befides that for which they were to fuffer. At the place of execution they were fo dejected as to be unable to addrefs the populace, but they again confeffed their fins, recommended their fouls to God, befeeching his mercy through the merits of Chrift with the utmoft fervency of devotion. Thefe malefactors were hanged at Tyburn on the 4th of December, 1723. The end of Part 9, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is Part 10, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Particulars respecting John Stanley, who was hanged for murder. Mr. Stanley was the fon of an officer in the army, and was born in the year 1690 at Deuce Hall in Essex, a feat that belonged to Mr. Palmer, who was his uncle by the mother's fide. Young Stanley being the favourite of his father, the latter began to teach him the art of fencing when he was no more than 5 years of age, and other officers likewife practifing the fame art with him, he became a kind of mafter of the fword when he was but a mere boy. For, to ftimulate his courage, it was common for thofe who fenced with him to give him wine or other ftrong liquors. In confequence of this treatment the boy grew daring and insolent beyond expreffion, and at length behaved with fo uncommon a degree of audacity, that his father deemed him a fingular character of bravery. While he was very young, Mr. Stanley, being ordered to join his regiment in Spain, took his fon with him, and in that country he was the spectator of feveral engagements, but his principal delight was in trampling on the bodies of the deceafed after the battles were ended. From Spain the elder Stanley was ordered to Ireland, whither he took his fon, and there procured for him an ensign's commiffion. But the young gentleman, habituating himfelf to extravagant company, spent much more money than the produce of his commiffion, which he foon fold, and then returned to England. The father was greatly mortified at this proceeding, and advifed him to make application to General Stanhope, who had been a warm friend of the family. But this advice was lost on the young fellow, who abandoned himself to the most dissolute courfe of life, borrowed money of all his acquaintance, which he soon squandered at the gaming tables, and procured further fupplies from women with whom he made illicit connections. He was fo vain of his acquaintance with the ladies, that he boafted of their favours as an argument in proof of his own accomplishments. Though what he might obtain from the weakness of one woman, he commonly squandered on others of more abandoned character. One mode which he took to fupply his extravagance was to introduce himfelf into the company of young gentlemen who were but little acquainted with the vices of the age, whom he affifted in wafting their fortunes in every fpecies of fcandalous diflipation. At length, after a fcene of a riot in London, he went with one of his associates to Flanders, and thence to Peress, and Stanley boafted not a little of his favours he received among the French ladies, and of the improvements he made in the science of fencing. On his return to England, the opinion he conceived of his skill in the ufe of the fword made him insufferably vain and presuming. He would frequently intrude himfelf into company at a tavern, and faying he was come to make himfelf welcome, would fit down at the table without farther ceremony. The company would fometimes bear with his insolence for the fake of peace. But when this was the cafe, it was a chance if he did not pretend to have received fome affront, and drawing his sword, walk off while the company was in confusion. It was not always, however, that matters thus ended, for fometimes a gentleman of spirit would take the liberty of kicking our hero out of the houfe. It will now be proper to mention fomething of his connection with Mrs. Maycock, the murder of whom coft him his life. As he was returning from a gaming houfe which he frequented in Covent Garden, he met a Mr. Bryant of Newgate Street, and his fifter, Mrs. Maycock, the wife of a mercer of Ludgate Hill. Stanley rudely ran against the man, and embraced the woman, on which a quarrel arofe, but this fubfiding, Stanley infifted on feeing the parties home. This he did, and fpent the evening with them. And from this circumftance a fatal connection arofe, as will appear in the fequel. Stanley, having made an acquaintance with the family, foon afterwards met Mrs. Maycock at the houfe of a relation in Red Lion Street, Holborn. In a fhort time Mr. Maycock removing into Southwark, the vifits of our captain were admitted on a footing of intimacy. The husband dying foon after this connection, Stanley became more at liberty to pay his addrefles to the widow, and it appears that fome confiderable intimacy fubfifted between them from the following letter, which is not more a proof of the absurd vanity of the man that could write it, than of the woman that could keep him company after receiving it. The egregious coxcomb and fupercilious flatterer is vifible in every line. Quote, I am to-morrow to be at the opera. Oh, that I could add, with her I love. The opera where beauties less beauteous than thou sit panting, admired, and tafte the fweet barbarian founds. On Friday I fhall be at the masquerade at Somerset Houfe, where modeft pleafure hides itself before it will be touched. But though it is uncertain in the shape, 'tis real in the fenfe. For masks scorn to fteal and not repay. Therefore, as they conceal the face, they oft make the body the better known. At this end of town, many faded beauties bid the oleos and the brufh kifs their cheeks and lips, till their charms only glimmer with a borrowed grace, fo that a city beauty, rich in her native fpring of fimplicity and loveliness, will doubly fhine with us, fhine like the innocent morning blufh of light, that glitters untainted on the gardens." This exquifite piece of nonfenfe flattered the vanity of the lady, fo that he was admitted to repeat his vifits at his own convenience. At this time a young fellow, who had ferved his apprenticeship with the late Mr. Maycock, and who was poffeffed of a decent fortune to begin the world, paid his addrefles to the young widow, but fhe preferred the licentious life with Stanley to a more virtuous connection. Soon after this fhe quitted her houfe in Southwark, and the lovers fpent their time at balls, plays, and affemblies, till her money was dissipated, when he did not fcruple to insinuate that fhe had been too liberal of her favours to other perfons. In the mean time fhe bore him 3 children, one of whom was living at the time of the father's execution. Stanley continuing his dissolute courfe of life, his parents became very uneafy in fear of the fatal confequences that might enfue, and his father, who faw too late the wrong bias he had given to his education, procured him the commiffion of a lieutenant to go to Cape Coast Caftle in the fervice of the Africa Company. The young fellow feemed fo pleafed with this appointment, that his friends conceived great hopes that he would reform. Preparations being made for his voyage, and the company having advanced a considerable fum, he went to Portsmouth in order to embark. But he had been only a few days in that town, when he was followed by Mrs. Maycock with their infant child. She reproached him with bafenefs, in firft debauching, and then leaving her to ftarve, and employing all the arts fhe was miftrefs of to divert him from his refolution. He gave her half the money which belonged to the company, and followed her to London with the reft. Shocked with the news of this dishonourable action, the father took to his bed and died of grief. Young Stanley appeared greatly grieved at this event, and to divert his chagrin he went to Flanders, where he ftayed a confiderable time, when he returned to England, and lived in as abandoned a manner as before. Soon after his return, having drank freely with 2 tradesmen, they all walked together towards Hampstead, and meeting a Mr. Dawson with 5 other gentlemen, a quarrel enfued. One of the gentlemen fired a piftol, the ball from which grazed Stanley's skin. Enraged thereby, the latter drew his sword, and making a pafs at him, the sword ran into the body of Mr. Dawson, through the lower part of his belly, and to his backbone. The wounded man was conveyed to a neighbouring houfe, where he lay 6 weeks before he was perfectly recovered. However, as Dawson happened to know Stanley, he took out a writ against him for damages, to recover the expence of the cure; but the writ was never executed, as Stanley was fo celebrated for his fkill in the ufe of his sword, and his daring difpofition, that bailiffs were afraid to arreft him. Not long after this, quarrelling with Captain Chickley in a cider cellar in Covent Garden, Stanley challenged the captain to fight in a dark room. They fhut themfelves in, but a conftable being fent for, broke open the door, and probably faved Stanley's life, for Chickley had then ran his sword through his body, while he himfelf received only 2 flight wounds. It appears that Stanley ftill paid occafional vifits to Mrs. Maycock, and he had the infolence to pretend anger at her receiving the vifits of other perfons, though he was not able to fupport her. For he had the vanity to think that a woman whom he had debauched ought for ever to bear true allegiance to him as a wife to her husband. Mrs. Maycock, having been to vifit a gentleman, was returning one night through Chancery Lane, in company with another woman and Mr. Hammond of the Old Bailey. Stanley, in company with another man, met the parties, and he and his companion infifted on going with the women. Hammond hereupon faid the ladies belonged to him; but Mrs. Maycock, now recognizing Stanley, faid, "What, captain, is it you?" He asked her where fhe was going. She faid, to Mr. Hammond's in the Old Bailey. He replied that he was glad to meet her, and would go with her. As they walked down Fleet Street, Stanley desired his companions to go back, and wait for him at an appointed place; and as the company was going forward, Stanley ftruck a man who happened to be in his way, and kicked a woman on the fame account. Being arrived at Hammond's houfe, the company desired Stanley to go home; but this he refufed, and Mrs. Maycock going into the kitchen, he pufhed in after her, and fome words having pafled between them, he ftabbed her, fo that fhe died in about an hour and a half. Other company going into the kitchen faw Stanley flourishing his sword, while the deceafed was fainting with lofs of blood, and crying out, "I am ftabbed! I am murdered!" Stanley's sword being taken from him, he threw himfelf down by Mrs. Maycock, and faid, "My dear Hannah, would you not fpeak to me?" The offender being taken into cuftody, was brought to his trial at the Old Bailey, where fome witnefles endeavoured to prove that he was a lunatic; but the jury considering his extravagant conduct as the effect of his vices only, and the evidence against him being pofitive, he was found guilty, and received fentence of death. Before his conviction he had behaved in a very inconfiderate manner, nor was his conduct much altered afterwards, only that when he heard the name of Mrs. Maycock mentioned, he was feized with violent tremblings, and drops of cold fweat fell from his face. He was carried to the place of execution in a mourning coach, but on being put into the cart under the gallows, he turned pale, and was fo weak that he could not stand without fupport. He made no fpeech to the people, but only faid, as a hearfe was provided to take away his body, he hoped no one would prevent his receiving Christian burial. It was obferved that he wept bitterly after the cap was drawn over his eyes. He was executed at Tyburn on the 23rd of December, 1723, at age 25 years. Case of Stephen Gardner, who was hanged for burglary. This malefactor was born in Moorfields, of poor parents, who put him apprentice to a weaver. But his behaviour soon became so bad that his master was obliged to correct him severely, on which he ran away, and associated with blackguard boys in the streets, and then was driven home through mere hunger. His friends now determined to send him to sea, and put him on board a corn veffel, the master of which traded to France and Holland. Being an idle and ufelefs hand on board, he was treated fo roughly by his fhipmates that he grew heartily tired of a feafaring life, and on his return from the firft voyage he promifed the utmoft obedience if his friends would permit him to remain at home. This was readily complied with in the hope of his reformation, and he was now put to a waterman; but being impatient of reftraint, he foon quitted his fervice, and engaged with difsolute fellows in the neighbourhood of Moorfields, with whom he played cards, dice, &c. till he was stripped of what little money he had, and then commenced pickpocket. His firft attempt of this kind was at Guildhall, during the drawing of the lottery, when he took a wig out of a man's pocket; but though he was detected in the offence, the humanity of the furrounding multitude permitted his efcape. This circumftance encouraged him to continue his practice, and about a month afterwards he was detected in picking another pocket, and notwithstanding his proteftations of innocence, underwent the discipline of the horfe pond. He was now determined to give over a bufinefs which was neceffarily attended with fo much hazard, and afforded fo little profpect of advantage; but foon afterwards he became acquainted with two notorious houfebreakers, named Garraway and Sly, who offered to take him as partner; but he rejected their propofals, till one night, when he had loft all his money and moft of his clothes at cards. Then he went to his new acquaintance, and agreed to be concerned in their illicit practices. Garraway proposed that they should rob his own brother, which being immediately agreed to, they broke open his houfe, and ftole moft of his and his wife's wearing apparel, which they fold, and spent the money in extravagance. They in the next place robbed Garraway's uncle of a considerable quantity of plate, which they fold to a woman named Gill, who difpofed of the plate, and never accounted to them for the produce. Gardner, provoked at being thus defrauded of his fhare of the ill-got booty, informed Jonathan Wild of the robbery, who got him admitted an evidence against the other men, who were convicted, but refpited on condition of being tranfported. Gardner, having now been fome time acquainted with a woman who kept a public houfe in Fleet Lane, and who was poffeffed of fome money, he propofed to marry her, with a view of obtaining her property; and the woman liftening to his offer, they were married by one of the Fleet parsons. The money Gardner obtained with his fpoufe was foon spent in extravagance, and not long afterwards they were apprehended on fufpicion of felony, and conducted to St. Sepulchre's watch houfe. However, the charge against them not being validated, it was neceffary to difmifs them. But before they were fet at liberty, the conftable faid to Gardner, "Beware how you come here again, or this bellman will certainly fay his verfes over you," for the bellman happened to be at that time in the watch houfe. It has been a very ancient practice, on the night preceding the execution of condemned criminals, for the bellman of the parifh of St. Sepulchre to go under Newgate and ring his bell, to repeat the following verfes as a piece of friendly advice to the unhappy wretches under fentence of death. All you that in the condemned hole do lie, Prepare you, for to-morrow you fhall die. Watch all and pray, the hour is drawing near, That you before the Almighty muft appear. Examine well yourfelves, in time repent, For you may not the eternal flames be fent. And when St. Sepulchre's bell to-morrow tolls, the Lord above have mercy on your souls. Past 12 o'clock. The following extract from Stow's Survey of London, page 195 of the quarto edition, printed in 1618, will prove that the above verses ought to be repeated by a clergyman instead of a bellman. Quote, Robert Dove, citizen and merchant taylor of London, gave to the parish church of St. Sepulchre's the fum of £50, that after the feveral feffions of London, when the prifoners remain in gaol as condemned men to death, expecting execution on the morrow following, the clerk, that is, the parfon of the church, should come in the night time, and likewife early in the morning, to the window of the prifon where they lie, and there ring certain tolls with a hand bell appointed for the purpofe. He doth afterwards, in a moft Christian manner, put them in mind of their prefent condition, and enfuing execution, defiring them to be prepared therefore as they ought to be. When they are in the cart, and brought before the wall of the church, there he standeth ready with the fame bell, and after certain tolls rehearseth an appointed prayer, defiring all the people there prefent to pray for them. The beadle also of Merchant Taylor's Hall hath an honeft stipend allowed to see that this was duly done." Gardner was greatly affected when the constable told him that the bellman would fay his verfes over him. But the impreffion it made on his mind foon wore off, and he quickly returned to his vicious practices. In a fhort time after this adventure, Gardner fell into the company with one Rice Jones, and they agreed to go together on the paffing lay, which is an artifice frequently practifed in modern times, and though the sharpers are often taken into cuftody, and their tricks expofed in the newspapers, yet there are repeatedly found people weak enough to submit to the impofition. The following is a description of this trick from a book formerly printed. Quote, the rogues having concerted their plan, one of them takes a countryman into a public houfe under pretence of any bufinefs they can think of. Then the other one comes in as a ftranger, and in a little time finds a pack of cards which his companion has designedly laid on fome fhelf in the room, on which the two sharpers begin to play. At length one of them offers a wager on the game, and puts down his money. The other fhews his cards to the countryman, to convince him that he muft certainly win, and offers to let him go halves in the wager. But foon after the countryman has laid down his money, the sharpers manage the matter fo as to pafs off with it." This was evidently the mode of tricking formerly, but it feems to have been improved on of late years, for the sharpers generally game with the countryman till he has lost all his money, and then he has only to execrate his own folly for fuffering himfelf to be duped by a couple of rascals. In this practice our adventurers were very fuccefsful at different places, particularly at Bristol. But in this laft place Jones bilked Gardner in fuch a manner as to prove that there is no truth in the obfervation of honour among thieves. For Jones, having defrauded a country gentleman of a gold watch and chain, a fuit of laced clothes, and about 100 guineas, gave no fhare of the booty to Gardner. This induced the latter to think of revenge, but he difguifed his sentiments, and they went together to Bath, where they remained fome time, and then proceeded on their journey. But in the morning of which they fet out, Gardner ftole an iron peftle from the inn where they lay, and concealed it in his boot, with the intention of murdering his companion when they fhould come into an unfrequented place. On their journey Gardner generally kept behind Jones, and twice took out the peftle with an intention to perpetrate the murder. But his refolution failing him, he at length dropped it in the road, unperceived by his companion. In a few days afterwards thefe companions in iniquity parted, and on this occafion Jones said, "Hark ye, Gardner, whither are you going?" "To London," faid he. "Why then," replied Jones, "you are going to be hanged." We find that this was not the firft intimation that Gardner received of the fatal confequence that muft attend his illicit practices, but it appeared to have no good effect on him, for foon after he quitted Jones he broke open a houfe between Abergavenny and Monmouth, and finding no money, he took only a gownd, with which he rode off. Soon after his arrival in London he robbed a houfe in Adel Hill, but was not apprehended for it. But in a fhort time he broke open the houfe of Mrs. Roberts, and carried off linen to the amount of £25. In this robbery he was affifted by John Martin, and both offenders being foon afterwards taken into cuftody, were brought to trial, capitally convicted, and received fentence of death. But Martin was afterwards reprieved on condition of tranfportation for 14 years. After fentence of death, Gardner became as fincere a penitent as he had been a notorious offender. He refigned himfelf to his fate with the utmoft fubmiffion, and before he quitted Newgate on the day of execution, he dreffed himfelf in a fhroud in which he was executed, refufing to wear any other cloaths, though the weather was intensely cold. At the fatal tree he faw fome of his old companions, whom he defired to take warning by his calamitous fate, to avoid bad company, and embrace a life of fobriety, as the moft certain road to happinefs in this world and the next. He was executed at Tyburn on the 3rd of February, 1724. Particulars respecting Francis Brightwell and Benjamin Brightwell, who were tried for highway robbery and acquitted. As it is one profeffed defign of this publication to give trials in extraordinary cafes on which the parties accufed have been acquitted, in compliance with this rule we infert the following, though it will be feen that the fuppofed offenders, fo far from being thieves, were an ornament to human nature. In the month of Auguft, 1724, Francis Brightwell and Benjamin Brightwell were indicted for affaulting John Partiger on the highway, and robbing him of 3 fhillings. It was fworn by Mr. Partiger that he had been robbed on the road to Hampstead by 2 fellows. In the courfe of the following pages it will appear that this robbery was committed by Sheppard and Bluefkin, dreffed in soldiers' clothes, and that being on the fame road a few days afterwards, he was fhewing fome farmers the fpot where he had been robbed, at the very time the Brightwells came in fight. On which he declared that they were the perfons who had robbed him, whereupon they were immediately taken into cuftody, which was a work of no great difficulty, as the furprize on being charged with a crime of which they were wholly innocent, deprived them of all idea of refiftance. Thefe brothers were soldiers in the Grenadier Guards, and when they were carried before a magiftrate, though Mr. Partiger fwore pofitively to their perfons, Francis alleged that he was on guard at the time of the robbery, and Benjamin faid that he was at home. On the trial the ferjeant produced the regimental book, from which it was evident that when the robbery was committed Francis was on guard at Kensington, and feveral perfons of reputation proved that Benjamin was at his lodgings in Clare Market, and likewife gave him an excellent character. With regard to Francis, Mr. Hughes, a clergyman, delivered his teftimony in the following words: quote, "I have known Francis Brightwell near 20 years. He is always reputed to be a perfon of the faireft character for fobriety, piety, and juftice. He was, to an extraordinary degree, accomplifhed with Latin and Greek literature, and had good fkill in Roman antiquities. And in a word, he carried fo great a fhare of exquifite learning under his grenadier's cap, that I believe there is not fuch another grenadier in the whole univerfe." This testimony of Mr. Hughes was confirmed by a number of military officers, and the court and jury, considering that Mr. Partaker muft have been miftaken in the parties who robbed him, the brothers were honourably acquitted. On the 22nd of the month in which he was tried, Francis Brightwell died at his lodgings at Paddington, as fuppofed of gaol distemper. He was attended, during his fhort illness, by the late eminent Sir Hants Sloane, but the malignity of his diforder defied the power of medicine. The following curious letter respecting Francis Brightwell is extracted from the newspaper called the British Journal of the 5th of September, 1724. Sir, finding that all our public papers from the 4th of August of this day have omitted to make honourable mention of fome very remarkable circumstances relating to a very private perfon, I desire his memory may be depofited in your journal. The perfon I mean is Francis Brightwell the Grenadier, who is tried and acquitted at the Old Bailey for a robbery fworn against him, and who, fince his coming out of prifon, died, as 'tis faid, of the gaol diftemper. When evidence was given against him in court, Brightwell, by feveral witnefles, proved that he was upon the King's guard at Kensington, and at the time of that robbery, if a robbery, was committed. Hereupon the court went into an inquiry concerning the reputation and character of the prifoner. Some officers who had known him long in the fervice gave testimony of his fobriety and diligence in the duty of a soldier. As to his honefty, a lady, prefent in court, declared that she had entrusted him with £1000 at a time, and a gentleman that had committed his houfe and goods to the value of £6000 to his keeping. In both trufts Brightwell had acquitted himfelf to the fatisfaction of the parties concerned. Thefe ample testimonies, concurring to the honour of a man in fo low a condition of life, gave, as you may imagine, no fmall furprize to all that were prefent, when a clergyman added to the aftonifhment by declaring that he had long known the prifoner to be not only a perfon of fobriety, but likewife of very excellent learning, and particularly in Latin and Greek, for that Brightwell had often confulted him upon difficult paffages in Virgil and Horace. Thus much for what appeared at the trial of this Grenadier. I fhall only remark upon his learning, that I am amazed that fcholarfhip is not very common among military men, considering their profeffion admits of more leifure hours than any other. Perhaps thefe gentlemen are afraid of knowledge from a celebrated maxim delivered by John Dryden, the learned are all cowards by profeffion. And yet Alexander and Caesar were scholars, and they did not feem to want courage. But to purfue what further particulars I have learned of this deceafed Grenadier. He was contented in his ftation, ftudious of leifure, and ambitious only of knowledge. He had offers of being promoted to the rank of corporal or ferjeant, which he declined that he might have as few avocations as poffible from his ftudies. Neither did he ever covet money, and, I am apt to believe, had he been at the facking of a town, he would not have thought of carrying off any other plunder but a valuable book or two. Take the following inftance of his disregard of gain. He had an excellent manner of cleaning and refurbishing arms, for which he had a fettled price. An officer, whofe arms he had brightened, was fo pleafed with his work, that he fent Brightwell, over and above the ufual price, a guinea for a prefent. The philofopher took his price, and returned the guinea by the fervant. Some time after, when the gentleman faw him, faid he, "Why would you not accept the guinea I fent you?" "I am paid for my work," replied the sentinel, "and defire no more." "Accept of a crown then, if your modefty makes you think a guinea too much," faid the officer. "Excufe me, fir," anfwered the veteran, and do not think it vanity or affectation when I refuse your kindness. But indeed, fir, I don't want it. But I am thirfty, and have no money about me. So that if your honour will be pleafed to give me threepence to drink your health, I fhall thankfully accept it. This last particular of our grenadier runs fo very parallel with a story in Sir William Temple's Obfervations of the United Provinces, that I think it proper to tranfcribe it on this occafion. Volume 1, page 50. Quote, Among the many and various hofpitals that are in every man's curiofity and talk that travels Holland, I was affected with none more than that of the aged feaman at Enchusiden, which is contrived, finifhed, and ordered, as if it were done with a kind of intention of fome well-natured man, that thofe who had paffed their whole lives in the hardfhips and incommodities of the fea, should find a retreat stored with all the eafe and conveniency that age is capable of feeling and enjoying. And here I met with the only rich man that I ever faw in my life. For one of thofe old feamen, entertaining me with the plain stories of his 50 years voyages and adventures, while I was viewing this hofpital and church adjoining, gave him at parting a piece of their coin about the value of a crown. He took it fmiling, and offered me again; but when I refufed it, he asked me what he fhould do with the money. I left him to overcome his modefty as he could; but a fervant coming after me faw him give it to a little girl that opened the church door as fhe paffed by him, which made me reflect on the fantastic calculation of riches and poverty that is current to the world, by which a man that wants a million is a prince, and he that wants but a groat is a beggar, and that this was a poor man that wanted nothing at all." The cafe of thefe brothers affords an admirable leflon to profecutors to be cautious how they fwear to the identity of perfons. It is better that the guilty fhould efcape than that the innocent fhould be punifhed. It likewife affords us an inftance of the mysterious providence of God. 2 innocent men are charged with a crime, and the confequence of imprifonment, and poffibly of grief, ends in the death of one of them. We may prefume that he was too good for this wicked world, and that the Almighty chofe this method of calling him to a better. This is the end of Part 10, Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar. This is the 11th and final part of Volume 1 of the New and Complete Newgate Calendar, read by Roy Shreiber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Life and Transactions of Joseph Blake, otherwise Blueskin, who is hanged for burglary. This offender, who is a native of London, was fent to school by his parents for the fpace of 6 years, but he made little progrefs in learning, having a very early propensity to acts of difhonesty. While at school he made an acquaintance with William Blewett, who afterwards entered into Jonathan Wild's gang, and became one of the most notorious villains of the age. No fooner had Blake left school than he commenced pickpocket, and had been in all the prifons for felons before he was 15 years of age. From this practice he turned ftreet robber, and joined Okey, Levy, and many other villains who acted under the directions of Jonathan Wild. For fome of the robberies they committed they were taken into cuftody, and Blake was admitted and evidence against his companions, who were convicted. In confequence of thefe convictions Blake claimed his liberty, and part of the reward allowed by government. But he was informed by the court that he had no right to either, Because he was not a voluntary evidence, fince, fo far from having furrendered, he made an obftinate refiftance, and was much wounded before he was taken, and therefore he muft find fecurity for his good behaviour, or be tranfported. Not being able to give the requifite fecurity, he was lodged in the Wood Street Compter, where he remained a confiderable time, during which Jonathan Wild allowed him 3 and 6 a week. At length he prevailed on 2 gardeners to be his bail; but the court at the Old Bailey hefitating to take their fecurity, they went before Sir John Fryer, who took their recognizance for Blake's good behaviour for 7 years. A gentleman, who happened to be prefent at Sir John's, asked how long it might be before Blake would appear again at the Old Bailey, to which another gentleman anfwered, 3 feffions, and he happened to be perfectly right in his conjecture. Blake had no fooner obtained his liberty than he was concerned in feveral robberies with Jack Sheppard, and particularly that for which the 2 brothers Brightwell were tried. The footpad robberies and burglaries they committed were very numerous, but the fact for which Blake fuffered was the robbery of Mr. Kneebone, as will appear by the following account. At the Old Bailey Seffions in October, 1724, Joseph Blake, otherwife Bluefkin, was indicted for breaking and entering the dwelling houfe of William Kneebone, and ftealing 108 yards of woollen cloth, valued at 36 and other goods. The profecutor having fworn that the bars of his cellar window were cut, and that the cellar door, which had been bolted and padlocked, was broken open, he acquainted Jonathan Wild with what had happened, who went to Blake's lodgings with 2 other perfons, but Blake refufing to open the door, it was broke open by Quilt Arnold, one of Wild's men. On this Blake drew a penknife, and fwore he would kill the firft man that entered, in anfwer to which Arnold faid, "Then I am the firft man, and Mr. Wild is not far behind. If you don't deliver your penknife immediately, I will chop off your arm." Thereupon the prifoner dropped the knife, and Wild entering, he was taken into cuftody. As the parties were conveying Blake to Newgate, they came by the houfe of the profecutor, on which Wild faid to the prifoner, "There's the ken," and the latter replied, "Say no more of that, Mr. Wild, for I know I am a dead man; but what I fear is that I fhall afterwards be carried to the Surgeon's Hall and anatomized." To which Wild replied, "No, I'll take care to prevent that, for I'll give you a coffin." William Field, who was evidence on the trial, fwore that the robbery was committed by Blake, Sheppard, and himfelf, and the jury brought in a verdict of guilty. As foon as the verdict was given, Blake addreffed the court in the following terms: Quote, "On Wednesday morning laft, Jonathan Wild said to Simon Jacobs, I believe you will not bring 40 this time. I wifh Joe, meaning me, was in your cafe, but I'll do my endeavour to bring you off as a fingle felon." And then turning to me, he said, "I believe you muft die. I'll fend you a good book or 2, and provide you a coffin, and you fhall not be anatomized." Wild was to have been an evidence against this malefactor, but going to vifit him in the bail dock, previous to his trial, Blake fuddenly drew a clafped penknife, with which he cut Jonathan's throat, which prevented his giving evidence; but as the knife was blunt, the wound, though dangerous, did not prove mortal, and we fhall fee that Jonathan was preferved for a different fate. While under fentence of death, Blake did not fhew a concern proportioned to his calamitous fituation. When asked if he was advifed to commit the violence on Wild, he faid no, but that a fudden thought entered his mind, or he would have provided a knife with which to have cut off his head at once. On the nearer approach of death he appeared ftill lefs concerned, and it was thought that his mind was chiefly bent on meditating means of efcaping. but feeing no profpect of getting away, he took to drinking, which he continued even to the day of his death, for he was obferved to be intoxicated even while he was under the gallows. He was executed at Tyburn on the 11th of November, 1723. Narrative of the Life, Trial, and Execution of John Sheppard, who was hanged for burglary. The cafe of this malefactor having been more the fubject of public converfation than that of almoft any one who ever underwent the fentence of law, and his adventures being in themfelves very remarkable, we fhall be the more particular in our account of him. John Sheppard was born in Spitalfields in the year 1702. His father, who was a carpenter, bore the character of an honeft man, yet he had another fon named Thomas, who, as well as Jack, turned out a thief. The father dying while the boys were very young, they were left to the care of the mother, who placed Jack at a fchool in Billingsgate ftreet, where he remained 2 years, and was then put apprentice to a cane maker in Houndsditch. His mafter dying when he had been only a fhort time with him, he was placed with another perfon of the fame trade, but here he was fo ill treated that he remained only a fhort time, when he was taken into the protection of Mr. Kneebone, a woollen draper in the Strand, who had fome knowledge of his father. At length Mr. Kneebone put him apprentice to a carpenter in Wych ftreet. He behaved with decency in this place for about 4 years, when frequenting the Black Lion alehoufe in Drury Lane, he became acquainted with fome abandoned women, among whom the principal was Elizabeth Lyon, otherwife called Edgeworth Bess, from the town of Edgeworth, where fhe was born. While he continued to work as a carpenter, he often committed robberies in the houfes where he was employed, ftealing tankards, fpoons, and other articles, which he carried to Edgeworth Bess. But not being fufpected of having committed thefe robberies, he at length refolved to commence houfebreaker. Exclufive of Edgeworth Bess, he was acquainted with a woman named Maggot, who perfuaded him to rob the houfe of Mr. Baines, a piece broker in Whitehorfe Yard, and Jack having brought away a piece of fuftian from thence, which he depofited in his trunk, went afterwards at midnight, and taking the bars out of the cellar window, entered, and stole goods and money to the amount of 22 which he carried to Maggot. As Sheppard did not go home that night, nor the following day, his mafter fufpected that he had made bad connections, and fearching his trunk found the piece of fuftian that had been stolen. But Sheppard, hearing of this, broke open his mafter's houfe in the night, and carried off the fuftian, left it should be brought in evidence against him. Sheppard's mafter fending intelligence to Mr. Baines of what had happened, the latter looked over his goods, and missing fuch a piece of fuftian as had been described to him, fufpected that Sheppard muft have been the robber, and determined to have him taken into cuftody. But Jack, hearing of the affair, went to him, and threatened a profecution for fcandal, alledging that he had received the piece of fuftian from his mother, who bought it for him in Spitalfields. The mother, with a view to fcreen her fon, declared that what he had afferted was true, though fhe could not point out the place where fhe had made the purchafe. Though this story was not credited, Mr. Baines did not take any farther fteps in the affair. Sheppard's mafter feemed willing to think well of him, and he continued fome time longer in the family; but after affociating himfelf with the worft of company, and frequently ftaying out the whole night, his mafter and he quarrelled, and the headftrong youth totally abfconded in the laft year of his apprenticeship, and became connected with the fet of villains of Jonathan Wild's gang. Jack now worked as a journeyman carpenter, with a view to eafier commiffion of robbery, and being employed to affift in repairing the houfe of a gentleman in Mayfair, he took an opportunity of carrying off a fum of money, a quantity of plate, fome gold rings, and 4 fuits of clothes. Not long after this Edgeworth Bess was apprehended, and lodged in the round houfe of the parifh of St. Giles, where Sheppard went to vifit her, and the beadle refufing to admit him, he knocked him down, broke open the door, and carried her off in triumph, an exploit which acquired him a high degree of credit with the women of abandoned character. In the month of August, 1723, Thomas Sheppard, the brother of Jack, was indicted in the Old Bailey for 2 petty offences, and being convicted was burnt in the hand. Soon after his discharge, he prevailed on Jack to lend him 40 and to take him as a partner in his robberies. The first fact they committed in concert was the robbing of a public houfe in Southwark, whence they carried off fome money and wearing apparel. But Jack permitted his brother to reap the whole advantage of this booty. Not long after this, the brothers, in conjunction with Edgeworth Bess, broke open the fhop of Mrs. Cook, a linen draper in Clare Market, and carried off goods to the value of £55, and in lefs than a fortnight afterwards stole fome articles from the houfe of Mr. Phillips in Drury Lane. Tom Sheppard, going to fell fome of the goods stolen at Mrs. Cook's, was apprehended and committed to Newgate, when, in hope of being admitted in evidence, he impeached his brother and Edgeworth Bess, but they were fought for in vain. At length, James Sykes, otherwife called Hell and Fury, one of Sheppard's companions, meeting with him in St. Giles, enticed him into a public houfe in hope of receiving a reward for apprehending him, and, while they were drinking, Sykes fent for a constable, who took Jack into custody and carried him before a magistrate, who later, after a fhort examination, fent him to St. Giles round houfe. But he broke through the roof of that place, and made his efcape in the night. Within a short time after this, as Sheppard and an associate named Benson were croffing Leicester Fields, the latter endeavoured to pick a gentleman's pocket of his watch, but failing in the attempt, the gentleman called out, "A pickpocket!" on which Sheppard was taken, and lodged in St. Anne's round houfe, where he was visited by Edgeworth Bess, who was detained on fufpicion of being one of his accomplices. On the following day they were carried before a magistrate, and fome perfons appearing who charged them with felonies, they were committed to New Prison. As they paffed for husband and wife, they were permitted to lodge together in a room known by the name of Newgate Ward. Sheppard being visited by feveral of his acquaintances, fome of whom furnifhed him with implements to make his efcape, and early in the morning, a few days after his commitment, he filed off his fetters, and having made a hole in the wall, he took an iron bar and a wooden one out of the window. But as the height from which he was to descend was 25 feet, he tied a blanket and a sheet together, and making one of them faft to a bar in the window, Edgeworth Bess firft descended, and Jack followed her. Having reached the yard, they still had a wall of 22 feet high to scale, but climbing up by the locks and bolts of the great gate, they got quite out of the prison, and effected a perfect efcape. Sheppard's fame was greatly celebrated among the lower orders of people by this exploit, and the thieves of St. Giles courted his company. Among the rest was one Charles Grace, a cooper, begged that he would take him as an associate in his robberies, alleging as a reafon for this request that his girl he kept was fo extravagant that he could not fupport her on the profits of his own thefts. Sheppard did not hesitate to make this new connection, but at the fame time faid that he did not admit of a partnership with a view to any advantage to himfelf, but that Grace might reap the profits of their depredations. Sheppard and Grace making an acquaintance with Anthony Lamb, an apprentice to a mathematical instrument maker near St. Clement's Church, it was agreed to rob a gentleman who lodged with Lamb's master, and at 2 o'clock in the morning Lamb let in the other villains, who stole money and effects to a large amount. They left the door open, and Lamb went to bed to prevent fufpicion, but notwithstanding this, his master did fufpect him, and having taken him into custody, he confeffed the whole affair before a magistrate, and being committed to Newgate, he was tried, convicted, and received fentence to be tranfported. On the fame day Thomas Sheppard, the brother of Jack, was indicted for breaking open the dwelling houfe of Mary Cook, and ftealing her goods, and being convicted, was sentenced to tranfportation. Jack Sheppard not being in cuftody, he and Bluefkin committed a number of daring robberies, and fometimes difpofed of the ftolen goods to William Field. Jack ufed to fay that Field wanted courage to commit robbery, though he was as great a villain as ever exifted. Sheppard feems to have thought that courage confifted in villainy, and if this were the cafe, Field had an undoubted claim to the character of a man of courage. For in October, 1721, he was tried on 4 indictments for felony and burglary, and he was an accomplice in a variety of robberies. He was likewife in evidence against one of his affociates on another occasion. Sheppard and Bluefkin hired a stable near the Horfe Ferry, Weftminster, in which they deposited their ftolen goods, till they could difpofe of them to the beft advantage. And in this place they put the woollen cloth which was ftolen from Mr. Kneebone. For Sheppard was concerned in this robbery, and at the feffions held at the Old Bailey in Auguft, 1724, he was indicted for feveral offences, and among the reft for breaking and entering the houfe of William Kneebone, and ftealing 108 yards of woollen cloth and other articles, and being capitally convicted, received fentence of death. We muft now go back to obferve that Sheppard and Bluefkin, having applied to Field to look at thefe goods, and procure a cuftomer for them, he promised to do fo, nor was he worfe than his word, for in the night he broke open their warehoufe, and ftole the ill-gotten property, and then gave information against them to Jonathan Wild, in confequence of which they were apprehended. On Monday, the 30th of August, 1724, a warrant was fent to Newgate for the execution of Sheppard, with other convicts under fentence of death. It is proper to obferve that in the old gaol of Newgate there was, within the lodge, a hatch with large iron spikes, which hatch opened into a dark paffage, whence there were a few fteps into the condemned hold. The prifoners being permitted to come down to the hatch to fpeak with their friends, Sheppard, having been fupplied with instruments, took an opportunity of cutting one of the spikes in fuch a manner that it might be eafily broken off. On the evening of the above mentioned 30th of August, 2 women of Sheppard's acquaintance going to visit him, he broke off the spike, and thrusting his head and shoulders through the fpace, the women pulled him down, and he effected his efcape, notwithstanding fome of the keepers were at that time drinking at the other end of the lodge. On the day after his efcape he went to a public houfe in Spitalfields, whence he fent for an old acquaintance, one Page, a butcher in Clare Market, and advifed with him how to render his efcape effectual for his future prefervation. After deliberating on the matter, they agreed to go to Warrenden in Northamptonshire, where Page had fome relations, and they had no fooner resolved than they made the journey. But Page's relations treating him with indifference, they returned to London, after being abfent only about a week. On the night after their return, as they were walking up Fleet Street together, they saw a watchmaker's shop open, and only a boy attending. Having paffed the shop, they turned back, and Sheppard, driving his hand through the window, stole 3 watches, with which they made their efcape. Some of Sheppard's old acquaintance informing him that strict fearch was making after him, he and Page retired to Finchley, in hope of laying there concealed till the diligence of the gaol keepers should relax. But the keepers of Newgate, having intelligence of their retreat, took Sheppard into cuftody, and conveyed him to his old lodgings. Such fteps were now taken as it was thought would be effectual to prevent his future efcape. He was put into a ftrong room called the Castle, handcuffed, loaded with a heavy pair of irons, and chained to a ftaple fixed in the floor. The curiosity of the public having been greatly excited by his former escape, he was visited by great numbers of people of all ranks, and fcarce any one left him without making him a prefent in money, though he would have more gladly received a file, a hammer, or a chifel. But the utmoft care was taken that none of his vifitors should furnifh him with fuch implements. Notwithstanding this disadvantageous fituation, Sheppard was continually employing his thoughts on the means of another efcape. On the 14th of October the feffions began at the Old Bailey, and the keepers being much engaged in attending the court, he thought they would have little time to vifit him, and therefore the prefent juncture would be the moft favourable to carry out his plan into execution. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day, one of the keepers carried him his dinner, and having carefully examined his irons, and finding them faft, he left him for the day. Some days before this, Jack had found a fmall nail in the room, with which he could, at pleafure, unlock the padlock that went from the chain to the staple in the floor, and in his own account of the tranfaction he fays that he was frequently about the room, and had feveral times flept on the barracks, when the keepers imagined he had not been out of the chair. The keeper had not left him more than an hour when he began his operations. He firft took off his handcuffs, and then opened the padlock that faftened the chain to the staple. He next, by mere ftrength, twifted asunder a fmall link of the chain between his legs, and then drawing up his fetters as high as he could, he made them faft with his garters. He then attempted to get up the chimney, but had not advanced far before he was ftopped by an iron bar that went acrofs it, on which he descended, and with a piece of broken chain picked out the mortar, and moving a fmall ftone or two above 6 feet from the floor, he got out the iron bar, which was 3 feet long and an inch fquare, and proved very ferviceable to him in his future proceedings. He in a fhort time made fuch a breach as to enable him to get into the Red Room over the caftle, and here he found a large nail, which he made ufe of in his farther operations. It was 7 years fince the door of this Red Room had been opened, but Sheppard wrenched off the lock in lefs than 7 minutes, and got into the paffage leading to the chapel. In this place he found a door which was bolted on the oppofite fide, but making a hole through the wall, he pufhed the bolt back and opened the door. Arriving at the door of the chapel, he broke off one of the iron fpikes, which, keeping for his farther ufe, he got into the entry between the chapel and the lower leads. The door of this entry was remarkably ftrong, and faftened with a large lock, and night now coming on, Sheppard was obliged to work in the dark. Notwithstanding this difadvantage, he, in a half hour, forced open the box of the lock, and opened the door. But this led to another room ftill more difficult, for it was barred and bolted as well as locked. However, he wrenched the fillet from the main poft of the door, and the box and staples came off with it. It was now 8 o'clock, and Sheppard found no farther obftruction to his proceedings, for he had only one other door to open, which being bolted on the infide was opened without difficulty, and he got over the wall to the upper leads. His next confideration was how he should defcend with the greateft fafety. Accordingly he found that the moft convenient place for him to alight on would be the turner's houfe adjoining to Newgate; but as it would have been very dangerous to have jumped to fuch a depth, he went back for the blanket with which he ufed to cover himfelf when he flept in the caftle, and endeavoured to faften his ftockings to the blanket to eafe his defcent. But not being able to do fo, he was compelled to ufe the blanket alone, wherefore he made it faft to the wall of Newgate with the fpike he took out of the chapel, and fliding down, dropped on the turner's leads juft as the clock was ftriking 9. It happened that the door of the garret next to the turner's leads was open, on which he ftole foftly down 2 pair of stairs, and heard some company talking in a room. His irons clinking, a woman cried, "What noise is that?" And a man answered, "Perhaps a dog or a cat." Sheppard, who was exceedingly fatigued, returned to the garret, and lay down for more than 2 hours, after which he crept down once more as far as the room where the company were, when he heard a gentleman taking his leave of the family, and saw the maid light him down the stairs. As soon as the maid returned, he resolved to venture at all hazards. But in stealing down the stairs he stumbled against a chamber door, but instantly recovering himself, he got into the street. By this time it was after 12 o'clock, and passing by the watch houfe of St. Sepulchre, he bid the watchman good morrow, and going up Holborn, he turned down Gray's Inn Lane, and about 2 in the morning got into the fields near Tottenham Court Road, where he took shelter in a place that had been a cow houfe, and slept soundly about 3 hours. His fetters still being on, his legs were greatly bruifed and fwelled, and he dreaded the approach of daylight, left he should be discovered. He had now above 40 in his poffeffion, but was afraid to fend to any perfon for affiftance. At 7 in the morning it began to rain hard, and continued to do fo all day, fo that no perfon appeared in the fields, and during this melancholy day he would, to ufe his own expreffion, have given his right hand for a hammer, a chifel, and a punch. Night coming on, and being preffed by hunger, he ventured to a little chandler's fhop in Tottenham Court Road, where he got a fupply of bread, cheefe, fmall beer, and fome other neceffaries, hiding his irons with a long great coat. He asked the woman of the houfe for a hammer, but fhe had no fuch utenfil, on which he retired to the cow houfe, where he flept that night, and remained all the next day. At night he went again to the chandler's fhop, fupplied himfelf with provifions, and returned to his hiding place. At 6 the next morning, which was Sunday, he began to beat the bafils of his fetters with a ftone, in order to bring them to an oval form to flip his heels through. In the afternoon the mafter of the cow houfe, coming thither, and feeing his irons, faid, "For God's fake, what are you?" Sheppard faid he was an unfortunate young fellow, who having had a baftard child fworn to him, and not being able to give fecurity to the parifh for its fupport, he had been fent to Bridewell, from whence he had made his efcape. The man faid if that was all, it did not much signify, but he did not care how foon he was gone, for he did not like his looks. Soon after he was gone, Sheppard faw a journeyman shoemaker, to whom he told the fame story of the baftard child, and offered him 20 if he would procure a fmith's hammer and a punch. The poor man, tempted by the reward, procured them accordingly, and affifted him in getting rid of his irons, which work was completed by 5 o'clock in the evening. When night came on, our adventurer tied a handkerchief round his head, tore his woollen cap in feveral places, and likewife tore his coat and stockings, fo as to have the appearance of a beggar; and in this condition he went to a cellar near Charing Crofs, where he fupped on roafted veal, and liftened to the converfation of the company, all of whom were talking about the efcape of Sheppard. On the Monday he fheltered himfelf at a public houfe of little trade in Rupert Street, and converfing with the landlady about Sheppard, he told her that it was impoffible for him to get out of the kingdom, and the keepers would certainly have him again in a few days, on which the woman wifhed that a curfe might fall on thofe who should betray him. Remaining in this place till evening, he went into the Haymarket, where a crowd of people were furrounding 2 ballad fingers, and liftening to a fong made on his adventures and efcape. The next day he hired a garret in Newport Market, and foon afterwards, dreffing himfelf like a porter, he went to Blackfriars, to the houfe of Mr. Appleby, printer of dying fpeeches, and delivered a letter, in which he ridiculed the printer, the ordinary of Newgate, and enclofed a letter for one of the keepers of Newgate. Some nights after this he broke open the fhop of Mr. Rawlins, a pawnbroker in Drury Lane, where he stole a sword, a suit of wearing apparel, fome fnuff boxes, rings, watches, and other effects to a considerable amount. Determining to make the appearance of a gentleman among his old acquaintance in Drury Lane and Clare Market, he dreffed himfelf in a fuit of black, and a tie wig, wore a ruffled fhirt, a filver hilted sword, a diamond ring, and a gold watch, though he knew that diligent fearch was being made after him at that very time. On the 31st of October he dined with 2 women in a public houfe in Newgate Ftreet, and about 4 in the afternoon they all palled under Newgate in a hackney coach, having firft drawn up the blinds. Going in the evening to a public houfe in Maypole Alley, Clare Market, Sheppard fent for his mother, and treated her with brandy, when the poor woman dropped on her knees, and begged he would immediately quit the kingdom, which he promised to do, but had no intention of keeping his word. Being now grown valiant through an excefs of liquor, he wandered from alehouses to gin fhops in the neighbourhood till near 12 o'clock at night, when he was apprehended in confequence of the information of an alehoufe boy who knew him. When he was taken into cuftody he was quite fencelefs from the quantity and variety of liquors he had drank, and was conveyed to Newgate in a coach, without being capable of making the leaft refiftance, though he had 2 piftols then in his poffeffion. His fame was now fo much increafed by his exploits, that he was vifited by a great number of people, fome of them of the higheft quality. He endeavoured to divert them with a recital of the particulars of his many robberies in which he had been concerned. And when any nobleman came to fee him, he never failed to beg that they would intercede with the king for a pardon, to which he thought that his fingular dexterity gave him fome pretensions. Having been already convicted, he was carried to the bar of the court of King's Bench on the 10th of November, and the record of his conviction being read, and an affidavit being made that he was the fame John Sheppard mentioned in the record, fentence of death was passed on him by Mr. Juftice Powis, and a rule of court was made for his execution on the Monday following. He regularly attended the prayers in the chapel, but though he behaved with decency there, he affected mirth before he went thither, and endeavoured to prevent any degree of ferioufness among the prifoners on his return. Even when the day of execution arrived, Sheppard did not appear to have given over all expectations of eluding juftice, for having been furnifhed with a penknife, he put it in his pocket, with a view, when the melancholy procession came oppofite Little Turnftile, to have cut the cord that bound his arms, and throwing himfelf out of the cart among the crowd, to have run through the narrow paffage where the fheriff's officers could not follow on horfeback, and he had no doubt but that he should make his efcape by the affiftance of the mob. It is not impoffible but that this fcheme might have fucceeded, but before Sheppard left the prefs yard, one Watson, an officer, fearching his pockets, found the knife, and was cut with it fo as to occafion a great effufion of blood. Sheppard had yet a farther view to his prefervation, even after execution, for he defired his acquaintance to put him into a warm bed as foon as he should be cut down, and try to open a vein, which he had been told would reftore him to life. He behaved with great decency at the place of execution, and confeffed the having committed 2 robberies, for which he had been tried and acquitted. He was executed at Tyburn on the 16th of November, 1724, in the 23rd year of age. He died with difficulty, and was much pitied by the furrounding multitude. When he was cut down, his body was delivered to his friends, who carried him to a public houfe in Long Acre, whence he was removed in the evening, and buried in the churchyard of St. Martin's in the Fields. It is astonishing to think how much Sheppard and his adventures engaged the attention of the public. For a considerable time there was scarcely a subject of conversation but himfelf. There were several different histories of his life, and a variety of prints were worked off, reprefenting his efcapes from the condemned hold, and from the castle in Newgate, and there were likewife feveral other prints of his perfon, the best of which was a mezzotinto done from an original painting of Sir James Thornhill, which gave rife to the following ingenious lines. Thornhill, 'tis thine to gild the fame, Though obfcure, and raife the humble name, To make the form elude the grave, And Sheppard from oblivion fave. Though life in vain the wretch implores, And exile on the fartheft fhores, Thy pencil brings a kind reprieve, And bids the dying robber leave. This piece to lateft time fhall stand, And shew the wonders of thy hand. Thus former matters grac'd their name, And gave egregious robbers fame. Apelles Alexander drew, Caesar is to Aurelius due, Cromwell in Lely's work doth fhine, And Sheppard, Thornhill, lives in thine. This is the end of the 11th and final part of the new and complete Newgate Calendar, felections read and chofen by Roy Shreiber.